Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The dawn of the lost world. The world had long been forgotten, deep beneath the roots of time, where the earth held secrets older than the stars, there lay a land untouched by history's cruel hand. It was a place where the sky whispered forgotten names and the mountains towered like silent sentinels over the lands below. No living soul had walked its grounds for centuries, and yet, the land held a story, one that was ready to be told. The wind carried with it a strange, ancient energy as it rustled the leaves of trees taller than any Kalan had ever seen. Their bark shimmered faintly, an iridescent hue in the fading sunlight. He had not known what to expect when he and Lyra set out on their journey. But this world, this forgotten place, was unlike anything he had ever imagined. They stood at the edge of a vast plain, stretching out before them like an endless sea of grass. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, the earth beneath their boots soft and springy. The landscape was both peaceful and unnerving, untouched by civilization, as though it had been preserved in time. "What is this place?" Lyra asked, her voice filled with wonder. She squinted against the sun's dying rays, her hand shading her eyes as she gazed across the horizon. Kalan had no answer. He could only shake his head. He had heard whispers of this place, of ancient ruins hidden in the farthest reaches of the world. But no one had ever ventured so deep to find it. Legends told of a lost world, a place where the past still lived, waiting for those brave, or foolish, enough to seek it out. They had come for answers, but Kalan had the unsettling feeling that the answers they sought would not come easily. "We should keep moving," Kalan said, his voice steady, though a knot tightened in his chest. He didn't know what it was, an instinct, perhaps, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, waiting. The wind picked up, carrying with it a whisper, soft and fleeting. Kalan strained to hear it, but it was gone before he could make out the words. Lyra, too, seemed to feel the unease settle over her. Her hand instinctively going to the hilt of her sword, they continued their journey, the vastness of the land stretching endlessly before them. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time seemed to warp in this strange place. The only sign of passage was the fading light of the sun, which cast the world in hues of violet and gold as it dipped below the horizon. But as they pressed on, the terrain began to shift, subtly at first, then more dramatically. The tall grasses gave way to dense underbrush, the trees growing thicker and more twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The air grew heavier, the silence deeper. The shadows lengthened unnaturally as the last vestiges of daylight disappeared behind the horizon. "We should make camp," Lyra suggested, her voice low. "This place. It feels wrong." Kalan nodded in agreement, though part of him resisted the idea. He had been trained to never show weakness, never fear the unknown. Yet, there was something here, something ancient and powerful, that unsettled even him. They found a small clearing, hidden from view by the thick foliage. Lyra quickly set up their camp, a small fire flickering to life in the center of the clearing. The warmth of the fire was a welcome comfort against the encroaching cold of the night. But even as they sat in silence, watching the flames dance, neither of them could shake the feeling that something was out there, something that watched from the darkness. As the night wore on, the silence deepened. No sound of animals, no rustling of leaves in the wind. It was as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for something. Kalen's mind drifted, his thoughts heavy with the weight of the journey ahead. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, faint at first, then stronger, as though something deep within the earth was stirring. The fire flickered wildly, casting long shadows across the clearing. "What is it?" Lyra asked, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. Her eyes darted around the clearing, searching for any sign of danger. "I don't know," Kalen replied, his gaze fixed on the darkened horizon. "But we're not alone." Without warning, the air around them seemed to thicken, and a low rumble echoed from deep within the earth. The fire sputtered and died, plunging them into darkness. From the shadows, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in black, its face obscured by the hood. It moved with an eerie grace, its footsteps silent upon the earth. Kalen and Lyra instinctively reached for their weapons, but the figure raised a hand, signaling for them to remain still. "You've come." The figure's voice was like a whisper on the wind, carrying an unnatural power. "I've been waiting for you." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice low and steady despite the fear that threatened to rise in his chest. The figure tilted its head, as though studying them both. "I am the keeper of the lost world. The one who watches over this place, this forgotten land." "Why are we here?" Lyra asked, her tone sharp with suspicion. The figure's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon, where the last remnants of sunlight were swallowed by the encroaching night. "You are here to awaken the past. To see what has been buried beneath the weight of time." Kalen frowned, stepping forward. "The past? What do you mean?" The figure's gaze met his, its eyes hidden beneath the cloak, but Kalen could feel the intensity of its presence. "The world you know is but a shadow of what it once was. There are forces here, ancient powers that have been forgotten, lost to time. But they are not gone. They are waiting, and soon, they will awaken." "What powers?" Lyra pressed, her eyes narrowing. "And why us?" The figure's lips twisted into a faint smile. "Because you, Kalen, and you, Lyra, are the ones who will break the seal. You will bring the dawn to this lost world." Before either of them could respond, the ground shook violently, throwing them both off their feet. The earth cracked open before them, revealing a deep chasm that seemed to stretch into infinity. From the depths of the chasm came a sound, a low, guttural growl that echoed through the land like a warning. The air grew thick with an oppressive energy, and the sky above them darkened. Swirling with unnatural clouds, Kalen scrambled to his feet, his heart racing. "What's happening?" The figure turned toward the chasm, its cloak billowing in the wind. "The time has come. The lost world is waking. And as the darkness poured forth from the depths of the earth, Kaylin and Lyra realized the true nature of their journey had only just begun. The dawn of the lost world was upon them, and the world would never be the same again. The darkness was all-consuming. The chasm beneath them seemed to pulse with life, the sound of its growls resonating deep within their bones. It was as if the earth itself had opened its mouth to swallow them whole, and the air was thick with an unnatural pressure. Kaylin and Lyra stood frozen, their bodies tense, hearts racing. The figure in black, the keeper of this forgotten world, stood unfazed by the ominous chasm. Its cloak billowed in the strange wind that rose from the depths, and its voice, when it spoke, was calm, almost too calm for the chaos unfolding around them. "The seal is broken," the keeper intoned, its voice echoing in the vast emptiness. "The lost world awakens, and with it, the forces that slumbered beneath its surface." Kaylin's breath came in short gasps, his mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of what was happening. The ground beneath his feet continued to tremble as the air thickened, heavy with a sense of impending doom. "Why us?" Lyra asked again, her voice urgent. "What do you mean by awakening the past?" The figure turned slowly, its gaze seemingly piercing through the darkness. "You are the chosen ones, brought here to restore the balance," it explained. "This world, lost to time, is not as it once was. It was sealed away, its power locked beneath layers of earth and history. But now, the seal has begun to crumble, and you will play your part in its restoration, or its destruction." Kaylin clenched his fists, his mind racing. "How do we stop it? How do we stop whatever is awakening from the depths?" The keeper's lips curved into a knowing smile, though there was no warmth in it. "You cannot stop it," it replied softly. "You can only choose how you will face it." Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open wider, and the sound of deep, guttural growls grew louder. The chasm trembled, as if some enormous beast was rising from the earth's bowels, eager to reclaim what had been denied it for eons. The sky above them darkened further, and the air grew thick with static, crackling with an energy that made Kaylin's skin prickle. Kaylin reached for the hilt of his sword instinctively, his muscles coiling with the readiness of a warrior facing the unknown. He knew they were on the cusp of something monumental, something far beyond their control. But he would not back down. Not now. "I don't care about balance or seals," Kaylin said, his voice firm. "We need to stop this. Whatever is rising, it will destroy everything." The keeper's head tilted, as if considering Kaylin's words. "You misunderstand," it said quietly. "This world is not a thing to be controlled. It is a force, a living entity in itself. To awaken it is to awaken the earth's true power. And once the seal is broken, there is no turning back." The rumble from the chasm intensified, and Kaylin could feel the ground beneath his feet shifting as if it were alive, reacting to the presence of whatever lurked below. The air grew colder, and the wind carried a deep, mournful howl. "We must leave," Lyra said, her voice sharp with urgency. "This place is cursed. Whatever is down there, whatever the keeper is warning us about, will tear this world apart if we don't act fast." But the keeper didn't move, its form standing as immovable as the mountains surrounding them. "Leaving is not an option," it said, its voice almost amused. You have already crossed the threshold. The forces are awakening, and there is no turning back. But you do have a choice. Kalen's brow furrowed. What choice? The keeper stepped closer, its dark cloak flowing with a strange, almost otherworldly grace. You can join me, it said, its eyes never leaving Kalen's. You can help me restore the lost world to its former glory. Harness its power, and ensure that it never falls into the wrong hands. Or, the keeper's voice grew colder, its gaze hardening. Or you can fight against it, and the world will crumble around you. The choice is yours, but be warned, some forces cannot be contained. Some powers cannot be controlled. Lyra's grip on her sword tightened, her gaze flickering toward Kalen. We don't trust you, she said, her voice low but firm. Whatever it is you want, it's not worth the risk. The keeper's eyes narrowed slightly, but it did not respond immediately. Instead, it turned its attention back toward the chasm, where the growls had grown louder, more violent. The very earth was shuddering. And dark, shadowy tendrils of energy were rising from the depths, twisting and writhing like serpents. It is not about trust, the keeper said at last, its voice filled with an eerie finality. It is about survival. The world you know is fragile. It teeters on the brink of destruction, and the forces that have been awakened cannot be contained by simple mortals. You, too, are bound to the fate of this world. You cannot escape it. Kalen's mind raced, trying to make sense of everything. The keeper's words had a strange weight to them, as though they were laden with truth, yet wrapped in a veil of manipulation. He could feel the energy building around them, a palpable force that threatened to overwhelm them. We won't be your pawns, Kalen said, his voice defiant. We'll find another way. The keeper said nothing more. Instead, it raised a hand toward the chasm, its fingers moving in intricate patterns, as though weaving an invisible thread through the very fabric of the world. The air around them vibrated with an almost tangible power, and the ground continued to tremble. Then, with a violent surge, a creature emerged from the chasm. It was enormous, its dark, scaled body coiling and uncoiling as it climbed from the depths, its wings unfurling with a deafening roar that shook the very earth. Its eyes were glowing pools of molten fire, its massive claws scraping against the stone as it dragged itself upward. It was a dragon, no, more than that. It was something ancient, something born of the earth itself, an embodiment of the primal power that had been locked away for centuries. As it roared into the night, the earth split open even further, and Kalen and Lyra knew then that the battle for the future of the world had begun. They had no choice now but to face whatever horrors this lost world would bring, and to uncover the mysteries of its past before it consumed them all. The dragon's roar echoed through the air, reverberating deep into the bones of the earth. Kalen and Lyra stood frozen, their eyes locked onto the beast that had clawed its way from the depths. The creature's massive wings unfurled, casting a shadow so large it seemed to consume the land itself. It was a being born from the forgotten annals of time, a relic of an age-long past, and its presence alone seemed to warp the world around them. The air was thick with a sense of dread as the creature's molten eyes glowed with an ancient, unrelenting fury. Kalen's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, and Lyra instinctively reached for the amulet around her neck, a relic passed down through generations. There was no hesitation in her eyes, only a steely resolve that matched Kalen's own. They had faced danger before, but nothing like this. This was something beyond their understanding. Kalen, Lyra, the keeper's voice cut through the tension. Cold and unyielding. You have no choice now. The world is shifting, and you must either stand with it or be crushed beneath its weight. The keeper stepped forward, its presence seemingly undisturbed by the massive creature looming in the distance. Its cloak billowed around it, and for a moment, it seemed to blend with the shadows themselves. Kalen's voice was low but firm, cutting through the keeper's words like a blade. We're not joining you. Whatever you're trying to awaken here, we won't be a part of it. The keeper's gaze flickered briefly to the dragon, then returned to them with a somber expression. You misunderstand. This is not about what you want. The forces at play are far beyond your control. The dragon you see before you is not a creature of destruction, but of restoration. It is the herald of the world's rebirth. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the dragon's wings beat the air in slow, powerful movements. Its massive claws scraped against the stone, sending sparks flying as its roar echoed again, louder this time, as if responding to the keeper's words. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as the creature's eyes locked onto him, its molten gaze filled with an unsettling knowing. Lyra's voice was sharp, her fear masked by the intensity of her words. Rebirth? This thing is a monster. It will destroy everything if we don't stop it. The keeper's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Destruction and rebirth are often two sides of the same coin, child. But it is not the dragon you should fear. It is what lies beneath. Before Kalen or Lyra could respond, the air around them shifted. The wind grew colder, and the ground cracked once more, as if the earth itself were waking from a long slumber. The dragon's roar intensified, shaking the very skies above them, and the shadows deepened as strange, otherworldly lights flickered across the horizon. There is more to this world than you can see, the keeper continued, its voice growing distant, as though it were speaking not to them, but to the very forces it sought to control. The ancient power that once ruled these lands has awoken. And with it, the fate of all worlds is in motion. What is to come will either bind you to this world's future or cast you into its endless night. Kalen's mind raced, but his body was already moving, his instincts taking over as the dragon's movements became more erratic. The beast began to circle above them, its wings slicing through the air with a force that rattled the ground. It let out another deafening roar, and Kalen saw it. Something moving beneath the dragon's massive form. Something darker, more sinister, rising from the depths of the chasm. I won't be part of this madness, Kalen muttered, clenching his fists. I'll stop you, whatever it takes. Before he could react, Lyra's voice cut through the chaos. Look! A massive shadow, even larger than the dragon itself, began to rise from the chasm. It was a form so dark and shapeless that it seemed to suck the very light from the world around them. Its limbs were long and twisted, like roots of an ancient tree, and its presence was so oppressive that Kalen felt the very air around him grow thick with fear. The dragon's roars turned into guttural growls as the creature above it began to take shape. Its form seemed to stretch and writhe, as though it were composed of pure darkness, its movements too fast to follow. There was no face, no true form, only a shifting mass of shadow and malice. What in the gods' names is that? Lyra whispered, her voice shaking with a mixture of awe and terror. That is the true power beneath this world, the keeper said softly. The dragon is but its guardian. The true threat is the force of darkness that has slept for eons, waiting for the right moment to break free. Kalen's mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. The dragon, the keeper, the darkness, it was all connected somehow, but the pieces weren't fitting. He had to think, had to find a way to stop whatever this thing was before it consumed everything. The shadowy figure continued to rise, its form more defined now, though it was still a chaotic mass of shifting darkness. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, the earth trembling as if the very fabric of reality were being torn apart. The sky overhead seemed to darken, as though the sun itself were fading into oblivion. I won't let this world fall, Kalen said, his voice steady despite the growing chaos. He drew his sword and stepped forward, ready to face whatever this ancient darkness was. Lyra followed his lead, her hand steady on her blade. We won't let it consume everything. The keeper looked at them for the first time with something resembling pity. You are brave, but you cannot win this fight. The power you face is older than you can imagine. It is not something you can defeat with steel and magic. Kalen's gaze never wavered. We'll see about that. As he spoke, the ground shook violently, and the shadowy form in the chasm let out a sound that could only be described as a terrible, hollow laugh, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very core of the earth itself. The battle for this world's future had begun, and Kalen and Lyra would face whatever horrors awaited them. Together, the air around them grew heavier, charged with an ominous energy that made it hard to breathe. Kalen's grip tightened around his sword as he watched the massive, shifting form in the chasm. It was as if the creature was born from the very essence of darkness itself, an entity that existed outside the boundaries of time and space. Its endless, writhing form seemed to bend and twist, as if trying to reach out for them. The dragon, the beast that had once been a herald of destruction, let out another thunderous roar, its molten eyes focused on the shadow. There was no longer any sign of allegiance to the keeper or to any force of creation. It was a creature bound to an ancient and terrible purpose, one that even Kalen could not yet understand. We can't just stand here, Lyra said, her voice taut with urgency. We need to move, or we'll be crushed under the weight of whatever that thing is. But as she spoke, the ground trembled beneath their feet once more, and the shadowy form began to expand, pushing forward with terrifying force. The very fabric of the earth seemed to be contorting around it, and the once stable ground beneath them cracked and splintered. The chasm that had previously appeared deep and infinite now seemed like a gaping wound, one that threatened to consume everything in its path. The keeper's figure loomed nearby, its expression unreadable. You're too late, it whispered, barely audible over the roar of the dragon. The darkness has already claimed its dominion. The cycle has begun, and there is no stopping it now. Kalen clenched his teeth. We'll see about that. We'll fight. We won't let this world fall to whatever that thing is. Lyra's gaze was unwavering as she surveyed the growing chaos. But how? What can we do against something like that? The keeper raised an arm, and a dark, ethereal power seemed to radiate from it. A faint, almost unnoticeable hum filled the air, and for a moment, Kalen could almost feel the pulse of magic surging from the keeper's hands. "The world is already lost," the keeper continued, its voice cold and final. "What you see before you is a remnant of the old gods, a power older than the stars themselves. This shadow is its true form, and it will bring about the end of this age." Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised, defiance burning in his chest. "We're not giving up, not while there's still a chance to stop this." As if to answer his challenge, the shadow's form shifted, snapping outwards like a living thing. It surged forward, a dark storm of tendrils and mass, encroaching upon them with an unrelenting force. The air grew even colder as the beast expanded, blocking out the light with its massive form. The very ground beneath their feet began to freeze, and Kalen felt a chilling sensation grip his bones. It was as if the world itself was dying, consumed by the blackness that threatened to overwhelm them. The dragon, once a fierce and terrifying creature, let out a low growl, its wings spread wide as it hovered above the group. It was clear now that it was not acting of its own will but was tethered to the dark force that loomed behind it. The creature's molten eyes flickered as it turned toward Kalen, as if seeking direction from him, a silent acknowledgement of the impending battle. Lyra's hand rested on her dagger hilt, her stance firm as she looked at the creature with a mixture of awe and fear. "This isn't just some wild beast. It's connected to the shadow, isn't it?" Kalen nodded grimly. "It's part of whatever this darkness is. And if we don't stop it, the world as we know it will be consumed." The keeper's voice pierced the air once again, calm and collected despite the chaos. "You cannot stop what has already begun. The balance has shifted beyond your comprehension. The world is in its death throes, and you are nothing but pawns in the game of the gods." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened, and he took a step toward the shadow. "We're not pawns. And we're not going down without a fight." The shadow responded in kind, its tendrils swirling around the ground and rising up like serpents. The earth buckled under its weight, and the very sky above seemed to darken as if the sun were being swallowed whole. The dragon roared once more, its wings beating fiercely as it joined the growing storm, a terrifying mixture of fury and despair. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as he steeled himself. There was no turning back now. The battle for the world's future had begun, and he was not about to let it slip away into the abyss. "We need to act fast," Kalen said to Lyra, his voice unwavering despite the terror that gripped him. "The longer we wait, the more power it will gain." She nodded sharply, her expression grim but resolute. "We'll find a way. We have to." With that, they moved as one, charging forward into the maelstrom. The dragon's wings beat against the storm, and the shadow lashed out with its tendrils, sending ripples of darkness through the air. Kalen's sword clashed against one of the tendrils, and Lyra's dagger slashed through the thick darkness. But for every blow they struck, the shadow seemed to regenerate, rising again with greater intensity. The keeper watched them, its eyes betraying a hint of something deeper. Something that might have been regret. "You are wasting your efforts," it said softly, almost mournfully. "The darkness is inevitable." Kalen's sword cut through the air once more, his strikes fueled by a singular purpose. I don't care about inevitability. I care about stopping this nightmare. As they continued to fight, the air grew even colder, and the shadow twisted and writhed, trying to ensnare them. The dragon circled above them, a force of raw power, its molten eyes burning with the intensity of its fury. It was clear now that they were not only fighting for their lives but for the very soul of the world itself. The earth trembled beneath their feet once more, and Kalen's thoughts raced. What could they do against something so powerful, so ancient? It was a battle not only of strength but of will, a fight for the future, for the dawn of a new world or the endless night that threatened to consume them all. We fight until the end, Kalen muttered to himself, the weight of their struggle pressing down on him, and with that, they pressed forward, the battle between light and shadow beginning in earnest. The winds howled, carrying with them the weight of an impending storm. The ground beneath their feet quaked as Kalen and Lyra stood firm, their weapons drawn, prepared for whatever the shadow could throw at them. The dragon circled above them, a living storm of fire and fury. But its molten eyes betrayed its uncertainty. It struggled to break free of the dark influence that held it captive. As the shadow's tendrils writhed and surged around them, the air grew colder, colder than Kalen had ever known. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the sensation of something dying, of the life being drained from the very land. He could feel it in his bones, a pull of something vast and unstoppable. The shadow was feeding on the world itself, drawing its strength from the very core of the land, and the longer they fought, the more its power grew. Lyra's face was a mask of resolve, but Kalen could see the exhaustion in her eyes. The battles they had fought, the struggles they had endured, were beginning to take their toll. Every strike against the tendrils felt like a battle against the world itself, a resistance against something that was simply too powerful to overcome. Kalen. Lyra shouted over the roar of the shadow's assault. We need to find its heart, the source of its power. If we don't stop it at the core, nothing we do will matter. Kalen nodded, his mind racing as he surveyed the storm of darkness that surrounded them. The shadow had no shape, no form. It was like a living black hole, pulling at everything around it, distorting the world. It was a force that had no beginning or end, and every strike they landed seemed to vanish into the abyss. But Lyra was right. To defeat it, they needed to find its heart. Kalen's eyes narrowed as he scanned the depths of the shadow, looking for any sign of vulnerability. The creature was vast, its tendrils wrapping and twisting through the air, but there had to be a way to reach the center, to sever its hold on the world. The keeper, Kalen muttered under his breath, a thought striking him suddenly. It said something about the balance. The darkness is older than time itself. Maybe the key is there. Whatever the keeper knows, it might have answers. Lyra's gaze flicked to the figure of the keeper, who stood motionless at the edge of the chasm, observing the chaos unfolding. Its pale, almost ethereal form seemed detached from the madness. As though it were a being that existed outside of this moment. Then we go to the keeper, Lyra said, determination in her voice. But we need to be fast. The longer we stand here, the more this thing will grow. Without another word, Kalen sprinted toward the keeper, his sword held high. The shadow's tendrils lashed out, trying to ensnare him, but he cut through them with every step, his mind focused solely on reaching the keeper. Lyra was close behind, her dagger flashing in the dim light, cutting down any tendrils that came too close. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they neared the keeper, and Kalen felt a chill like a breath from the void itself. The keeper's eyes, once distant and unreadable, now seemed to focus on him, its expression shifting, something akin to acknowledgement in its ancient gaze. "You seek answers," the keeper's voice came, low and resonant, like a distant echo in the vast emptiness. "But the answers you seek are not without a price." Kalen stopped in his tracks, his sword still raised but his grip loosening slightly. "What do you mean? You know what this is. You know how to stop it." The keeper tilted its head, as if considering the question. "I do know. But knowing is not the same as controlling. The darkness is not merely an entity, it is a force, an ancient power that has slumbered beneath the earth for eons. To defeat it, you must understand the balance, the delicate equilibrium that has held this world together." Lyra stepped forward, her voice sharp. "Then tell us. What must we do?" The keeper's gaze flickered to the chasm, where the shadow continued to expand, its tendrils reaching further and further, consuming everything in its path. "You must enter the heart of the shadow itself," the keeper said, its voice growing softer. "There lies its true form, the core of its being. You must destroy it, sever the connection between the darkness and the world." Kalen felt his heart sink at the words. Enter the heart of the shadow. It was madness. The very thought of stepping into that endless void, where time and space had no meaning, was enough to make even the bravest hesitate. But how? Lyra asked, her voice laced with disbelief. "How do we even get close to it? It's not just a shadow, it's the death of this world itself." The keeper's expression softened slightly, as if it understood the magnitude of what they were asking. "The heart of the shadow lies beyond the veil, a place where only the strongest may pass. It is not a realm of this world. But you, Kalen, and you, Lyra, you are more than mere mortals. You have been chosen." Kalen blinked, startled by the words. "Chosen? By whom?" The keeper's gaze hardened, and for a moment, Kalen could have sworn he saw a flicker of something dark, something ancient, pass through its eyes. "It is not a matter of choice, not truly. The veil between worlds is thin, and your souls are tied to this fate. But be warned, if you venture into the heart of the shadow, there will be no return. You will either destroy it, or you will become one with it." Kalen's heart raced. He knew the weight of what the keeper was asking. If they failed, the world would fall to the darkness, and they would be lost to it forever. But there was no other choice. They had to fight, even if it meant facing the very heart of oblivion. "We'll do it," Kalen said, his voice unwavering. "Tell us what we need to do." The keeper nodded, a shadow of something like approval crossing its face. "You must pass through the veil. I will guide you, but you must be prepared. The path is treacherous, and the darkness will not welcome you." With a final glance toward the chasm, Kalen steeled himself for the journey ahead. There was no turning back now. The fate of the world rested on their shoulders, and they would face whatever lay beyond the veil. As the keeper raised its arms, a shimmering light filled the air, and the veil between worlds began to ripple, opening like a door to the unknown. The darkness seemed to recoil, as if it feared what was about to come. "Go," the keeper said softly. "And may the light guide you through the abyss." The air shimmered as the veil parted, revealing a world unlike any Kalen had ever seen. Beyond the shimmering threshold lay a landscape that defied all logic, a place suspended between time and space. The sky was an inky shade of violet, streaked with the faint glow of distant stars, yet the ground beneath their feet remained a dull gray, as though it had never known color or life. The realm was silent, eerily so, as if it had long ago surrendered to the cold, all-consuming void. Kalen stood at the edge of the veil, his heart pounding in his chest. The dark energy of the shadow swirled behind him, an oppressive presence that weighed heavily on the air, but here, in this liminal space, there was only stillness. Even the winds had ceased to blow. Lyra stepped forward beside him, her gaze unwavering as she surveyed the strange world around them. She was no less unsettled than he was, but there was a resolve in her eyes that he had come to trust. Together, they took their first steps into the void. The moment their feet touched the ground, the air around them seemed to shift, and the sky above flickered. A series of distant echoes reverberated through the strange land, their source unclear, as though the very fabric of reality was vibrating. "This place," Lyra murmured, it feels like the memories of a world that never was." Kalen nodded, the strange sensation of being caught between two realities pressing in on him. He could feel it now, a subtle hum beneath the surface, like an ancient, dormant force stirring from slumber. This place was neither part of the living world or entirely apart from it. It was something older, something more primal. He turned to the keeper, who had followed them into this strange land, its pale form barely visible in the dim light. The keeper's eyes glowed faintly, as if absorbing the energy of this realm. "We are in the heart of the shadow now," Kalen said, his voice low. "What comes next?" The keeper's gaze remained fixed on the shifting horizon, where dark clouds gathered, swirling in patterns that defied the laws of nature. "The heart of the shadow lies at the center of this realm. It is where the veil between worlds is thinnest, where the darkness can reach into the living world. If you are to destroy the shadow, you must first understand it. You must face what it truly is." Kalen glanced around, unsure of how to proceed. The land stretched endlessly before them, an expanse of barren rock and swirling mist. It was a place without borders, without any sense of direction or purpose. Time itself seemed to bend and twist, as though it had no meaning here. "I don't understand," Kalen admitted. "How are we supposed to face the shadow? It's everywhere, and yet, nowhere." The keeper did not respond immediately, its form flickering as it seemed to merge with the surroundings. Finally, it spoke, its voice now carrying an ancient weight. "The shadow is not just an enemy. It is a reflection of all that is lost, all that is forgotten. It is the embodiment of fear, regret, and sorrow, the collective shadow of the world itself. You must face these truths, Kalen. You must confront the deepest parts of yourself and understand what the shadow seeks to consume." Lyra's voice cut through the quiet, sharp and steady. "And how do we do that? How do we destroy something that is so vast, so all-encompassing?" The keeper did not turn to face her but instead looked toward the horizon where the darkness swirled, as if it were aware of their presence. The shadow is not immortal, it said, but it is fed by the fractured souls of those who have failed to find peace. You must find the source of its power, the place where its influence began. Only there will you find the way to destroy it. A cold chill swept over Kalen as the keeper's words sank in. The shadow was not merely a creature of darkness, it was a force that had been born from the mistakes of the world, from the sorrow and regrets of countless lives. It was a reflection of humanity's failings, and only by confronting the past could they hope to end it. We've come this far, Kalen said, his voice tight with determination. We will face it. We'll face whatever it takes to stop the shadow. The keeper's form flickered again, and the air grew still. Then you must follow the path, it said softly. The path will lead you to the heart of the shadow, but be warned, it is not a journey for the weak of heart. The shadow will test you in ways you cannot imagine. With that, the keeper faded from view, leaving Kalen and Lyra alone in the strange land. The shadows around them seemed to deepen, drawing them in, as though they were being watched by unseen eyes. Kalen's grip tightened on his sword, and he glanced at Lyra, who stood beside him, her expression set in steely determination. We'll be tested, Kalen said, his voice grim. But we can't turn back now. Lyra nodded. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. And so they began their journey through the strange, desolate land, the air thick with tension as the shadow's presence loomed ever closer. The further they traveled, the more the landscape seemed to shift, warping with each step they took. The world itself seemed to bend, as if the very laws of nature were being rewritten by the dark forces that roamed this land. The path they followed wound through strange and twisted terrain, where jagged rock formations reached up like skeletal hands and the ground seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. Everywhere they looked, there was no sign of life, just an eerie silence, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind, hours, or perhaps days. Passed in this disorienting landscape, the sense of time stretching thin. Kalen could feel the weight of the shadow growing heavier with every step, its influence seeping into his thoughts, filling him with doubt and fear. But he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. They had come too far to falter now. As they continued, the ground beneath their feet began to shift, as if the earth itself were alive, shifting and turning to reveal hidden paths. The very fabric of the land seemed to respond to their presence, drawing them deeper into the heart of the shadow. Kalen's thoughts raced. What would they find at the end of this journey? What would they have to face to destroy the shadow once and for all? The answer, he feared, would be far more than they could imagine. Kalen's steps were heavy, as if each footfall were dragging him deeper into a world that was slowly, but surely, beginning to unravel. The landscape shifted with each passing moment, the horizon stretching and contracting like a living thing, and the air seemed to vibrate with the hum of ancient, forgotten power. The further they ventured, the more the oppressive silence weighed on him. It was not a peaceful quiet, but one that carried the burden of eons lost to time. Lyra walked beside him, her eyes scanning the swirling horizon, never faltering in her determination. There was something unspoken between them, a shared resolve to face whatever came next, but also a shared fear of what they might find. Kalen could feel the unease growing in his chest, but he kept his focus on the path ahead. The weight of their mission pressed heavily on him. They had to reach the heart of the shadow and confront it, or the world they knew might soon cease to exist. They were close now, so close that Kalen could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. The land beneath them seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic energy, and as they moved deeper, the shadows around them grew thicker, darker, like they were closing in on them from every direction. The air grew colder. This place. Lyra's voice cut through the thick silence, barely above a whisper. It's like it's trying to break us. Kalen didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of what he felt in the air, what he saw in the twisted shapes that seemed to emerge from the corners of his vision, shadows that stretched unnaturally long, only to vanish when he turned his gaze fully upon them. I don't know if it's trying to break us, he said after a moment, his voice barely audible. But it's definitely testing us. Ahead of them, the ground began to change again. The jagged rocks that had once been so sharply defined were now softening, blurring into a smooth, glass-like surface. It was as though the land was dissolving into nothingness. And with it, the very fabric of reality seemed to be warping. Lyra reached out instinctively, her fingers grazing the surface of the ground. It's not solid anymore. Kalen glanced at her, then knelt down to place his own hand upon the shifting surface. It rippled beneath his touch, almost like water, but there was a strange, unyielding tension in it. This was no ordinary illusion. This was a place where the boundaries between the known and unknown were disintegrating. I think this is what the keeper meant, Kalen muttered, his brow furrowed. The shadow, it's breaking the very world apart. He stood up again, his gaze scanning the endless horizon, where dark clouds swirled in unnatural patterns, creating a vortex in the sky that seemed to pull everything into its depths. The longer they stayed in this place, the harder it was to distinguish what was real from what was an illusion created by the shadow's power. Every corner seemed to hold something more dangerous, more twisted than the last. Are we getting closer? Lyra asked, her voice strained. Kalen hesitated before responding, his gut telling him they were dangerously close, yet something inside him, something primal, was warning him to proceed with caution. We're closer, he said, though he didn't fully believe the words. But I'm not sure what happens once we reach the heart of it. We've already seen what this place can do to our minds. Lyra didn't respond immediately, but Kalen could feel her gaze on him, and in that silence, there was an understanding between them. They would not turn back. They couldn't. Not now, not when the fate of the world hung in the balance. As they moved forward, the landscape became even more surreal. The ground beneath their feet was now cracked, jagged fissures stretching out like veins across the earth, and through the cracks, Kalen glimpsed flickers of something moving, something alive in the depths of the land. But every time he tried to focus on it, the image would vanish, replaced by the oppressive, empty silence. Suddenly, Lyra stopped dead in her tracks. Kalen, caught off guard, nearly stumbled into her. What is it? He asked, his heart racing. Lyra's eyes were wide, her gaze fixed on a point far ahead, where the ground seemed to fold inward, as though something massive was shifting beneath the surface. I saw something, she said, her voice shaky. It was a face. A face in the ground. Kalen followed her gaze, but the surface was completely still now, the illusion gone. He could feel the temperature drop, the shadows growing thicker around them, a face. He repeated, his unease deepening. Yes, Lyra said, still staring ahead, as though she could see through the shifting land. It was, watching us. Kalen didn't know what to say. He had heard rumors. Legends of the shadow's ability to warp minds, to create hallucinations so real they could break a person's will. But this felt different. This felt like something far more ancient, far more alive than any illusion. Stay close, Kalen said quietly. We need to keep moving. They continued, their steps now more cautious, more deliberate, the silence pressing in on them from all sides. And then, out of the corner of his eye, Kalen saw it, a flicker of movement, like a shadow darting just beyond his reach. He turned quickly, but there was nothing there, just the same barren, endless land. But it wasn't just his mind playing tricks on him. He could feel it, something was watching them. They moved faster now, driven by the growing sense of urgency that clawed at their every step. The air seemed to thicken, the shadows wrapping tighter around them, pulling at their very essence. As they reached a towering cliffside, the ground beneath their feet suddenly gave way, and Kalen found himself falling into a dark abyss. Lyra's scream echoed in his ears as he plunged into the void, the world around him spinning. For a moment, everything went black. Kalen's mind raced as he fell. The sensation of weightlessness consumed him, his body suspended in an endless, dark chasm. The air was thick, pulling at his skin as if it too were alive, and the oppressive silence wrapped around him like a shroud. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, louder than the stillness around him, until suddenly, just as he feared he would be swallowed whole by the darkness, a sharp jolt stopped his fall. His breath caught in his chest as his body slammed against something solid, something unexpected. He gasped, gasping for air that felt thick and alien, as though the very atmosphere here was different. The ground beneath him was smooth and cool, almost glass-like, and as he lay there, sprawled out on his back, the stars overhead seemed unnaturally bright, casting their cold light over everything below. With a groan, Kalen pushed himself to his feet, his limbs shaking from the shock of the fall. The pain in his body was sharp but fleeting. His mind, however, was in chaos, trying to make sense of what had just happened. His surroundings were no longer the shifting, fractured world he had been walking through. This place felt different, still, yet strangely vibrant. Lyra's voice echoed through the quiet, cutting through his panic. Kalen. Where are you? Kalen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't remember hearing her fall, and there was a brief, terrifying moment where he feared he might be alone. But then, he heard the soft scrape of boots against the ground and turned sharply to see her, silhouetted against the strange, radiant glow of the distant stars. I'm here, he called out, his voice hoarse. Are you all right? Lyra nodded, though her expression was strained. Yeah, but I don't think we're in the same place anymore. Kalen's eyes followed her gaze, scanning the strange landscape around them. The world they had landed in seemed impossibly vast, stretching endlessly in every direction. The ground was covered with smooth stones, polished by time or some strange force. Above them, the sky was unlike anything he had seen before, a dome of shifting colors, streaked with hues of deep violet and blue, dotted with countless stars that glowed brighter than any sky he had known. But what stood out the most was the monument. In the distance, rising from the ground like a broken shard of something immense. Was a towering structure, its form elegant, yet twisted, as though it had been shattered and rebuilt in ways that defied logic. It seemed to hum with energy, vibrating faintly in the still air. "Do you see that?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper, but filled with awe. Kalen's gaze fixed on the structure, a gnawing feeling deep in his gut telling him that it was not just a monument. It was something else entirely. Something ancient. Something that had been here long before the world they knew. "I see it," Kalen replied, his voice steady, though his mind was racing. "And I think that's where we need to go." Lyra didn't hesitate, stepping forward, her face set in grim determination. Kalen followed close behind, his steps slow at first as he surveyed their surroundings. The strange landscape felt like it was watching them, as if the stones beneath their feet were alive, waiting for them to make their next move. As they walked, the strange, luminous light that illuminated the ground flickered, as if something unseen were moving in the darkness just beyond their reach. The air felt charged with an energy that Kalen couldn't quite place, but it seemed to pull at his very being, drawing him closer to the structure in the distance. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional whisper of wind that carried with it the faint scent of something unfamiliar. A distant, hollow sound echoed through the air, a sound that seemed to resonate deep within the earth, like the world itself was alive and breathing. "I don't like this," Lyra muttered, her eyes darting nervously around. "This place, it doesn't feel right." Kalen nodded, the unease gnawing at him as well. The sensation of being watched was growing stronger, and despite the eerie calm of their surroundings, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into a trap. But there was no turning back now. They reached the base of the monument, its towering spire stretching impossibly high into the sky above. The structure was unlike anything Kalen had ever seen, smooth, polished stone interwoven with veins of what looked like pure crystal. The edges of the monument were jagged, as though it had been fractured by some immense force, but it was also somehow beautiful in its brokenness. "This is it," Kalen said, his voice low as he gazed up at the monument. "We have to get inside." Lyra nodded, though her expression remained tense. "But how? There's no entrance." Kalen's eyes scanned the monument carefully, noting the odd patterns etched into its surface, ancient symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light. It was as if the structure itself was alive, responding to their presence. He stepped forward, his hand outstretched, and as his fingers brushed against the stone, the surface beneath his touch began to ripple, shifting like water. The air around them hummed with energy, and Kalen felt a sudden surge of power rushing through him, as if the monument was awakening, responding to his touch. "I think it's reacting to us," he said, his voice filled with awe. Lyra stepped closer, her eyes wide. "What does it mean?" Before Kalen could answer, the stone in front of him began to dissolve, slowly revealing a dark, gaping doorway hidden within the structure. A cool breeze seemed to rush out from within, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something far more ancient, something that made the hairs on the back of Kalen's neck stand on end. The doorway beckoned, an invitation into the unknown. Without another word, they stepped forward together, crossing the threshold and entering the heart of the monument. The moment Kalen and Lyra crossed the threshold, the world outside seemed to vanish. The eerie, otherworldly glow of the monument's exterior faded into darkness, replaced by a dim, flickering light that came from no visible source. The air inside was thick, colder than before, and it carried an unsettling stillness that wrapped around them like a heavy blanket. Kalen's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, though he wasn't sure why. There was no immediate threat, yet the silence weighed heavily on his chest. Lyra, always the more cautious of the two, stayed close to him, her eyes scanning the shadows that danced on the walls. The interior of the monument was vast, its architecture impossible to comprehend. The walls were adorned with ancient carvings, their intricate patterns weaving stories that Kalen could not decipher. The floor beneath them was uneven, cracked in places as if time itself had torn it apart, and at the far end of the cavernous space, a narrow staircase spiraled upward into the darkness. As they stepped further in, Kalen felt a strange pressure in the air, as though the very fabric of this place was pushing against them. The oppressive weight made his every breath feel labored. His mind buzzed with questions. Where were they? What was this place? And, most importantly, why had it drawn them here? What do you think this place is? Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible in the stillness. Kalen hesitated, his gaze flicking over the walls once more. The symbols on the stone seemed to shift as he looked at them, rearranging themselves into unfamiliar shapes. It was as if they were alive, reacting to their presence, observing them, waiting. But for what? I'm not sure, he replied, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. But whatever it is, it's important. I can feel it. Lyra nodded, but her expression was uncertain. She stepped forward, her fingers brushing against one of the symbols etched into the stone. The moment she touched it, a low hum filled the air, vibrating through the floor and into their bones. The sound was faint at first, but it quickly grew louder, like the heartbeat of the monument itself. Did you feel that? She asked, her voice tinged with alarm. Kalen's eyes widened. Yes. It's alive. Before they could speak further, the ground beneath their feet trembled. The hum intensified, sending vibrations through the walls. Kalen and Lyra instinctively backed away, fear flashing in their eyes. The air grew thick, suffocating, and the walls around them seemed to pulse, like a living organism drawing in breath. Then, the darkness above them began to shimmer. A pale light emanated from the ceiling, revealing a vast, vaulted chamber that stretched far beyond what they could see. The light was not from a source they could identify, but it illuminated the space with an eerie glow, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to move with a mind of their own. At the center of the chamber was a massive stone altar, its surface etched with the same symbols that adorned the walls. The altar was surrounded by columns, tall and thin, their surfaces covered in ancient markings. The whole structure seemed to be an offering, a tribute to something beyond their understanding. What is this place? Lyra whispered again. Her voice trembling, Kalen stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the altar. There was something familiar about it, something he couldn't quite place. The closer he got, the more he felt a strange pull in his chest, as if the very air around the altar was drawing him in. It was as if it was calling to him, beckoning him forward. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone. The moment his hand made contact, the hum intensified, and the walls shook violently. The stone under his fingertips began to glow, its light growing brighter with each passing second, until it was blinding. "Kalen!" Lyra shouted, but her voice was lost in the cacophony of sound that filled the chamber. The hum became a roar, like 1,000 voices calling out from the depths of time. The ground beneath them cracked open, a deep fissure forming in the center of the chamber. Kalen stumbled back, his heart racing. The altar's light was blinding now, and the fissure in the floor seemed to grow wider by the second. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber, a voice that felt ancient and full of power. "The time has come. The chosen ones." The words reverberated through Kalen's bones, and for a moment, he thought he might lose himself in the sheer force of them. He glanced over at Lyra, whose face was pale with fear, her eyes wide in disbelief. "The chosen ones?" she whispered, barely able to speak. Before Kalen could respond, the ground trembled once more violently this time. The fissure in the floor split wider, and from it, a dark, swirling mist began to rise. The mist twisted and curled, filling the chamber with an oppressive, suffocating presence. The temperature dropped sharply, and Kalen's breath became visible in the freezing air. "We need to get out of here," Kalen said urgently, grabbing Lyra's arm and pulling her back. But she resisted, her gaze fixed on the altar. "There's something in the mist," she said, her voice shaking. "Something, waiting for us." Kalen turned to look. The mist had coalesced into a shape, a shadow that was too dark to discern clearly. It moved toward them with an unnatural grace, its form shifting and changing as it approached. The voice rang out again, louder this time, reverberating in their skulls. "You have come. You will awaken the lost world. But you are not prepared." The shadow lunged forward, its form dissolving into a vortex of black energy. Kalen and Lyra barely had time to react before the world around them exploded in a wave of darkness. The vortex of darkness engulfed them in an instant. Kalen's mind reeled as the black mist swirled around them, pulling at their very souls with a force he could hardly comprehend. He tried to cry out, but the words were swallowed by the overwhelming silence that followed. It felt as though time itself had stopped, frozen in the grip of the abyss. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the world snapped back into focus. Kalen gasped for breath, his heart pounding in his chest as he blinked against the searing light that now surrounded them. The darkness was gone, replaced by a strange, unnatural brightness. They stood in an entirely new place, no longer in the monument, but somewhere far more alien, far more ancient. The landscape stretched out before them, a vast expanse of barren rock and jagged cliffs, bathed in a sickly, unnatural glow. The sky above was a swirling mass of violet and red, as if it were constantly on the verge of a storm, though no wind blew. The air was thick, oppressive, and smelled faintly of sulfur. The ground beneath them trembled as though the very world was alive, its pulse echoing through the soles of their boots. Kalen looked around, his mind struggling to process the sudden shift. This wasn't just another part of the monument, it was a place beyond it, a realm unlike anything he had ever encountered. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, though he knew it was useless in this strange land. Whatever they had awakened, it was not something that could be fought. "Where are we?" Lyra's voice broke the heavy silence, trembling with disbelief. Kalen turned to face her, his expression grim. He didn't have an answer. But deep in his gut, He knew that this place was tied to the monument they had entered. It was connected to whatever force had been stirring within it, and now that they were here, they were far from being in control of their fate. "I don't know," he muttered, his eyes scanning the horizon. "But we need to find out." "Stay close, Lyra." Her hand found his as they moved forward, cautiously stepping through the strange, desolate landscape. The earth beneath them seemed to shift with every step, as if it were alive and watching them. The faint rumble that had started when they first arrived continued, a constant reminder that this world was not empty, it was teeming with something ancient and forgotten. They walked for what felt like hours, though time seemed irrelevant in this place. The oppressive silence enveloped them, broken only by the occasional crack in the ground or the faint sound of distant whispers, as if the very air was alive with voices from another time. Kalen's eyes never stopped moving, always alert to any movement or sign of danger. It wasn't until they reached the base of a towering mountain that something shifted in the air. The ground before them cracked open, sending a series of shock waves through the earth, and from the fissure rose a figure, a towering, shadowy form that seemed to materialize from the very rock itself. Kalen drew his sword, ready to defend himself, though he knew it would do little against whatever this creature was. Lyra, too, prepared herself, though she appeared more curious than afraid, her eyes never leaving the figure that loomed over them. The creature was unlike anything Kalen had ever seen. It was tall and gaunt, its form shifting and flickering as though it were made of the very shadows around them. Its eyes were two glowing orbs of white fire, burning with an intelligence far beyond mortal understanding. Its voice echoed in their minds, deep and resonant. "You have awoken the lost world," it said, the words flowing not through the air, but directly into their consciousness. "You are not the first to tread here, but you will be the last." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. "Who are you? What is this place?" The shadowy figure tilted its head, as though amused by his question. "I am the keeper of the lost world, the guardian of its secrets. This place was once a thriving kingdom, a realm of unimaginable power. But it was lost to time, consumed by the very forces you have awakened. You have come here for knowledge." The keeper's voice lingered in their minds, vibrating with an ancient, unsettling resonance that seemed to shake the very air around them. Kalen and Lyra stood frozen, their eyes locked on the shifting figure before them, waiting for it to speak again. The ominous glow from its eyes burned like a beacon, casting long, unsettling shadows across the barren land. "You have come seeking answers," the keeper continued, its voice not a sound, but a thought that pressed against their consciousness. "But those answers come with a price. This world is not as it once was. It is but a memory, a shadow of what it was before the Great Fall." Kalen's heart quickened. He felt as though the very air around him was pressing in on his chest, suffocating him with the weight of the keeper's words. He wanted to speak, to demand more, but his mouth was dry, his words stuck somewhere deep inside him. Lyra, however, was not so easily silenced. "What happened here?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear that lingered in her eyes. "Why is this place so empty?" The keeper's form seemed to ripple, its presence growing more intense as it spoke. "This world was once a sanctuary, a place of knowledge and power beyond your reckoning. But it was consumed by greed, by the very forces that sought to control its power. The monuments, the symbols. They were all part of a greater design, a plan to unlock the heart of this world. A wave of unease washed over Kalen, and he glanced at Lyra, whose face mirrored his own confusion. The heart of this world? He asked, his voice trembling despite his attempts to remain calm. The keeper's eyes flickered, as though it could sense his growing anxiety. Yes. The heart of this world, the core of its power, is what you have come seeking. But it is not a gift to be taken lightly. The moment you awakened the monument, you bound yourselves to its fate. The heart has a will of its own, and those who seek it are often lost to it. Kalen swallowed hard. The air seemed to grow colder with each passing second, and he could feel a distant hum vibrating through the ground beneath them. The vibration seemed to pulse with a rhythm that was not of their world, a deep, resonant beat that reverberated through his bones. Lyra stepped forward, her brow furrowed in thought. "And what will happen to us if we continue?" she asked, her voice sharp but curious. The keeper's form flickered again, and for a moment, Kalen thought he saw a flash of something, an image, perhaps, behind the creature's eyes. Something ancient and terrible, full of regret. You will be drawn deeper into the lost world, into the heart of its power. The path ahead is treacherous. Many before you have fallen, lured by the promise of knowledge and power. Some have never returned. Others. The keeper's form seemed to grow darker, as if it were being consumed by shadow. Others have become part of this world, their spirits twisted by the very forces they sought to control. You must choose, and choose wisely. To continue is to surrender to the unknown. The words hung heavy in the air, their meaning settling like a stone in Kalen's chest. His mind raced. He had never imagined that their journey would lead them to this moment, to a choice so dire, so full of consequence. He looked at Lyra, his gaze searching for any sign of hesitation. But she stood firm, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "We have no choice," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, but there was a resolve in her eyes that made Kalen's heart race. "We've come this far. We can't turn back now." The keeper seemed to consider this for a long moment, its flickering form shifting with an almost imperceptible sigh. "So it is," it said, its voice a quiet murmur in the depths of their minds. "You will face what is to come, but understand this, you may awaken powers far beyond your control. And when you do, the world will be forever changed." Without warning, the keeper began to dissolve, its form fading into the shadows from which it had emerged. The vibrations in the air died down, and the oppressive silence returned. Kalen stood motionless for a moment, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the keeper had been, unsure of what to do next. Lyra broke the silence, her voice low and determined. "We have to move forward," she said, more to herself than to Kalen. "The heart is waiting, and we have no choice but to find it." Kalen nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. Every instinct told him that they were stepping into a danger greater than anything they had faced so far. The lost world was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, with its own desires and will. And whatever lay at the heart of it was more than they could possibly understand, but there was no turning back. They had made their choice, as they began to walk once more, the ground beneath their feet began to shift again. The landscape around them twisted, like the world itself was folding in on itself. The once barren land was now teeming with strange, twisting vegetation, plants that seemed to pulse with the same eerie glow that filled the sky. The air hummed with a strange energy, as if the very environment around them was alive, watching, waiting. The path ahead was unclear, but the feeling of the world closing in around them was undeniable. They pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the lost world and its heart, but as they moved deeper into the strange and shifting landscape, Kaylin couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, something ancient and powerful, and perhaps far more dangerous than they could ever imagine. The path was not just a journey through the physical world, it was a descent into something far darker, something that had been waiting for them all along. The air grew thicker with each step they took, as if the very atmosphere around them was pressing down, pulling them deeper into the core of the lost world. Kaylin's heart pounded in his chest, not just from the physical exertion of their journey, but from the growing sense of unease that gnawed at him from within. The words of the keeper echoed in his mind, "You may awaken powers far beyond your control." What had they truly unleashed by stepping into this world? And what awaited them at its heart? The landscape around them was a twisted mockery of nature, trees with gnarled branches that reached toward the sky like skeletal hands, their leaves glowing faintly with a sickly green hue. The ground beneath them shifted constantly, as though alive, as if the earth itself was restless, unsettled by their presence. Strange creatures, things that barely resembled animals, darted in and out of sight, their glowing eyes watching from the shadows, their movements erratic and unnatural. Lyra walked beside him, her face pale but determined, her eyes scanning their surroundings with the vigilance of someone who had seen the horrors this world held, yet refused to be cowed by them. "We must be getting closer," she said, her voice a soft murmur, almost lost in the strange hum that seemed to vibrate from the ground. "I can feel it, Kaylin. The pull of something, waiting for us." Kaylin nodded, though he couldn't bring himself to speak. His thoughts were too tangled, too overwhelmed by the enormity of their quest. Each step they took felt like it brought them closer to something they could neither fully understand nor control. The lost world, with all its twisting, ancient power, had a life of its own. And it wasn't just watching them, it was changing them, shaping them in ways they couldn't yet see. A sudden crack in the earth stopped them in their tracks. The ground before them split open with an ear-splitting sound, and from the fissure, a wave of dark, swirling mist began to pour out, coiling around them like a living thing. Kaylin's instincts screamed at him to retreat, but his feet remained frozen to the spot. The mist was thick, almost solid, and he could feel its coldness creep into his bones as it wrapped around him. Lyra gasped, stepping back, but the mist seemed to follow her movements, spreading and thickening with an almost sentient will. It swirled in the air, gathering at the edges of their vision, blocking their path forward. From within the mist, a figure emerged. It was tall and imposing, its form cloaked in shadows that seemed to melt and reform as it moved. Its face was obscured, but its presence radiated an overwhelming sense of ancient power, as though it had been here long before Kaylin or Lyra had ever set foot in this forsaken world. "You are close," the figure said, its voice a low, resonant hum that echoed within their minds, deep and eternal. "Closer than you know." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. The voice, though unfamiliar, held a chilling familiarity, like something buried deep within him, waiting to be unearthed. "What do you want?" Kalen demanded, his grip on his sword tightening, though he knew it was futile against whatever this creature was. "What is this place?" The figure tilted its head slightly, as if considering him with curiosity. "This place is what remains of a kingdom forgotten by time. A kingdom that sought to harness forces beyond comprehension, only to be consumed by them. You walk the path of those who came before you. And yet, you think you can control it. You cannot." Lyra stepped forward, her voice steady despite the unease that gripped her. "We are not here to control anything. We just want answers. The heart of this world. What is it?" The figure before them shifted, its presence both unsettling and fascinating. The dark mist continued to swirl around its form, as if it were a part of it, an extension of its very essence. The air thickened with a pressure that made it hard to breathe, each inhalation feeling like a weight pressing down on their chests. Kalen could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, as if every instinct in his body was screaming to turn and flee, yet something deeper within him. Something tied to the ancient pull of the lost world, anchored him in place. Lyra's voice broke through the suffocating silence once more, her words measured but filled with determination. "We don't want to control this world. We're here to understand it. What happened to it? What happened to the people who lived here? And why has it been forgotten?" The figure's head tilted further, its shadowy form rippling like a dark, liquid substance. There was something terrifyingly otherworldly about it, as though it was not entirely bound to the same rules of existence as Kalen and Lyra. For a long moment, the figure did not answer, and the world around them seemed to hold its breath. Finally, the figure spoke again, its voice like a distant thunderstorm rumbling from far away. "You speak of understanding, but the heart of this world is not for your understanding. It is a force too ancient, too powerful, and too dangerous for those who are not prepared. Even now, as you draw closer to it, you risk becoming a part of it. The heart consumes all who seek it with desires of control or power. Those who come in search of knowledge are twisted by it, just as the kingdom that once thrived here was twisted." Kalen clenched his fists, his mind racing with the implications of the figure's words. "What do you mean? What happened to the kingdom?" The figure's shadowy form seemed to ripple again, as if caught in a memory too painful to reveal in its entirety. "The kingdom was once a beacon of civilization and enlightenment. The rulers sought to unlock the secrets of the world itself, believing they could harness its power to bring about an era of prosperity. But they were blinded by their own ambition, and in their quest for more, they drew too close to the heart. And in doing so, they unleashed a force far greater than they could control." Lyra stepped forward, her brow furrowed with thought. "And what was the heart? What is it, really?" The figure's eyes, though unseen, seemed to focus on her, a cold silence hanging in the air. After a long pause, the figure finally spoke. Its voice now laced with sorrow. "The heart is the core of this world, the very essence of life and death. It is both creator and destroyer. In the beginning, it gave life to the world, shaping its creatures, its plants, its very existence. But as time passed, those who sought to control it began to warp its nature. They turned it into something else, something that could bend to their will. The heart was never meant to be controlled. And when they tried, it turned against them. Kalen felt a chill crawl down his spine. The weight of the figure's words pressed heavily on him, and for the first time, he wondered if their journey had been a mistake. They had come here seeking knowledge, believing they could understand the forces that had shaped this world. But now, the more they learned, the more he realized how little they truly knew. Is there no way to stop it? Kalen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The figure paused, as if considering the question. When it spoke again, its tone was grave, almost mournful. You ask if there is a way to stop it, but the heart is not something you can stop. It is a force that is beyond the grasp of any mortal. It is not something you fight, it is something you endure, or it will consume you as it has consumed so many before. There are no victors in its wake, only those who are lost. The words hung in the air like a thick fog. And for a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the distant wind, a cold, hollow whistle that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. Lyra, however, did not waver. She took another step forward, her expression hardening, her voice steady. Then we will endure. If there is a way to stop what happened to this place from happening again, we will find it. We can't let this place, or its heart, fall into darkness forever. The figure seemed to regard her for a long moment, and Kalen could feel the weight of its gaze, though he still could not see its eyes. Finally, it spoke, its voice almost too soft to hear. You have the strength to endure, perhaps. But the price of your resolve may be higher than you can imagine. With that, the figure began to dissolve into the mist, its form fading into the swirling darkness from which it had emerged. The last remnants of its presence lingered for a moment longer, and then it was gone, leaving Kalen and Lyra standing in the eerie silence of the lost world. For a moment, neither of them spoke, both lost in thought. The weight of the figure's words pressed heavily on them, and Kalen could feel the shift in the air as the landscape around them seemed to pulse with life, as if the world itself was waiting for them to make their next move. Finally, Lyra broke the silence. We can't turn back now, she said, her voice filled with quiet determination. The heart is waiting. And we have to face it. We can't let it consume everything. Kalen nodded slowly, though doubt still lingered in his mind. The heart of the lost world was not just a physical place, it was a force, an ancient power that defied understanding. They had come seeking answers, but the more they learned, the less they truly knew. Still, there was no turning back. They had come too far, and the path ahead was clear. No matter how dark it seemed, they continued their journey, the mist swirling around them once again, the world stretching out before them like a vast, unknowable expanse. And in the distance, the heart of the lost world pulsed, waiting for them to arrive. The mist thickened as they journeyed deeper into the lost world. With every step, Kalen felt the oppressive weight of the place grow heavier, as though the land itself were testing their resolve. The trees, twisted and gnarled, seemed to close in around them, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out in silent warning. The ground beneath their feet shifted constantly, a strange, unsettling sensation that made Kalen's stomach churn. It was as though the earth itself was alive, shifting with a mind of its own, watching their every movement with a sentience that defied explanation. Lyra walked beside him, her gaze sharp, her hand never straying far from the hilt of her blade. She too could feel the strange unease in the air, the sensation that they were being drawn deeper into something far beyond their control. The lost world had a way of pulling you in, its mysteries and dangers intertwining until it was impossible to separate one from the other. Kalen, Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts, soft but firm. We're getting close. I can feel it. He nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure whether he should be relieved or fearful. The deeper they went, the more the landscape seemed to shift, the more it felt as though they were crossing some invisible threshold, and once they crossed it, there would be no return. The lost world was not a place for the faint of heart, it was a place that could consume you, reshape you, and if you weren't careful, it would leave you as nothing more than a shadow of your former self. What do you think lies ahead? Kalen asked, his voice low. Lyra's eyes flickered to the horizon, where the mist parted slightly, revealing a jagged mountain range in the distance. Dark shapes shifted atop the peaks, and in the faint light, Kalen could just make out the silhouette of what looked like a fortress, its towering spires reaching into the sky like the fingers of some long-dead god. The structure seemed ancient, its stonework weathered and eroded by time, but still standing strong against the winds that whipped across the plains. I think we're about to find out, Lyra said, her tone resolute. The air grew colder as they drew closer to the mountain range. The winds howled around them, carrying with them the scent of something long forgotten, something ancient and dangerous. The mist parted further as they approached the foot of the mountains, revealing the entrance to a narrow pass that led upward toward the fortress. It was as if the mountains themselves were welcoming them, or perhaps daring them to enter. Kalen took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the air press down on him. The silence around them was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind and the distant, eerie sound of what could have been footsteps, slow, deliberate, like something, or someone, was following them. Stay alert, Kalen said quietly, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. I don't trust this place, Lyra nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows that seemed to dance at the edges of their vision. The fortress loomed ahead, its dark silhouette cutting a stark contrast against the pale sky. There was something unsettling about it, something that made the hairs on the back of Kalen's neck stand on end. The closer they got, the more he could feel the weight of the place pressing down on them, an ancient power that had been dormant for eons, now waking with their every step. As they entered the narrow pass, the ground beneath them seemed to shift again, causing them to stagger slightly. The walls of the pass were steep, rising up on either side like the cliffs of some forgotten world. Strange markings covered the stone, symbols that Kalen didn't recognize, but which seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie light. These symbols, Lyra murmured, reaching out to touch one of the carvings. They're old. Older than anything I've seen before. Almost like some kind of warning. Kalen's gaze lingered on the markings, his mind racing. Could they be a warning? Or were they meant to guide them? The uncertainty gnawed at him, but there was no turning back now. They had come too far, and the fortress was only a short distance away. They moved on, the pass narrowing further as they climbed higher into the mountains. The wind grew colder, the air thinner, and Kalen could feel the faintest prickling of magic in the air. It was subtle at first, a fleeting sensation, but it grew stronger with every step they took, until it was a tangible force, pressing against their skin, their thoughts. "Do you feel that?" Kalen asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lyra nodded, her eyes narrowed in concentration. "It's magic, strong magic. I think we're getting closer to whatever it is that lies within the fortress." They continued onward, the mist swirling around them, the walls of the pass tightening until there was barely enough room for them to move. The air was thick now, heavy with the weight of ancient power, and the sound of their footsteps seemed to echo unnaturally, as if the pass itself were listening to them. Then, suddenly, the walls of the pass opened up, and before them stood the entrance to the fortress. The doors were massive, made of blackened stone, and covered in more of the strange symbols they had seen on the walls of the pass. The doors were ajar, just slightly, as if beckoning them inside. Kalen's breath caught in his throat as he stepped forward. The presence of the fortress, the magic emanating from it, was overwhelming. It was as though the entire world had shifted, and they were standing on the edge of something far greater than they could comprehend. "This is it," Kalen said, his voice steady despite the fear that clawed at his chest. "The heart of the lost world." Lyra nodded, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. "Let's hope we're ready for whatever we find inside." Together, they stepped into the fortress, the doors creaking closed behind them as if sealing them inside. The air was thick with the scent of ancient stone and something darker, something more sinister. The fortress was alive with magic, its corridors stretching out before them like veins of some ancient, long-forgotten creature, and as they ventured deeper into the heart of the lost world, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were not just walking toward the end of their journey, but the beginning of something far more dangerous. The fortress was eerily silent, save for the soft echoes of their footsteps reverberating off the stone walls. Kalen's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as he and Lyra ventured deeper into the darkness, the weight of the ancient place pressing in on them with every step. The further they went, the less light there seemed to be. Even though the sky outside was clear, within the fortress, the shadows were thick, absorbing the faint glow that managed to filter through the cracks in the stone. Lyra's voice broke the silence. "This place feels wrong," she said, her words barely audible. She didn't need to elaborate. The sense of dread in the air was palpable, settling into their bones like a heavy cloak. The air was thick with an ancient power that felt as though it had been dormant for centuries, waiting for someone, or something, to awaken it. They moved through a grand hall, its walls covered in intricate carvings, some of which seemed to shift and change as they passed, as though watching them. The hall stretched out before them, seemingly endless, the ceiling disappearing into the darkness above. The walls were lined with statues, each one more grotesque than the last, figures twisted in contorted poses, faces frozen in expressions of terror and agony. "This is no ordinary fortress," Kalen muttered, his voice low, as if speaking any louder might disturb something far more dangerous lurking in the shadows. Lyra didn't respond at first. She was studying one of the statues, her brow furrowed as she traced a strange symbol carved into the base. "Look at this," she said, pointing it out. "This symbol, it's the same as the ones we saw on the pass. But there's something different about it, something hidden." Kalen stepped closer, peering at the symbol. It was faint, almost as if it had been deliberately worn away, but there was a distinct energy radiating from it, a pulse that seemed to align with the beating of his own heart. "Do you think it's magic?" Kalen asked, his voice cautious. "I don't know," Lyra replied, her hand hovering over the symbol. "But whatever it is, it's not just decorative. These markings are a part of this place, maybe even the key to understanding it." A low rumble echoed through the halls, causing the floor beneath them to tremble. The walls seemed to groan, as though the very structure of the fortress was waking from a long slumber. "Something's happening," Kalen said, his eyes scanning the dark corners of the hall. "We need to move." Now, they pressed forward, moving through the shadowed corridors, every sense on high alert. The further they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as though the walls themselves were closing in around them. The air grew colder still, and Kalen could feel the hairs on the back of his neck prickle with unease. The sound of footsteps reached their ears, soft at first, but growing louder as they approached a large set of double doors. They hesitated for only a moment before pushing them open, revealing a vast chamber beyond. The room was unlike anything they had seen before. It was circular, the walls lined with ancient tapestries, their colors faded with age, depicting scenes of battles and strange, monstrous creatures. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, its surface glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal light. Upon it rested a single object, a crystal, large and multifaceted, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It was beautiful, but its beauty was tinged with a sense of danger. As though it held a power beyond comprehension, Kalen stepped forward, drawn to the crystal as though it were calling to him. His heart raced, and his thoughts became clouded. He could feel the pull of the crystal deep within him, a magnetic force that seemed to resonate with something inside his very soul. "No," Lyra's voice cut through his fogged thoughts, sharp and urgent. "Kalen, don't touch it." But it was too late. His hand reached out, fingers brushing the surface of the crystal. In that instant, the ground beneath them cracked, the walls shuddering as if some ancient beast were awakening from its slumber. The crystal flared with light, blinding Kalen for a moment, and then a powerful shockwave erupted from the pedestal. Sending them both sprawling to the ground, Kalen gasped for air, his vision swimming as he pushed himself up, his body shaking with the aftershocks of the blast. The crystal, now glowing brighter than before, hovered in midair, suspended by an invisible force. A deep, guttural sound filled the room, reverberating through the stone walls like the roar of some immense creature. "What have we done?" Lyra whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Kalen looked around, the room now shifting before his eyes. The walls seemed to bend and twist, the once straight lines warping into grotesque forms. Shadows moved within the shifting walls, and Kalen could hear the faint whispers of voices, voices that seemed to come from the very heart of the fortress itself. "We've awoken something," Kalen said, his voice hoarse. "We've disturbed its slumber." The crystal continued to glow, casting eerie, dancing lights across the walls. And then, from the darkness beyond the pedestal, something stirred. It was slow at first, like a ripple through the air, but soon, shapes began to form out of the shadows. Tall, humanoid figures emerged, their eyes glowing with a fierce, unnatural light. They were not alive, not in the traditional sense. Their bodies were translucent, shimmering like smoke, and their forms seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The figures moved toward them, their footsteps silent but ominous. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. These were no ordinary spirits, They were guardians, protectors of the lost world, bound to the fortress by the very magic that had been disturbed. Lyra drew her blade, her knuckles white as she gripped the hilt. "We need to fight," she said, her voice low but steady. Kalen nodded grimly, his hand reaching for his own sword. But before they could prepare themselves, the ground trembled again, and the figures halted. Their eyes locked onto Kalen and Lyra, and for a moment, there was silence. The crystal, suspended in the air, pulsed with power. Then, a voice, deep, resonant, and ancient, echoed through the chamber. "Why have you come?" The question was not spoken aloud but felt in their very minds, like an intrusion upon their thoughts. Kalen felt the weight of the voice press upon him, as though it were trying to pierce his very soul. "We came to find answers," Kalen replied, his voice trembling. "We didn't mean to disturb anything." The voice interrupted him, its tone colder now, almost mocking. "Answers," it rumbled. "You seek what cannot be known. You are not prepared for what lies ahead." Kalen and Lyra exchanged a glance, both knowing that there was no turning back. They had already crossed the threshold, and now they would face whatever consequences awaited them. And then, the Guardians moved forward, their hands raised, and Kalen could feel the weight of their power pressing in on him. The air was thick with the heavy scent of ancient stone and dust, and the temperature in the chamber plummeted, each breath they took freezing in the cold, thick atmosphere. The towering figures of shadow that surrounded them did not move immediately, but Kalen could feel the intensity of their gaze, even if their eyes were shrouded in darkness. His pulse quickened, a knot of dread tightening in his chest. Lyra's sword gleamed faintly in the dim light, but she did not raise it. Instead, she stood motionless beside Kalen, her eyes darting between the shadows and the crystal hovering before them. She could feel it too, the presence of the Guardians, their power suffocating, reaching out like tendrils of ice. The ground trembled beneath their feet again, as though the very earth were warning them of the danger that had awoken. The voices in their heads, the ancient whispers, filled the silence, lingering in the spaces between their thoughts. Kalen swallowed, trying to steady his breath, but the voice continued, its reverberations shaking his very core. "Who dares awaken us?" the voice asked again, its tone deep, echoing like the rumble of distant thunder. "We didn't mean to," Kalen said, his voice more confident than he felt. "We came seeking the truth, the lost world, its history, its legacy. We only wanted to understand." The figures, their forms ever shifting, took one step closer. The air seemed to grow heavier with each movement they made, as though their presence itself was pushing down on everything around them. Kalen couldn't help but notice that they did not have the same features as men or women. Instead, their faces were vague, shifting in a slow, surreal dance, like shadows of forgotten nightmares. "You dare to understand what has been forgotten," the voice rumbled again. "What you seek cannot be undone, for the lost world has been sealed away for eternity. Its secrets are not for mortals." Lyra, standing beside Kalen, clenched her jaw and lifted her sword, but she didn't strike. Instead, she stepped closer to Kalen, whispering, "We need to be careful. We're dealing with something far older than we imagined." The voice, however, was not done. "You have disturbed the balance. You have opened a door that should never have been opened. The lost world is a prison, and now that you've found its key, there will be no escape from what you've unleashed." Kalen's heart thudded painfully in his chest. He felt the weight of the words sinking in. There had been no way to anticipate what they would face here, no way to understand the depth of the danger they were now caught in. The fortress wasn't just a place of forgotten history, it was a prison, a vessel for something that had been held back for centuries, something that should never have been awakened. What do you mean? Kalen asked, his voice cracking slightly despite his best efforts to sound calm. What have we unleashed? The Guardians' forms rippled and twisted as if they were struggling to maintain their shape. The air vibrated around them, and the voice that spoke was not one, but many, blending together like a chorus of ancient beings, their words overlapping in a way that was both disorienting and maddening. You have woken the Eternals, they said in unison. The ones who slumbered beneath the earth, bound by the will of the gods. You, the mortals, have broken the seal. The lost world's legacy is chaos, and now you are bound to it. The floor beneath their feet cracked. And Kalen stumbled backward, instinctively reaching for Lyra to steady himself. The ground rumbled as if something beneath it was stirring, awakening. He could feel the walls vibrating, the foundation of the fortress trembling as the air became thick with a terrible presence. Kalen, we need to leave, Lyra urged, her voice strained. We've made a mistake. Whatever is coming, the voice of the Guardians boomed again, louder and more insistent this time. You cannot escape. The price has already been paid, and the Eternals are free. There will be no retreat, no turning back. The world will burn, and you will be the heralds of its destruction. The crystal that had been suspended in midair suddenly flashed with an unearthly light. Its brilliance almost blinding. Kalen felt a sharp pain shoot through his chest as the light seared through him, the energy coursing through his body in jagged waves. He staggered forward, his vision blurring, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. No! He shouted, trying to force himself to stand tall, to resist the pull of the crystal. But it was as if the very light of it was draining the strength from his body, tugging at something deep within his soul. Lyra's eyes widened in horror as she saw the effect the crystal was having on him. She lunged forward, grabbing his arm to steady him, but the force of the light was too strong. For a moment, it felt as though she was fighting against an invisible current. The light trying to pull them both into its core. Kalen, no! Lyra screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the roar of energy that filled the room. The Guardians, watching this all unfold, remained silent for a moment, as though they were observing something far beyond their comprehension. Then, one of them spoke again, its voice now filled with an eerie calm. Do not fight it. The Eternals will claim what is theirs. The seal has been broken. In that moment, the crystal flared once more, and a shadow, vast and ancient, began to rise from the pedestal. It was impossible to see clearly, but Kalen felt its presence all around him. It was as though the very air itself had been consumed by it. The weight of its existence bearing down on him with unimaginable force. Lyra cried out in desperation, her hands reaching for Kalen, but the shadow loomed closer, stretching out like a dark cloud, and then, the world went silent, the light from the crystal dimmed, and the ground stilled. The Guardians' forms flickered, as if they, too, were being pulled into the vortex of the shadow. Kalen's mind swirled with confusion, pain, and fear, but amid it all, there was one undeniable truth that cut through it all. They had awakened something terrible, something that was beyond their control. the silence that followed the eruption of the crystal's light was deafening. For a moment, Kalen couldn't distinguish between reality and the blinding afterimages that danced before his eyes. His heart hammered against his ribcage, every beat reverberating in the still air, as though it was an echo of something far older and darker. He gasped for breath, but the air felt thin, almost suffocating, its chill sharp and biting. Lyra's voice, strained and distant, cut through the haze. "Kalen. Kalen, are you all right?" He could barely hear her over the pounding in his ears. Slowly, he forced himself to focus, blinking rapidly to clear the fog from his mind. His legs felt weak, as though the very force of the crystal's light had drained the strength from his bones. His body trembled. But he clutched Lyra's arm, trying to steady himself. I'm fine," Kalen managed, though his voice was shaky. "But what was that? What did we just unleash?" He turned to face her, but her expression was pale, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Her sword was still in her hand, but she held it loosely, as though even she didn't know what to do with it now. Her gaze flickered to the pedestal where the crystal had once been, but the stone was now empty. The pedestal cracked and shattered, as if it had been torn apart by an unseen force. The shadow, whatever it had been, was gone. But its presence lingered, like a dark stain on the very air itself. The walls of the chamber still hummed with a faint, unsettling energy, and Kalen could feel the weight of something ancient watching them, waiting. "We've awakened something," Lyra said, her voice soft but urgent. "Something that should have remained locked away. We don't even know what it is, Kalen. But I can feel it, like it's everywhere, all around us." Kalen swallowed hard, glancing around the chamber. The guardians had disappeared, their dark forms vanishing into the shadows as if they had never been there. But their words, those chilling words, echoed in his mind. The Eternals. The ones who had been sealed beneath the earth. What did it all mean? What had they released upon this world, and why had the crystal reacted the way it did? As he tried to gather his thoughts, the ground beneath their feet shifted again, sending a tremor through the air. The walls groaned in protest, as if the entire fortress were responding to some unseen force. Then, without warning, the sound of something shifting in the distance reached Kalen's ears. It was a low, guttural rumble, like the earth itself was opening. "Kalen," Lyra whispered, her grip tightening on his arm. "We need to leave. Whatever this is, it's not done. I can feel it, it's coming." Kalen nodded, a cold dread settling in his stomach. He had no idea what they had just awoken, but he could sense its power. It was as if something ancient, something primal, was now free. And it was moving, shifting beneath the earth, growing stronger with each passing moment. He forced his body to move, though every instinct in him screamed to run in the opposite direction. The light from the crystal was fading, but the atmosphere in the chamber seemed to thicken, the shadows stretching and shifting like living things, creeping closer. As Kalen and Lyra turned toward the exit, the ground quaked once more, and the distant rumbling grew louder, more violent. It was as if the entire fortress was waking up, reacting to the power that had been unleashed. The walls shuddered, and a massive crack split the floor at their feet, widening quickly as if some vast force beneath was pushing its way to the surface. Kalen stumbled back, instinctively reaching for Lyra's hand to pull her to safety, but the crack was growing faster than he could run. They had no time to escape. Then, in the center of the room, the shadows began to coalesce once more. At first, it was only a whisper, a faint murmur that drifted through the chamber like a breeze. But then the murmur grew louder, clearer. The voices of the guardians, those deep, resonant tones that had spoken to them earlier, returned, but now there was something more. The shadows began to swirl around the crack in the floor, thick and swirling like a storm, and from the heart of that darkness, a figure began to rise, a silhouette, impossibly tall. Its form stretching and shifting as if it were made of shadows themselves. Kalen could feel its presence before he even saw it, a suffocating weight pressing in on him, as though the very air was being drawn into this figure's presence. Lyra took a step back, her breath catching in her throat. She raised her sword, her grip tight, her stance defensive. "What is that?" she breathed, her voice barely audible. Kalen had no answer. He could only watch as the figure took shape, its features becoming clearer with each passing second. It was like nothing he had ever seen, an entity forged from the very essence of darkness, yet somehow illuminated by an otherworldly light that seemed to shimmer from within. Its form was draped in flowing robes of shadow, and its face, if it could be called a face, was a mask of nothingness, void and empty, save for two glowing eyes, black as night, piercing and cold. For a moment, Kalen couldn't move. He stood frozen, his mind racing, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. The figure's voice, if it could be called a voice, was a low, resonant hum, vibrating in Kalen's chest like the sound of a distant bell tolling. "You have awakened us," it said, its voice both distant and immediate, as though it was coming from everywhere at once. "Now, the world will feel the weight of its awakening." Kalen's heart sank. The entity, the being before him, was no mere guardian. It was something far older, far more powerful. It was the force that had been sealed away, the power that had been dormant for centuries. And now, it was free. A new wave of tremors shook the ground beneath their feet. The walls of the fortress cracked and crumbled, the ceiling groaning as if the very structure of the building could no longer contain the power within. The entire world seemed to tremble in response to the figure's presence, as if the earth itself were alive and aware of the forces stirring beneath the surface. Lyra stepped forward, sword raised, her voice filled with resolve. "We won't let you destroy everything." The figure's eyes flashed, and for a moment, Kalen thought he saw something akin to amusement in its dark gaze. "Destroy," it whispered. "I do not seek destruction. I seek balance." But Kalen could sense the lie in its words. This being, whatever it was, held no interest in balance. Its presence was a harbinger of something far more terrifying, a force of annihilation. The figure raised its hand, and the shadows around them seemed to pulse, moving like waves in an ocean, swelling and crashing against the walls. The ground cracked open wider, revealing a deep chasm, a black void beneath them. And from that darkness, something began to stir, a presence that could not be ignored. "We have come to reclaim what is ours," the figure said, its voice a whisper now, almost too soft to hear. "And the world will burn in the flames of our return." The world around them was beginning to collapse, and Kalen realized with a sinking feeling that there was no escape, not now. They had released something that could not be stopped. The abyss beneath them seemed to swallow everything in its path. The cracks in the floor deepened, and the shadows shifted like living things, pulling the very light from the air. Kalen's chest tightened as the entity's presence pressed in on him, suffocating, like the weight of an ancient storm gathering in the heavens. Lyra's grip tightened on her sword, but even she could feel the futility in the gesture. There was no physical enemy here, no simple force to combat. This was something far beyond their comprehension, something old and unfathomable. A force that had been slumbering for eons, now awakened with terrifying power. The figure, the being that had risen from the darkness, hovered above the chasm, its shape flickering and wavering like smoke caught in an unnatural wind. The air hummed with its energy, vibrating through the ground beneath them. It was as though the very fabric of reality was warping around it. Kalen's breath was shallow, each inhale strained. What is this thing? His voice was barely a whisper, the words lost in the overwhelming presence of the shadow. The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, it raised its arms, and the shadows around them stretched outward, creeping along the walls and floor. Like tendrils of smoke, reaching for everything in their path. The walls groaned under the pressure, and the stone seemed to bend and twist as if it were being pulled apart from the inside. It is nothing, the figure finally said, its voice like the grinding of ancient stones. And it is everything. I am the end of an age, the beginning of another. The world shall be remade in my image. Lyra stepped forward, her face set with grim determination. Not while we stand here. We won't let you destroy everything. Whatever you are, you're not invincible. The entity's glowing eyes flickered, its gaze falling upon Lyra, and for a moment, Kalen saw something shift within the depths of those dark orbs, something that resembled curiosity. You still think you can fight me, child? The words were cold, mocking. Do you truly believe that steel and blood can stop what is already in motion? Lyra's jaw tightened, but Kalen could see the doubt creeping into her eyes. It was one thing to stand firm against human enemies, even powerful ones, but this was something else entirely. There was no malice in its voice, only a cold inevitability, as if the destruction it promised was as natural as the passing of time. The ground trembled again, and the shadows surrounding them pulsed with renewed intensity. It was like a heartbeat, a rhythm, but Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't the heartbeat of life. No. It was the pulse of something far older, something that had been asleep for millennia. We must leave, Kalen said, his voice hoarse, though his mind screamed in protest. It was impossible to think clearly with the darkness pressing in so tightly. We have to warn the others. This isn't just about us anymore. Lyra hesitated, her gaze lingering on the figure as it drifted closer, its form almost fluid in its motion. She lowered her sword, but only slightly, her knuckles still white from her grip. You think we can just run? Do you think that thing will just let us leave? Kalen's eyes darted from the figure to the growing cracks in the fortress's walls. He could feel the weight of the structure's imminent collapse. The tremors growing more violent by the second. We don't have a choice. We can't defeat it here, not like this. The figure spoke again, its voice a low murmur, vibrating in the air. It is too late for escape. The world has already begun to unravel. I have already opened the way. It is only a matter of time before everything you know is lost to the void. Kalen's heart lurched at the words. He had never heard such certainty in an enemy's voice, never such confidence. And yet, even as the figure spoke, Kalen's mind raced. There had to be something, some weakness, some way to turn the tide. The darkness, for all its power, was not all-knowing. It could not have foreseen everything. If they were careful, if they could make it back to the others, he grabbed Lyra's arm and pulled her toward the nearest exit, but the shadows around them thickened, swirling violently like a storm at sea. The air grew colder, heavier with each step, until Kalen felt as though he were wading through thick fog. His chest constricted, the pressure building with each breath he took. Lyra fought to break free from his grip, though her voice was barely audible. Kalen, we can't outrun this. It's already here. There's no escape from it. I know, he said, his words sharp with desperation. But we have to try. They moved toward the corridor, the walls closing in around them, and Kalen's mind raced. He had to get them out of here. He had to get Lyra to safety. But even as the thought formed, the ground quaked again, this time with such force that the entire corridor shuddered beneath their feet. A jagged crack split the stone, and the ceiling began to collapse above them. Move! Kalen shouted, urgency driving his steps as he pushed Lyra forward, but there was no time. The collapse of the ceiling blocked their path, a wall of stone and debris that fell faster than they could react. They were trapped. Lyra stumbled back, her eyes wide with panic. Kalen, no. We can't. Before she could finish her sentence, the figure's voice rang out, sharp and cutting through the noise of the collapsing fortress. Flee if you wish. You cannot outrun what you have awakened. The shadows rippled and twisted, as if reacting to the figure's command, and the darkness coiled in around them like a living thing, pulling the light from the air, from their very souls. It was as if the abyss itself were consuming everything in its path, ready to drag them into the void, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, the shadows paused. Kalen froze, his pulse hammering in his ears. For a moment, the world hung in suspended silence. And then the figure's voice, now softer, yet no less menacing, whispered to them once more, "You are but insects beneath the wheel of time. But if you wish to try and stop what is coming, I will grant you one last gift." Kalen's breath caught in his throat. A gift? Before he could react, the shadows surged again, this time toward them, toward the center of the chasm, growing, folding inward, creating a barrier between them and the way out. But then, as the darkness closed in on them, the faintest shimmer of light broke through the blackness, glimmering like a distant star. For a brief, fleeting moment, Kalen thought he saw a way out. The shimmering light pierced through the overwhelming darkness like a beacon of hope, fragile but undeniable. Kalen's heart raced, his instincts screaming for him to act. It was as if that brief glimmer held the key to their survival. A chance to escape this nightmare before it consumed everything. Lyra. He shouted, urgency thick in his voice. That light. We have to reach it. Lyra's eyes were wide with shock, her sword still held tightly in her hand as she looked toward the glowing sliver. For a moment, it seemed as though the darkness itself was reluctant to let go, as if it resisted the intrusion of light in its domain. The shadows flickered and hissed, the very air thickening, pressing down on them with an oppressive weight, but Kalen didn't hesitate. He reached for her, gripping her arm and pulling her forward toward the faint glow. The fortress around them continued to tremble, its walls cracking and crumbling with each passing moment. As if the world itself were unraveling in response to the presence of the ancient force they had released, the shadows snapped at their heels, coiling like serpents, but the light, weak as it was, seemed to push them back, forcing the darkness to recede ever so slightly. "Don't look back," Kalen urged, his voice tense. "Just keep moving." Lyra's breath was ragged as she followed, her footsteps echoing through the collapsing hull. "I don't understand. What is that light? How is it even here?" Kalen could hardly answer her question, for he didn't know. He had no idea what it was or where it had come from, but he felt in his bones that it was their only chance. He pushed on, his mind locked on the distant glow that flickered ahead. They reached the source of the light, and as Kalen stepped closer, he saw it, a crack in the wall, a narrow seam where the stone had split apart, releasing a soft, ethereal radiance. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cut through the pervasive blackness that threatened to swallow them whole. "Go," Kalen urged, his heart pounding as he grabbed Lyra's hand once more. "Through the crack, now." Without waiting for a response, Kalen ducked through the narrow opening, pulling Lyra along with him. They tumbled into the space beyond, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the weight of the shadows lifted. The oppressive, suffocating presence that had been bearing down on them began to recede. Though the danger was far from over, Kalen scrambled to his feet, his legs unsteady, but he didn't stop. He had no time to hesitate. He glanced back only once, catching a glimpse of the chasm they had narrowly escaped. The swirling darkness had not followed them, but it hovered, watching, waiting for their return. "Where are we?" Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar space they had entered. They were no longer in the collapsing fortress. Instead, they had found themselves in a vast, open cavern, its size impossible to comprehend. The cavern stretched out in all directions, the ceiling lost in shadow. But the air here was different. It felt alive. Like it was breathing, and yet it was still, untouched by the chaos they had just fled. The faint glow from the crack in the wall illuminated the cavern's entrance, but beyond that, everything was shrouded in near total darkness. "This place," Kalen muttered, more to himself than to Lyra. He couldn't shake the feeling that they had stepped into something ancient, something forgotten, another layer of the world, hidden deep beneath the earth, untouched by time. The ground beneath them was uneven, covered in jagged stone and loose gravel. The air smelled of earth, damp and rich, but also something more, something primal, like the heartbeat of the world itself. "I've never seen anything like this," Lyra said, stepping cautiously into the cavern. "It feels..." She hesitated, as though searching for the right word. "It feels like we've crossed into another world entirely." Kalen nodded, his gaze scanning the darkness around them. The cavern seemed endless, stretching farther than the eye could see. And yet, somewhere deep within, Kalen felt a strange pull, like an invisible force guiding them forward, beckoning them deeper into the unknown. What now? Lyra asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her eyes. Kalen took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. The figure they had encountered, the being from the shadows, had made it clear that the world was already changing. That the awakening of the ancient force they had unleashed was only the beginning. There was no going back now. They had to move forward. I think we need to find out what's in here, Kalen said, his voice calm but firm. If the darkness was waiting for us outside, then we have to understand what's in this place. There's something here, something tied to everything we've uncovered. Lyra looked at him, her expression unreadable. You think there's something more? Something that can stop what we've set in motion? I don't know, Kalen admitted, but if there's any chance of stopping this, of saving what's left of the world, we need to understand what we're dealing with. We've uncovered something. Lyra. A force beyond anything we've ever faced. Lyra nodded slowly, then stepped forward, her sword still held tightly in her hand. Then let's find it, she said, determination in her voice. Kalen followed her, the two of them venturing further into the cavern. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to change, growing colder, heavier. The faint glow from the crack in the wall began to fade, swallowed by the vastness of the cavern, and the darkness seemed to close in on them once more. They moved cautiously, every step reverberating in the stillness of the cavern. It felt as though they were being watched, observed by something unseen, something far older than they could imagine. The silence pressed in on them, thick and oppressive, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing off the cavern's walls, and then, in the distance, Kalen saw it, a faint light, glowing with a soft, eerie radiance. It was too far to reach in one step, but it beckoned to him. There, deep within the cavern, something awaited them. He didn't know what it was or what they would find, but one thing was certain, they had no choice but to go toward it. Kalen's pulse quickened as the faint light ahead flickered like a distant star caught in the suffocating void of the cavern. It was an odd thing, unnatural in its glow, as though it pulsed with life of its own. He glanced over at Lyra. Her face set in determination, her grip on her sword firm but steady. What do you think it is? She asked quietly, as if afraid that speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile silence around them. Kalen didn't answer immediately, his eyes never leaving the light. The pull he felt towards it was growing stronger, almost magnetic. It wasn't just curiosity, it was something deeper, something primal, like an ancient call awakening deep inside of him. I don't know, Kalen finally said, his voice low. But I think we'll find the answers we've been looking for. Lyra didn't say anything else. She just nodded, her steps quickening as they both moved towards the light. The air grew colder as they advanced, their breath visible in the damp, stagnant atmosphere. It was as if they were moving through a place where time no longer existed, where the rules of the world they had known no longer applied. The cavern stretched on endlessly, its walls lined with strange formations, crystals, stalactites, and odd carvings that Kalen couldn't make out in the dim light. But none of it mattered now. All that mattered was that light ahead. It was so close now, just beyond the next bend in the path, as if it was waiting for them. As they rounded the corner, the source of the light came into full view. At first, it was nothing more than a faint glimmer, a translucent orb floating suspended in midair. But as they drew nearer, The orb grew clearer, and Kalen's breath caught in his chest. Inside the orb, the light seemed to swirl, shifting and coiling like liquid fire. The orb itself was surrounded by a faint mist, a soft, ethereal haze that seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as Kalen's own heartbeat. "What is that?" Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe and trepidation. She took a step back, eyes wide as she studied the orb, but Kalen couldn't pull himself away. He stepped forward, his hand reaching out as though drawn by an unseen force. The orb shimmered in response, the light inside swirling more intensely. He could feel something in the air, like a charge building. The very atmosphere thick with energy. His fingers brushed the surface of the orb, a shockwave of power exploded through him. His body jerked back, a cry of surprise escaping his lips, but the force wasn't painful. It was invigorating. The light seemed to surge through his veins, and for a moment, he saw flashes, visions, like fragments of a forgotten dream, a towering city, its spires gleaming in the light of twin moons. A vast forest, ancient and untouched, stretching as far as the eye could see. And then, a massive storm, clouds swirling in a vortex as dark as the abyss itself, tearing apart the world. The visions flashed so quickly that Kalen couldn't catch them all, but the emotions they stirred within him were undeniable. Fear, longing, sorrow, and hope, all of it crashed into him in a rush, overwhelming his senses. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, gasping for air as his heart raced wildly in his chest. "Kalen." Lyra's voice cut through the disorienting rush of images. Her hands were on him, pulling him upright, her face a mask of concern. "What's happening? Are you okay?" Kalen blinked, the world around him slowly coming back into focus. The visions faded, the light from the orb dimming, leaving only the faint glow that had drawn them here. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, but something inside of him felt different now. A strange connection had been made, a bond forged between him and whatever power resided within the orb. I'm fine," he said, his voice shaky. "But there's something here, Lyra. Something ancient. And it's connected to everything." Lyra frowned, glancing warily at the orb. "I don't like this, Kalen. It feels wrong, like we're not supposed to be here." "I know," Kalen admitted, his voice quieter now. "But we have to understand it. This is the key. Whatever's been unleashed, whatever's coming, it's tied to this place." Lyra shook her head, but she didn't argue. She was scared, Kalen could see that, but she trusted him. She always had. And that trust, that bond between them, made him feel stronger, more certain. He stood up, pushing himself to his feet. The orb still hovered before them. Its glow steady but not blinding. It seemed to pulse, almost like it was waiting for them to act, as if it was aware of their presence and anticipated their next move. "Do you think it's alive?" Lyra asked, her voice hesitant. Kalen didn't answer right away. He was too lost in the swirling energy that surrounded them, too focused on the strange pull he still felt deep inside. He reached out again, this time more cautiously, his hand hovering just before the orb. It responded to him, the light within shifting in patterns, as if communicating with him, or perhaps testing him. "What is this place?" Kalen muttered to himself, his eyes locked on the orb. Why is it here? Without warning, the orb suddenly flared brighter, its light flooding the cavern and casting long shadows across the walls. Kalen instinctively stepped back, his heart racing, but the orb didn't react in a threatening way. Instead, it began to shimmer and twist, its shape morphing into something else, something more solid. The energy in the air grew more intense, and Kalen felt as though the very ground beneath him was shifting. The cavern seemed to breathe with them, its walls expanding and contracting like the chest of a living creature. And then, as quickly as it had started, the light began to fade, the orb shrinking back into itself. Kalen's heart skipped a beat. The orb wasn't just a source of power, it was a gateway. He could feel it in his bones. And with that realization, he knew that what lay beyond the orb was far more dangerous and far more powerful than anything they had faced before. Get ready, Kalen whispered, turning to Lyra. We've just opened the door to something far older than us. And I think we've just become its next guardians. Lyra's expression hardened, her sword raised as she prepared for whatever came next. Kalen's grip tightened on the hilt of his blade as well. They were about to step into the unknown. And there was no turning back now. The orb had collapsed into itself, its once radiant light dimming to a faint, almost imperceptible glow, like the last embers of a dying fire. The cavern seemed to grow heavier around them, the air thick with an ancient tension. Kalen could feel it in his bones, the shift, the awakening of something long dormant. Whatever this place was, whatever force they had disturbed, it was not pleased with their presence. Lyra's hand tightened around her sword hilt as she stood beside him, her eyes scanning the darkened surroundings. The walls of the cavern, once seeming distant, now loomed like sentinels, closing in on them. The faint mist that had surrounded the orb was now seeping from the ground, curling and twisting like tendrils of smoke. It was suffocating, the air heavier with each breath they took. We need to move, Lyra said, her voice steady despite the apprehension that dripped from every word. Something's coming. Kalen nodded, though his mind was racing. The orb had revealed something to him, visions, fragments of a forgotten time. He had seen the world as it once was, lush and vibrant, filled with life and power. But he had also seen the darkness, something stirring in the deep places of the earth, something that had been locked away for centuries, perhaps millennia. It wasn't just the orb they had awakened, it was something far older, far more dangerous. And it was now aware of them. A low rumble reverberated through the cavern floor, the sound like the growl of a beast awakening from a long slumber. Kalen instinctively stepped closer to Lyra, his senses heightened, his mind alert. The tremors intensified, the ground beneath their feet quaking with an unsettling force. The walls of the cavern seemed to shift, groaning under an unseen pressure. We have to get out, Kalen urged, his voice tense. Now. Lyra nodded, and without another word, the two of them began to move, their footsteps echoing loudly in the oppressive silence that had fallen over the cavern. The mist seemed to follow them, curling around their legs like spectral fingers, urging them forward. Kalen's mind raced, trying to make sense of what they had unleashed. The orb had been a key, but to what? What did it open, and more importantly, what had been locked away? Ahead, the tunnel they had followed into this labyrinthine underworld stretched into darkness, the way out no longer visible. They had ventured deep into the earth, further than any of them had dared to go, and now it seemed as though the very caverns were shifting, changing. The walls, once static, were now pulsating, alive with some unseen energy. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, his eyes flicking nervously to the ever-changing shadows. Suddenly, a screech echoed from the depths. Sharp and discordant. The sound was not of this world, not of any beast Kalen had ever known. It was as though the very earth itself was crying out in agony, a wail of torment that sent a chill down his spine. What was that? Lyra gasped, her voice tight with fear. Kalen didn't answer. His body was moving on instinct now, his feet carrying him faster as the wail grew louder, the ground beneath them shaking violently. Something was coming, something huge, something terrifying. Keep moving, he shouted, pushing Lyra ahead of him as he followed closely behind. The air around them seemed to crackle with energy, the tension almost unbearable. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Kalen saw something, a flicker, a shadow, shifting in the darkness just beyond their reach. A shape moving swiftly, too swiftly to be a creature, too deliberate to be a trick of the light. It was as if the darkness itself had taken form, a shadow without substance, yet it moved with purpose, a malevolent force closing in. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. "Run!" he yelled, panic edging his voice. They were no longer just escaping the unknown, they were being hunted. The tunnel ahead twisted and turned, but there was no escape. The darkness was closing in, the shape ever present, always just beyond the reach of the torchlight that flickered and danced before them. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the ground beneath their feet gave way. Kalen stumbled, barely catching himself as he slid into a vast, open cavern. Lyra was already on her feet, spinning around to face him with wide eyes, but there was no time for words. The sound of rushing water echoed in the distance, and the cavern they had entered was nothing short of a nightmare. The floor was slick with something unnatural, an oily, shimmering surface that glistened in the weak light. Strange, luminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie glow over the scene. But it was the creature that filled the cavern that froze Kalen's blood, a massive, serpentine form stretched across the cavern, coiled and writhing like a living shadow. Its scales were black as coal, reflecting the faint light from the fungi, but there was no warmth in them, just a cold, empty darkness that sent shivers through his entire body. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire, and as it moved, the ground trembled in response. It was no mere beast. It was the embodiment of the abyss, an ancient guardian of this forsaken place, a creature born of the very earth itself. And they had awakened it. Kalen could feel its gaze on him, the weight of its stare pressing down on him like a crushing force. It was no longer just a guardian, it was a predator. And they were its prey. Lyra was already reaching for her sword. Her stance defensive, but Kalen knew they couldn't fight this thing, not in this place, not like this. We need to get out of here, Kalen shouted. His heart raced as he searched for any means of escape, but the serpent had already begun to move, its massive body coiling, the ground trembling with each movement. It was coming toward them, its jaws opening wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed in the dim light. Lyra's eyes met his, and in that brief moment, they both understood. They couldn't fight it. They had to run. With a final glance at the towering serpent, they turned and bolted, sprinting through the slick, treacherous terrain, the ground shifting beneath their feet. The creature's screeching cry echoed in the cavern, a terrifying reminder that it was only a step behind. Kalen pushed himself harder, his breath ragged as he urged his legs to move faster. The escape tunnel was somewhere ahead, but it felt impossibly far away. The sound of the serpent's pursuit grew louder, the crash of its body against the stone making the cavern tremble as it pursued them relentlessly. And then, ahead, Kalen saw it, a crack in the wall, just large enough for them to slip through. He could see the faint glimmer of light beyond it, the faint promise of safety. He reached out to Lyra, his hand brushing against hers as they dashed toward the narrow opening. They were almost there. But just as they reached the crack, the ground shook again, and a blinding light erupted from the darkness behind them. The ground shook violently beneath their feet, a deep, guttural rumble that reverberated through the very bones of the earth. Kalen felt the vibrations travel through his legs as he lunged toward the narrow crack in the cavern wall, Lyra close behind. The serpent's massive form, with its gleaming black scales, was right on their heels, its screeching cry splitting the air as it pursued them with relentless hunger. "Keep moving," Kalen shouted, his voice raw with urgency. They were almost there, but the crack in the wall was still too far. The serpent's weighty steps sent tremors through the cavern. And the sounds of its pursuit grew louder, more frantic. Lyra's breath was ragged beside him, but she didn't falter. Together, they sprinted, adrenaline coursing through their veins as their feet pounded against the slick ground. The air around them seemed to grow heavier with every step, the mist swirling thicker as though trying to pull them back into the depths. Kalen's heart was pounding, the fear of the serpent's jaws closing around them gnawing at his every thought. His mind was a blur of thoughts, but all he could focus on was the gap in the wall ahead. The only way out was through that narrow opening. The serpent roared, a sound that rattled his chest, and Kalen turned to look just as its massive head rose from the darkness. Its eyes glowing like molten embers. It was so close now. Too close. He could see the hunger in those eyes, the predatory instinct driving it, and for a moment, he thought they wouldn't make it, but just as the serpent lunged forward, Kalen made one final, desperate push. He reached the crack in the wall and dove through it, his body squeezing through the narrow opening. The walls scraped against his sides, but he didn't care. He had to get through. Lyra followed immediately, her movements swift and graceful despite the chaos around them. They emerged on the other side, gasping for air, hearts racing with the terror of their close call, but they had no time to rest. The crack in the wall was closing behind them. The serpent's massive form now trapped on the other side, its furious screech echoing through the stone as it rattled the walls in frustration. "Are you all right?" Lyra asked, her voice strained, but filled with concern as she looked Kalen up and down. He was covered in dirt and his heart still pounded in his chest, but he nodded, "I'm fine. We're both fine." Kalen wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to calm himself. "But that thing is relentless. We can't stop here." They were in a new part of the cavern, but it was no safer than the last. The air was thick, the light dim and muted, as if the cavern itself was watching them. The walls were smoother here, almost polished, and strange symbols were etched into the stone. Kalen's eyes scanned them, a sense of recognition stirring in the pit of his stomach. These markings were old, older than anything he had seen before. They spoke of a time long past, of forgotten gods and lost civilizations, and of something that had been sealed away for a reason. "We need to keep moving," Lyra urged, her voice tight. She was already looking ahead, her sword held at the ready, ever watchful. "If that thing finds a way through, we won't have a chance." Kalen agreed. The sense of urgency was undeniable. The creature's rage had awakened something deep inside him, a primal fear that made every step forward seem like a race against time, as they moved deeper into the cavern. The path grew darker and more oppressive. The faint glow of the fungi and crystals that once lit the way had faded, leaving them in near total darkness. Kalen could barely see his own hand in front of his face, but he didn't need to. He could feel it now, the strange energy that pulsed through the stone, vibrating in his very bones. It was as though the cavern itself was alive, breathing, waiting for something. "What is this place?" Lyra muttered, more to herself than to him. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would disturb something ancient and powerful lurking in the shadows. Kalen didn't have an answer. He had no idea what kind of place they were in. Only that it was no ordinary cavern. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, and the weight of the earth pressed down on them from all sides. But there was something else, something he couldn't explain. It felt as though they were being drawn deeper, guided by some unseen force that beckoned them forward. As they pressed on, they came upon a vast chamber, its size almost impossible to comprehend. The ceiling stretched high above them, lost in the darkness, and the walls were lined with enormous columns that looked as though they had been carved from the very heart of the earth itself. The floor was cracked and uneven, but what caught Kalen's attention wasn't the architecture. It was the massive, glowing symbol etched into the ground at the center of the room. "What is that?" Lyra whispered, her eyes wide with awe. The symbol was intricate, a series of interwoven lines and shapes that seemed to shift and change as they looked at it. It was like a map, or a key, but to what? Kalen felt the pull again, the strange magnetic attraction drawing him toward it, as though the symbol was calling to him. His heart quickened as he stepped forward, unable to resist. "Kalen." Lyra's voice held an edge of warning, but Kalen couldn't stop himself. The symbol beckoned, its lines glowing with an ethereal light that pulsed in time with the beating of his heart. He reached out toward it, his hand trembling as it hovered just above the surface, and then, with a sudden, violent jolt, the cavern trembled once more. The symbol flared to life, a wave of energy radiating outward from it, sending Kalen stumbling backward. The air around them crackled with power, and the ground beneath their feet shifted violently. "We need to leave," Lyra shouted, grabbing Kalen's arm and pulling him away from the symbol. But it was too late. The energy was already gathering, and the chamber was filling with an intense, blinding light. Kalen's mind raced. The serpent was no longer their only concern. Something far more dangerous, far more ancient, was awakening in the depths of the earth. And they had just triggered it. He and Lyra barely had time to react as the light exploded outward, engulfing the cavern and everything in it. The ground cracked open beneath their feet, and the world around them began to collapse. The cavern roared to life as the blinding light engulfed everything. Kalen felt himself lifted off his feet, thrown backward by the sheer force of the energy that erupted from the glowing symbol. His body struck the ground hard, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his spine. Lyra landed beside him, rolling swiftly to her feet, her sword still clutched tightly in her hand. The ground beneath them trembled violently, cracks spreading outward from the symbol like veins of molten fire. The air grew thick, charged with an ancient force that sent shivers through Kalen's very soul. Whatever they had awakened was not meant to be disturbed. Kalen, get up. Lyra's voice cut through the chaos. He forced himself to his feet, his vision swimming as he took in the scene before him. The massive chamber, once still and oppressive, was now alive with movement. The colossal columns that lined the walls were crumbling, sending showers of dust and debris cascading into the darkness below. The light from the symbol pulsed wildly, shifting between brilliant gold and deep crimson, as if torn between two forces. Then, from the depths of the chamber, a sound rose, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to reverberate through the very stone. It was not the screech of the serpent, nor the groan of the collapsing cavern. This was something else entirely. Kalen turned toward the source of the sound and felt his breath hitch in his throat. A figure was emerging from the symbol. At first, it was nothing more than a shifting shadow, a distortion in the air. But as the light coalesced around it, the shape became clearer. It was humanoid, tall and slender, its form draped in flowing robes that shimmered with the same pulsating glow as the symbol. Its face was obscured by a hood, but two piercing, luminous eyes burned beneath it, eyes that seemed to see through Kalen, through the cavern, through time itself. Lyra took a step back. Her sword raised, but the figure did not move to attack. Instead, it lifted a single hand, palm outward, and the trembling of the cavern ceased. The light from the symbol dimmed, leaving only a soft golden glow illuminating the vast space. The silence that followed was deafening. Kalen's chest heaved as he steadied himself, his pulse pounding in his ears. He could feel the power emanating from the figure, ancient, immeasurable, and utterly unknowable. The figure spoke, "You have come to the threshold of the forgotten." The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was a whisper and a roar at once, a sound that resonated deep within Kalen's bones. Lyra remained tense, her grip on her weapon unwavering. What are you?" she demanded. The figure lowered its hand, the glow from its eyes intensifying. "I am the keeper of the first dawn. The last sentinel of the world that was lost." Kalen swallowed hard. The lost world. What happened to it? The keeper's eyes flickered, as if recalling memories buried beneath the weight of ages. It was undone by those who sought to wield power beyond their understanding. They reached too far, unchained forces that could not be contained. Kalen and Lyra exchanged a look. "The serpent," Kalen said, realization dawning. "That creature, was it part of the lost world?" The keeper tilted its head slightly. "The serpent is but a shadow of what was. A guardian, born of the remnants of the past. But it is not your greatest concern." Kalen's heart clenched. "Then what is?" The chamber trembled again, though this time it was not the same violent quake from before. It was more like a heartbeat, deep, slow, and deliberate. The keeper's gaze lifted slightly, as if sensing something beyond the walls of the cavern. "The true darkness stirs," the keeper said. "You have broken the seal. The veil between what was and what is has begun to fray." Kalen's mouth went dry. "We didn't mean to." "Intent is irrelevant," the keeper interrupted. "The past does not forgive. The lost world was buried to prevent its return. But now, it awakens." A sinking feeling settled in Kalen's gut. "Can it be stopped?" The keeper regarded him for a long moment. "Perhaps. But only if you are willing to walk the path of those who came before." Lyra tightened her grip on her sword. "What does that mean?" "The first civilization sought to command the forces of creation itself," the keeper explained. "They forged the keys to power, believing they could shape reality to their will. But in their arrogance, they opened the abyss instead." Kalen felt a chill run down his spine. "And now it's opening again?" The keeper nodded slowly. "Unless it is sealed once more." A heavy silence fell over them. Kalen glanced at Lyra, seeing the same weight of realization in her eyes. They had come seeking answers, but they had found something far greater, far more dangerous, than they had ever anticipated. He turned back to the keeper. "Tell us what we have to do." The ancient figure's eyes burned brighter. "Then step forward, and prepare to face the truth of the lost world." Kalen took a deep breath and stepped forward. The keeper lifted both hands, and the chamber was bathed in golden light. A golden radiance engulfed Kalen and Lyra as the keeper raised its hands. The cavern around them seemed to dissolve into light, and for a moment, Kalen felt weightless, as if floating in a sea of energy. The pulsing heartbeat of the ancient place faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Then, the light began to recede, shaping itself into something tangible. The sensation of solid ground returned beneath Kalen's feet, and the world around them crystallized into focus. They stood in a vast, open expanse. An endless sky stretched above them, painted in shades of violet and gold. Towering structures, unlike anything Kalen had ever seen, rose from the ground like monuments of forgotten gods. The air was thick with an otherworldly hum, as if the very fabric of reality trembled with ancient echoes. Lyra exhaled sharply, her fingers flexing around the hilt of her sword. "Where are we?" The keeper's voice resonated, though its form seemed to flicker between presence and absence. "You stand within the memory of the lost world, a reflection of what once was." Kalen turned in a slow circle, his eyes widening as he took in the scale of the place. The buildings were immense, their surfaces etched with glowing runes that pulsed like living veins. Some were pristine, untouched by time, while others bore deep scars, cracks, and signs of destruction. The air carried a scent he could not describe, something both metallic and ancient, as if the past itself had a fragrance. Lyra stepped forward cautiously. "Why bring us here?" The keeper's luminous eyes burned brighter. "Because to understand what is coming, you must first witness what was." A ripple passed through the space around them. And suddenly, the city was no longer empty. Figures emerged, ghostly, translucent forms walking the streets, dressed in flowing garments adorned with symbols of power. They moved with a purpose, their expressions serene, their eyes filled with knowledge far beyond mortal comprehension. The city thrived, alive with light and energy. Kaelin could feel it, the hum of something vast and immeasurable. The air crackled with unseen forces, and at the center of it all stood a colossal obelisk, taller than any structure he had ever seen. It radiated power, its surface shifting like liquid gold, filled with inscriptions that shimmered and moved as if they were alive. Lyra reached out, but her hand passed through one of the ghostly figures. "They're echoes," she murmured. "Memories." The keeper nodded. "The people of the first dawn wielded forces beyond your comprehension. They bent the elements to their will, shaped time and space as one sculpts clay. They believed themselves invincible." A shadow passed over the city. The sky darkened, and the hum that filled the air turned discordant, broken. Kaelin looked up, and his breath caught in his throat. Something was descending, a void, endless and hungry, spiraled downward from the heavens, its shape ever-changing, writhing like a mass of shifting darkness. A crack formed in the sky itself, an unnatural wound that pulsed with a sickly red glow. Screams filled the air as the figures began to react. Some fled, their forms flickering as they ran. Others stood firm, raising their hands toward the obelisk, chanting in a language Kaelin could not understand. The golden inscriptions on the monolith flared, sending waves of power outward, but the darkness did not stop. The keeper's voice was quiet, yet it carried the weight of finality. They called it the unmaking. The void crashed upon the city like a tidal wave. The golden light shattered, and in its place came chaos. Kaelin and Lyra watched in horror as the streets cracked, entire structures collapsing into the abyss. The people of the first dawn fought back with unimaginable power. Storms of lightning, fire, and pure energy erupted against the darkness. But it was not enough. The void consumed everything. One by one, the figures flickered out of existence, their screams swallowed by the abyss. The obelisk trembled, its inscription struggling to hold, but cracks spread across its surface like fractures in glass, and then, in one final burst of golden light, the obelisk shattered, the memory ended. Kaelin staggered back, gasping as the vision faded. The city was gone, replaced once more by the endless sky and the silent ruins of the lost world. Lyra wiped a trembling hand across her face. That was... She couldn't find the words. Kaelin turned to the keeper, his heart pounding. "That's what's coming back, isn't it?" The keeper inclined its head. "The unmaking was never destroyed, only sealed away. But your actions have weakened the veil. The forces of the abyss stir once more." Kaelin felt a chill deeper than any cold he had ever known. "Then tell us what we have to do." The keeper extended a hand, and from the air itself, a fragment of the broken obelisk materialized, a shard of shimmering gold, inscribed with runes still flickering with dying light. "To stop the abyss, you must reforge the seal." Lyra took the shard, her jaw set with determination. "Where do we start?" The keeper's eyes burned with an intensity that made Kaelin's breath hitch. "You start where it all ended, the place where the final battle was fought." Kaelin and Lyra exchanged a glance. Whatever lay ahead, there was no turning back. The silence that followed the keeper's words weighed heavily on Kaelin and Lyra. The vision of the first dawn's destruction lingered in their minds, an inescapable reminder of what awaited them if they failed. The golden shard in Lyra's hand pulsed faintly, as if responding to their thoughts. Kalen clenched his fists. Where was the final battle fought? The keeper's luminous eyes seemed to pierce through time itself. Beneath the ruins of Velthor, the last city to stand against the unmaking. Lyra frowned. I've never heard of it. You would not have, the keeper replied. Velthor was erased from history, buried beneath the shifting sands of time. But its remnants still exist, hidden in the Valley of the Forgotten. Kalen's pulse quickened. The Valley of the Forgotten, an uncharted wasteland, spoken of only in whispers by wanderers and scholars. Many who ventured there never returned. Lyra exhaled sharply. Then that's where we're going. The keeper nodded, lifting a hand. The golden light around them began to swirl, reshaping the space. Take heed, travelers. The path ahead is treacherous, and the abyss watches. A pulse of energy surged outward, and before Kalen could react, the world around them blurred. They landed hard on solid ground, the air thick with dust and heat. Kalen coughed, shielding his eyes as the golden light faded. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a vast, cracked expanse of stone. The sky above them was no longer violet and gold but a deep, muted gray, heavy with swirling clouds. Jagged rock formations rose around them, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of time. In the distance, the remains of colossal towers jutted from the ground like broken teeth, half buried beneath shifting dunes. Lyra dusted herself off, her gaze scanning the horizon. Is this Velthor? Kalen turned in a slow circle, taking in the ruins. There was an eerie stillness to the place, as if the air itself held its breath. He felt something beneath his feet and looked down. Beneath a thin layer of sand lay smooth, dark stone, carved with symbols similar to those they had seen in the memory. He knelt, brushing away more sand, revealing more inscriptions. Though weathered, they still pulsed faintly with golden light. This was it, he murmured. The last city. Lyra crouched beside him. Then we're standing on the battleground. A sudden gust of wind howled through the ruins, carrying with it a whisper, distant, indistinct. Kalen stiffened. Did you hear that? Lyra nodded, gripping her sword. We're not alone. As if in response, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the ruins, like a distant drumbeat. Kalen's breath caught. It was the same sound they had heard in the memory, the heartbeat of the abyss. Lyra rose, eyes scanning the shifting sands. Something's coming. The wind picked up, swirling into a vortex as the temperature dropped. From the shadows of the ruins, shapes began to emerge, dark figures, shifting and flickering like smoldering embers. Their forms were humanoid, but wrong, twisted echoes of the past, their bodies composed of flickering darkness and shattered light. Kalen's grip on his weapon tightened. Echoes? No, Lyra said grimly. Wraiths. The first wraith lunged. Kalen barely had time to react before Lyra was moving, her blade flashing as she met the attack head-on. The wraith shrieked as steel met shadow, its form momentarily dispersing before reforming with a hiss. Kalen swung his weapon, striking another wraith as it lunged at him. The force of the blow sent it reeling, but like the first, it reassembled instantly. These things don't die easy, Lyra gritted out, dodging a clawed swipe. Kalen cursed under his breath. Wraiths weren't ordinary enemies. They were remnants of souls caught between existence and oblivion, drawn to the energy of the lost world. They didn't bleed. They didn't tire. And they didn't stop. More of them emerged from the ruins, their numbers growing. Kalen exhaled sharply. "We need to move." Lyra nodded. "Agreed." They turned and ran, weaving through the ruins as the wraiths pursued. The city's remnants were a labyrinth of broken corridors and collapsed structures, but the golden inscriptions beneath their feet acted as a faint guide, pulsing in rhythm with their footsteps. The heartbeat of the abyss grew louder. Kalen risked a glance back. The wraiths were relentless, their movements unnatural, their bodies flickering between reality and shadow. Then, ahead of them, a structure loomed, an ancient temple, its entrance marked by towering pillars, half buried beneath the sand. Unlike the rest of the ruins, it remained intact, its surface unmarred by time. And at its center, standing like a sentinel, was a second obelisk, smaller than the one in the memory, but unmistakable in its power. Kalen pointed. "There." Lyra didn't hesitate. They sprinted toward the temple, the wraiths shrieking as they closed in. As they crossed the threshold, the air shifted. A pulse of golden energy surged outward from the obelisk, washing over them. The wraiths recoiled. They screamed as their forms flickered violently, caught between two opposing forces. Then, one by one, they disintegrated, vanishing into wisps of darkness. Silence fell. Kalen and Lyra stood panting, their gazes fixed on the obelisk. Its golden runes pulsed steadily, a stark contrast to the corrupted ruins outside. Lyra wiped sweat from her brow. That was too close. Kalen exhaled slowly, stepping toward the obelisk. This has to be it. The heart of Velthor. He reached out, placing a hand against the smooth surface. A surge of energy shot through him, and the world shifted, his vision blurred, and suddenly, he was no longer in the temple. He stood in the past. At the moment the final battle had begun, Velthor was whole again, its towers gleaming beneath a golden sky. But above, the void loomed, descending like a curtain of oblivion, and standing before him, at the base of the obelisk, was a woman, draped in robes of silver and gold, her arms outstretched as she channeled power beyond comprehension. Her eyes met his. And for a fleeting moment, he felt the weight of history crash upon him. She spoke a single word, a name, and then the vision shattered. Kalen stumbled back, his breath ragged. Lyra caught him, steadying him. "What happened?" she asked. Kalen swallowed hard. "She gave me a name," he whispered. Lyra frowned. "Whose name?" Kalen looked back at the obelisk, the truth settling in his bones like a forgotten memory resurfacing. The one who forged the seal. The weight of the revelation was crushing, because now, they knew where to find the key, and time was running out. Kalen's pulse hammered in his ears as the weight of the name settled in his mind. The vision had faded, but the woman's voice still echoed in his thoughts. Lyra steadied him, concern flickering in her eyes. "Kalen. What name did she give you?" He took a shaky breath, his fingers tightening around the golden shard. "Elindria." Lyra frowned. "Elindria." She turned the name over in her mind. Who was she? Kalen's gaze shifted to the obelisk, its golden runes pulsing like a heartbeat. She was here when Velthor fell. She fought against the abyss. He exhaled sharply. And she was the one who forged the original seal. A heavy silence settled between them. Lyra studied him carefully. If she created the seal, then she must have known how to remake it. Kalen nodded. That's what we have to find out. He turned back to the obelisk, running his hand over the engraved runes. The power within the stone still flickered, weakened by time but not yet extinguished. If Elendria had left anything behind, any knowledge that could help them, it would be here. Lyra circled the base of the structure, her sharp eyes scanning for anything out of place. There has to be something. A message, a clue. Kalen closed his eyes and focused. The energy of the obelisk pulsed beneath his fingers, resonating with something deep within him. It was more than just ancient power, it was memory. Woven into the very essence of the stone, a whisper brushed against his mind, "Look beyond sight." His eyes snapped open. He turned to Lyra. "Step back." She hesitated, then moved away, watching warily. Kalen pressed his palm flat against the obelisk and let his energy flow into it. The runes flared, a deep, resonant hum filled the air as the inscriptions shifted, rearranging themselves like a living script. The temple walls trembled, and the dust-covered floor cracked, revealing a hidden staircase leading downward. Lyra let out a low whistle. "Well, that's something." Kalen exhaled, his heart racing. She left something behind. Without another word, they descended. The air grew colder as they moved deeper beneath the ruins. The walls were lined with more inscriptions, their glow dim but steady. The passage twisted and turned, leading them into the heart of Velthor's forgotten depths. Lyra ran a hand along the stone. "This place is ancient, but intact." Kalen nodded. It was meant to be hidden. At the end of the corridor, they reached a massive stone door. Unlike the rest of the ruins, this door was pristine, untouched by time. In its center, carved in delicate golden script, was a name, Elendria. Kalen's breath caught. He reached out and placed his hand on the inscription. The door responded instantly. Golden light spilled from the engravings, flowing like liquid as the stone parted down the middle. Revealing a vast chamber beyond, they stepped inside. The room was unlike anything they had seen. It was circular, its walls lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes, scrolls, and crystalline tablets. In the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single object, a sphere of radiant light, swirling with golden and silver hues. Kalen's chest tightened. He knew, without a doubt, that this was what Elendria had left for them. Lyra approached cautiously. "What is it?" Kalen reached out, his fingers hovering just above the sphere. The energy within it pulsed, alive and waiting. Then, as if sensing his presence, the light expanded. A figure emerged. She was tall, draped in flowing robes of silver and gold, her long hair cascading in waves of luminescence. Her eyes, piercing and wise, locked onto Kalen with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. "Elendria," or rather, her echo. She spoke, her voice carrying across time itself. "If you are hearing this, then the abyss has begun to stir once more." Kalen swallowed hard, nodding. "It has." Elendria's expression remained unreadable. The seal that once held the unmaking at bay was never meant to last forever. It was forged in desperation, a barrier of sacrifice and will. But now, as the abyss gathers strength, it must be reforged. Lyra took a step forward. How? Elindria's gaze shifted to her. The original seal was created from 3 elements, the heart of light, the shard of the first flame, and the veil stone. Each held the power to bind the abyss. Without them, the seal cannot be remade. Kaelin's mind raced. Where are they? Elindria's form flickered slightly, as if straining against time. The heart of light was taken to the vault of Aetheris, hidden beyond the reach of mortals. The shard of the first flame lies deep within the ashen hollow, guarded by the remnants of an ancient order. The veil stone. She hesitated. Was lost to the abyss. Lyra tensed. Lost? Elindria's expression darkened. It was cast into the abyss to strengthen the seal. To reclaim it, you must walk where no light remains. A chill ran through Kaelin. He didn't need further explanation. The veil stone was in the depths of the abyss itself. Elindria's gaze softened slightly. The path ahead is not one of certainty. It is a trial of will, of sacrifice. But if you do not succeed, the world will fall as Velthor did. The light around her began to fade. Kaelin took a step forward. Wait, Elindria's final words echoed through the chamber. Find the 3. Reforge the seal. And do not let the abyss take you. Then, she was gone, the sphere dimmed, its energy spent. A heavy silence filled the chamber. Kaelin and Lyra exchanged a glance. The weight of their task loomed over them like a storm on the horizon. Lyra exhaled. 3 artifacts. 3 impossible places. She gave a wry smile. Nothing's ever easy, is it? Kaelin managed a small chuckle, though his heart was still pounding. Wouldn't be an adventure if it was. He turned back to the pedestal, his fingers tightening around the golden shard in his palm. The path was set, and time was against them. The weight of their task settled between them like a silent storm. 3 artifacts, scattered across the remnants of a dying world. The heart of light, hidden within the vault of Aetheris. The shard of the first flame, guarded in the ashen hollow. And the veil stone. Lost within the abyss itself, Kaelin exhaled slowly, his fingers brushing the golden shard in his palm. We have to move quickly. Lyra nodded, rolling her shoulders. Then where do we start? Kaelin glanced around the chamber. Elindria's presence had faded, but the echoes of her message lingered in the air. The obelisk's inscriptions had mentioned the heart of light first. That couldn't be a coincidence. The vault of Aetheris, he decided. If the heart of light was the foundation of the first seal, then it makes sense to reclaim it first. Lyra smirked. Besides, it sounds a lot better than jumping straight into the abyss. Kaelin chuckled. Agreed. The temple around them still pulsed with the remnants of Elindria's magic, but the protective barrier wouldn't last forever. The wraiths they had encountered earlier were only a taste of what the abyss had left behind. They turned back toward the passage, stepping carefully over the cracked stone. As they ascended the staircase, Kaelin felt a shift in the air. The moment they crossed the threshold back into the ruins, the silence pressed in again, heavier than before. The ruins of Velthert stretched around them, bathed in dim, gray light. The sky overhead churned with unnatural clouds, and the ground trembled faintly beneath their feet. Lyra tightened her grip on her sword. Something's changed. Kalen's hand went to his weapon instinctively. The ruins had been eerie before, but now, there was something more. A presence. Watching. Waiting. Then, from the distance, a low hum filled the air. Not the heartbeat of the abyss, something else. A cold shiver ran down Kalen's spine. We're not alone. Lyra turned toward the source of the sound. From the far edge of the ruins, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in shifting darkness, its form indistinct yet undeniably menacing. Kalen's breath caught. That's not a wraith. No, Lyra murmured. It's worse. The figure took another step forward, and with it, the air grew heavier. The light around them seemed to bend, warping in its presence. Kalen recognized this aura. He had felt it before, in the visions of the first dawn's fall, a servant of the abyss. The figure's voice slithered through the air, deep and resonant. You carry echoes of the lost world within you. Kalen's grip on his weapon tightened. And who are you? The figure tilted its head slightly. A messenger. A herald. It took another step forward. You seek to reforge what was broken. But you walk in shadows already claimed. Lyra scoffed. Is that a threat? The figure's form wavered slightly, its darkness pulsing. It is a warning. The abyss does not forget. It does not forgive. Its gaze, if it had eyes, fixed on Kalen. And it will not allow the seal to rise again. Kalen swallowed hard. The presence radiating from this entity was unlike the wraiths or echoes they had fought before. This was something greater. Something ancient. He forced himself to stand tall. Then we'll see who prevails. The figure remained silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it raised a hand. The shadows around them deepened. A roar split the air. From the ruins behind them, creatures began to emerge, twisted, monstrous things, their bodies a fusion of shadow and bone. Their glowing eyes locked onto Kalen and Lyra with predatory hunger. Lyra sighed, rolling her shoulders. Why do they always send the minions first? Kalen steadied his stance. Because they think we'll break before we reach them. The first creature lunged. Kalen met it head-on, his weapon slicing through its form. The beast shrieked, dissolving into black smoke. Another followed, then another. Lyra moved beside him, cutting through the creatures with swift, precise strikes, but for every one they felled, more emerged. The figure watched in silence, unmoving. Kalen gritted his teeth. They couldn't waste time fighting here, Lyra. He shouted over the chaos. We have to go. She nodded, parrying another attack before breaking into a sprint. Kalen followed, their only goal now to escape the ruins before they were overwhelmed. The creatures pursued, their howls reverberating through the shattered city. Kalen's pulse thundered as they ran. They needed a way out, fast. Then, ahead, he saw it, a fissure in the ruins, leading downward. A passage carved by time, untouched by the abyss's corruption. He grabbed Lyra's arm and pointed. There. Without hesitation, they leaped. Darkness swallowed them whole. The last thing Kalen heard was the figure's voice, drifting through the air like a dying whisper. You cannot outrun the abyss forever. Then, silence. Kalen hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. Lyra landed beside him with a grunt, rolling to her feet. They were underground now, deep beneath the ruins. The air was thick with dust, but the shadows here were different, old, but not corrupted. Kalen exhaled. We lost them. Lyra shook her head. Not for long. A faint glow caught Kalen's eye. He turned, spotting markings on the cavern wall, ancient, similar to those in Velther's temple. They pulsed gently, forming a path deeper into the tunnels. Kalen touched one of the runes. This leads somewhere. Lyra gave a dry chuckle. Well, let's hope it's not straight into more trouble. Kalen smiled slightly. Since when has our luck been that good? She sighed. Fair point. With one last glance toward the surface, they turned and followed the light. The vault of Etheris awaited, and time was running out. The dim glow of the ancient runes flickered along the cavern walls as Kalen and Lyra moved deeper into the tunnels beneath Velther's ruins. The air was thick with dust, carrying the scent of stone and time itself. Though they had left the abyss's creatures behind, neither of them could shake the feeling that something was still watching. Lyra let her fingers trail along the carvings as they walked. These symbols. They remind me of the temple inscriptions. Could this be another part of the old world? Kalen examined one of the glowing sigils. The energy pulsing from it was ancient but steady, unlike the corrupted remnants above. If this place predates the fall, it might be connected to the vault of Etheris. Lyra arched an eyebrow. You're hoping this is a shortcut, aren't you? Kalen smirked. Always. The tunnel stretched forward, winding deeper into the earth. The runes illuminated their path, but the air grew colder with each step. The silence around them wasn't comforting. It was heavy, almost as if the stone itself was holding its breath. Then, without warning, the ground trembled beneath them. Kalen stopped short, bracing himself as dust rained from the ceiling. That wasn't normal. Lyra's grip tightened on her sword. Please don't say, we're not alone. Before Kalen could respond, the runes along the walls suddenly flared to life, their glow intensifying into a brilliant blue. The tunnel ahead of them pulsed, and a deep, resonant hum filled the air. Then, from the darkness, a figure stepped forward. It wasn't like the abyssal entity they had encountered before. This being was different. Tall, armored in shimmering silver, with a hood drawn over its face. Its presence was overwhelming, as if the very air bowed to its existence. Lyra exhaled sharply. That's new. The figure raised a hand, and the air vibrated with unseen power. When it spoke, its voice was layered, echoing from the depths of time itself. Who dares trespass upon the sanctum of Etheris? Kalen swallowed, stepping forward. We're not trespassing. We're searching for the heart of light. The figure tilted its head slightly. The heart of light was lost when the world fell. It cannot be reclaimed. Kalen clenched his fists. We have to try. The figure studied him for a long moment. Then, it lifted its hand, and the runes on the walls flared again. The tunnel behind them sealed itself with a wall of stone. Lyra muttered, "I don't like where this is going." The figure's gaze locked onto Kalen. "If you seek the heart, then you must prove your worth." Before either of them could react, the cavern around them shifted. The walls shimmered, and suddenly, they weren't standing in the tunnel anymore. They were somewhere else. A vast chamber stretched before them, its ceiling lost in darkness. Pillars of silver stone lined the edges, and at the far end, a pedestal stood, a sphere of radiant light hovering above it, the heart of light. Kalen barely had time to process it before the ground shook once more. From the shadows between the pillars, creatures emerged. Not abyssal wraiths, these were different. Guardians of the old world. Their forms were clad in silver and blue, their eyes glowing with the same light as the runes. Kalen exhaled. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Lyra drew her sword. "You distract them, I'll grab the heart." Kalen smirked. "Why do I always get the hard job?" "Because you're better at running than I am." Before he could argue, the guardians lunged. Kalen met the first one head-on, deflecting its strike with his blade. The impact sent a shockwave up his arm, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The guardian moved with unnatural speed, its strikes precise and unrelenting. Lyra ducked past another guardian, weaving between them as she sprinted toward the pedestal. The closer she got, the brighter the heart became, its glow pulsing like a living thing. Kalen barely dodged a second attack, twisting just in time to see another guardian bearing down on Lyra. "Lyra, watch out." She spun just as the guardian swung, barely managing to parry the strike. But the force sent her staggering back. Kalen gritted his teeth. They weren't going to win this by fighting. The guardians weren't enemies to be slain, they were protectors, which meant there had to be another way. His gaze darted to the pedestal, then back to the runes lining the chamber. The energy pulsing through them matched the rhythm of the heart. Then it clicked, the test wasn't about strength. It was about understanding. Lyra. The runes. They're the key. She didn't hesitate. Spinning on her heel, she turned toward the nearest rune and pressed her hand against it. The moment she did, the symbol flared with light. The guardians hesitated. Kalen didn't waste a second. He broke away from his opponent, sprinting toward another rune. As soon as his palm touched it, the glow intensified. One by one, the runes activated. Each time they did, the guardians slowed, their aggression fading. Finally, as the last rune lit up, the chamber trembled. The guardians froze, their weapons lowering, then, as if controlled by an unseen force, they stepped back, forming a path to the pedestal. Kalen and Lyra exchanged a glance. "That worked," Lyra said breathlessly. Kalen nodded. "Let's not question it." Together, they approached the pedestal. The heart of light pulsed with energy, its glow casting soft shadows across their faces. Kalen reached out, fingers hovering just above the sphere. For a moment, he hesitated. This wasn't just an artifact. It was a piece of the old world, of the first dawn's legacy. Then, with a deep breath, he grasped it. The moment his fingers closed around the heart, light exploded outward, blinding and infinite, and the world around them shattered. Kalen gasped as he was thrown back into reality. collapsing onto the stone floor. Lyra landed beside him with a grunt, shaking her head. The cavern was gone. The tunnel had returned. But something had changed. The figure stood before them once more, its form no longer imposing. Instead, it seemed relieved. The heart of light is yours. But beware. The figure's voice was softer now, more distant. With its power, you awaken not only the past, but the attention of those who seek to consume it. Kalen tightened his grip on the sphere. He didn't need the warning to know what was coming next. Lyra sighed. So, what now? Kalen met her gaze. Now, we go after the second artifact. The shard of the first flame awaited, and they were running out of time. The weight of the heart of light pulsed in Kalen's hand, its glow illuminating the darkness around them. Even though they had passed the trial and claimed the first artifact, an unease settled in his chest. The warning of the Guardian still echoed in his mind. With its power, you awaken not only the past but the attention of those who seek to consume it. Lyra rubbed her temples. I hate magical trials. I really do. Kalen let out a breathless chuckle. Could have been worse. She arched an eyebrow. Oh. How exactly? He didn't have an answer. Instead, he turned his focus back to their next task, the shard of the first flame, he said. We know it's in the Ashen Hollow, but we don't know what's guarding it. Lyra sighed, adjusting the straps of her pack. Let me guess, another ancient trial, some forgotten guardian, or maybe just a pit of fire. Kalen smirked. Maybe all three. With one last glance at the glowing runes behind them, they pressed forward. The cavern they had emerged into stretched into a narrow passage, the walls lined with charred stone. The deeper they went, the more the air changed, growing warmer, drier, thick with the scent of something long burned. It wasn't long before they found the first sign of the hollow's true nature. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in a haze of heat. At the center, a deep chasm split the ground, molten rock bubbling below. Jagged stone bridges crisscrossed over the abyss, some broken, others crumbling with time. Lyra whistled low. Well, that's ominous. Kalen scanned the area, his gaze narrowing. We're not alone. Across the cavern, movement stirred. Shadows shifted along the walls, taking form. At first, they appeared as echoes, remnants of the past, like the ones in Belfer. But as the light from the molten rock flickered over them, Kalen realized the truth. These weren't mere specters. They were guardians, forged from ember and ash, their bodies flickering like living flame. Their hollow eyes locked onto the intruders, unspoken understanding passing between them. Lyra sighed. I knew it. One of the guardians stepped forward, its body crackling as it moved. Then, in a voice like burning coals, it spoke, You seek the first flame. Prove you are worthy to wield its power. Before Kalen could respond, the guardian thrust its arm forward. The ground beneath them trembled, and the bridges leading across the chasm began to shift. A test. Kalen turned to Lyra. We have to get to the other side. She gave a lopsided grin. Race you? Without waiting for an answer, she dashed forward, leaping onto the first stone platform just as it started to sink. Kalen cursed under his breath and followed. The guardians didn't attack. not yet, but their presence was enough to remind them that failure wouldn't be tolerated. As they moved, the platform shifted, some crumbling under their feet, forcing them to time their jumps carefully. Lyra was faster, her agility giving her an edge, but Kaylin was determined not to fall behind. Halfway across, the first guardian raised its hand. Flames erupted along the bridges. Kaylin barely managed to dodge as fire shot past him, the heat singing his cloak. "I thought this was a test, not an execution." Lyra laughed breathlessly. "Maybe they just don't like cheaters." The final stretch lay ahead, one last jump to a solid platform where the shard of the first flame rested upon an obsidian altar. But as Lyra prepared to leap, the bridge beneath her cracked. She stumbled. Kaylin didn't think. He lunged forward, grabbing her wrist just as she fell, his other hand locking onto a ledge. Lyra gritted her teeth. "Not how I planned this." Kaylin groaned, struggling to pull them both up. The molten abyss below pulsed, as if waiting for them to slip. Then, the guardian's voice echoed once more, "The flame does not belong to the unworthy." Kaylin's jaw tightened. "We are worthy." With one last effort, he hauled Lyra onto the platform. She scrambled to her feet, turning just as Kaylin followed. Before them, the shard of the first flame pulsed, a fragment of ancient fire, still burning with the energy of a lost age. Kaylin reached out. The moment his fingers closed around it, heat exploded outward, the cavern vanished. For an instant, he was somewhere else, the city of flame. Towers collapsing, fire consuming everything in sight. Shadows moved through the inferno, people, fleeing, screaming. And at the center, a massive figure, its body wreathed in black fire, lifting the shard high above its head. Then, darkness. Kaylin gasped as reality snapped back. He was still in the cavern, the shard burning in his hand, though it didn't harm him. Lyra was beside him, watching with concern. "What did you see?" she asked. Kaylin's breath was unsteady. "The fall of the first flame." The guardian stepped forward once more. This time, its gaze was not of hostility, but of recognition. "You have claimed the flame. But know this, fire does not only bring light. It consumes." Then, as if its duty was complete, the guardian dissolved into embers, scattering into the abyss below. Kaylin exchanged a glance with Lyra. They had the second artifact, but the hardest part was still ahead. The Veilstone awaited, and the abyss was watching. The shard of the first flame still pulsed in Kaylin's grip, its heat merging with the glow of the heart of light. 2 artifacts claimed, but the most dangerous one remained, the Veilstone, hidden beyond the abyss. Lyra wiped sweat from her brow. "So, let me guess. The final artifact isn't just sitting in a chest waiting for us." Kaylin let out a dry chuckle. "If only." The Ashen Hollow's cavern rumbled beneath them, a deep vibration that spoke of something ancient stirring. They had proven themselves to the guardians, but the true test was still ahead. Lyra's gaze darkened. "We need to move. Now." With no time to rest, they pressed forward. The chasm behind them sealed as they stepped onto a new path, one not of stone, but of shimmering darkness, leading into a tunnel that swallowed all light. Kaylin felt an unease settle in his chest. The abyss was more than just a place. It was alive. As they stepped inside, the walls seemed to shift, like liquid shadow pressing against them. Their footsteps made no sound. Even the artifacts glowed dimmed, as if the darkness was devouring their light. Then, a voice echoed through the void, "You have walked the path of fire and light. But will you endure the abyss?" A figure emerged from the darkness, not a guardian. Not a creature, it was Kalen, or rather, something wearing his face. Lyra inhaled sharply, gripping her dagger. "Tell me that's not you." Kalen stared at the shadowy version of himself, its eyes void of color, its form flickering like mist. It smirked, "I am you. The part you hide. The part you fear." Lyra tensed. "This is bad." Kalen met his doppelganger's gaze. "What do you want?" The shadow laughed, a sound like distant whispers. "Only the truth. The veil stone does not reveal power. It reveals what you truly are." Darkness surged around them. The ground shifted, and suddenly, they were no longer in the tunnel. They stood in a ruined city. Kalen's breath caught. He knew this place. Velthor, the city that had fallen centuries ago, but it wasn't just ruins. It was burning, and at its center, himself, standing atop a shattered throne, holding the 3 artifacts. Lyra took a step back. "Kalen, this isn't real, right?" The shadow Kalen's voice was softer now. "The artifacts are not tools of salvation. They are the key to dominion. With them, you could reshape this world. Is that not why you seek them?" Kalen clenched his fists. "No. I seek them to restore balance." The shadow tilted its head. "Are you sure?" The vision shifted. Now, he saw Lyra lying on the ground, lifeless. The world around him was silent. Empty, and he was alone. His pulse pounded. The artifacts had always carried power. But had he truly considered their cost? Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts. "Kalen, snap out of it." He turned to her, and for a moment, she wasn't looking at the vision, she was looking at him, worry in her eyes. Kalen exhaled. The abyss wasn't testing his strength, it was testing his will. He turned back to his shadow. "I know what I fear. I fear losing the people I care about. I fear what power can do. But I won't let it control me." The lantern of eternal night, in a remote corner of the world, where the days were fleeting and the night stretched endlessly, there was a legend whispered among travelers. They spoke of a lantern that burned with an eternal flame, casting a glow that illuminated not just the darkness of the land but the shadows within one's soul. It was said that those who found the lantern of eternal night would uncover truths they were too afraid to face and paths they were destined to take. Elin first heard the tale from an old merchant in a market nestled in the folds of a mountain pass. He was a wiry man with eyes like embers and a voice that carried the weight of countless stories. As he sold her a carved wooden compass, he leaned closer and whispered, "You've walked many paths, traveler, but the lantern, that is a story for those who dare to seek it." Intrigued, Elin pressed him for more, and the merchant revealed that the lantern was hidden deep within the forest of silent shadows, a place where the trees seemed to whisper secrets and the air hummed with an otherworldly energy. "The forest is alive," the merchant said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "It listens, it watches. Only those with an open heart and unwavering courage can find the lantern. But beware, what it shows you may not always be what you wish to see. The next morning, Elin set out toward the forest, the chronicle guiding her steps. The sky above was heavy with clouds, the sunlight thin and pale. By the time she reached the edge of the forest of silent shadows, twilight had already fallen, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches twisting like skeletal hands reaching for the heavens. As she stepped into the forest, the air grew cool, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and pine. The only sounds were the soft crunch of leaves beneath her boots and the distant hoot of an owl. The chronicle hummed faintly in her satchel, its pages fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Elin opened it and found a new illustration, a winding path through the forest, lit by a faint glow in the distance. Beneath the image were the words, "To light the way, one must walk in shadow." She followed the path, the forest growing darker with each step. The trees seemed to close in around her, their whispers growing louder, forming a symphony of murmured words she couldn't quite understand. Yet despite the encroaching darkness, she felt no fear, only a deep, unshakable curiosity. After what felt like hours, Elin came upon a clearing bathed in silvery light. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, and atop it rested the lantern of eternal night. Its flame was unlike any she had ever seen, a swirling mix of blue and gold, flickering softly yet steady. As if time itself could not extinguish it, the whispers of the forest fell silent as she approached. Her fingers brushed the cool metal of the lantern, and the moment she lifted it, a warm light engulfed her. Elin gasped as visions flooded her mind, memories of her journey, the people she had met, and the choices she had made. But deeper than that, she saw fragments of a story yet to come, a path she had not yet walked. The light revealed both her strength and her doubts, her hopes and her fears. As the visions faded, the forest seemed to exhale, its shadows retreating. The lantern's flame burned brighter now, its light casting intricate patterns across the clearing. Elin held the lantern close, its warmth seeping into her skin. She knew this was only the beginning. The lantern of eternal night was more than a guide, it was a mirror, a compass, and a key, and as she stepped back into the forest, the path ahead glowed faintly, illuminated by the eternal flame. The lantern's glow seemed to breathe life into the forest around Elin. Where shadows had once clung to the trees, faint patterns of light now danced along their trunks, tracing shapes that felt oddly familiar. Each step she took seemed to awaken the forest further, the air thrumming with an energy that made the hair on her arms stand on end. Yet as warm and inviting as the lantern's flame was, it also held a quiet weight, as though it were whispering truths she hadn't yet uncovered. Elin felt its pull, not physical but deep within her, like a memory she couldn't quite recall. She walked for what felt like hours, the forest unfolding in ways that defied logic. The trees shifted subtly, forming arches that guided her deeper. The path beneath her feet shimmered faintly, as if the lantern's light seeped into the earth itself. Eventually, Elin came to a narrow stream, its water so clear it reflected the lantern's glow like liquid gold. She knelt by its edge, her reflection wavering in the ripples. But it wasn't just her own face she saw, the water shimmered, and another image appeared, a figure cloaked in silver, holding the same lantern she now carried. Their face was obscured, but their posture was unmistakable. They were waiting. "Who are you?" Elin whispered, her voice barely louder than the stream's gentle murmur. The figure didn't respond, but the chronicle in her satchel stirred. Opening it, she found a new inscription scrawled in ink that glowed faintly, as if lit by the lantern's flame. "To find what you seek, you must walk where the light cannot reach." Elin frowned, the weight of the words settling in her chest. She looked at the stream again, but the figure had vanished, replaced by the soft reflections of the trees and the lantern's light. Standing, she tightened her grip on the lantern and pressed onward. The path ahead narrowing into a dense thicket. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining above her to form a canopy that blocked out even the faintest glimmer of starlight. Here, the lantern's glow felt sharper, its light cutting through the oppressive darkness like a blade. The whispers of the forest returned, soft and fragmented, as if the trees themselves were sharing secrets. As she pushed through the thicket, the path beneath her feet grew uneven, and the air turned heavy. The lantern flickered, its flame dimming for the first time. Elin paused, her breath catching. "What is this place?" She murmured. The ground beneath her shifted, and she realized she was standing on an ancient mosaic. Its tiles cracked and worn but still glinting faintly in the lantern's light. The pattern depicted a spiral, winding inward to a central point where a single star had been carved into the stone. The whispers grew louder, and Elin felt a sudden chill. She glanced around, but the darkness was impenetrable beyond the lantern's glow. Something was here, watching, waiting. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the center of the spiral. The moment her foot touched the carved star, the lantern's flame flared, casting a blinding light that seemed to fill the entire forest. When the light subsided, Elin found herself standing in a vast chamber, its walls lined with mirrors that stretched endlessly upward. Each mirror reflected her, but not as she was now. In one, she was younger, holding the chronicle for the first time. In another, she was older, her hair streaked with silver, her face marked by both joy and sorrow. The lantern's flame pulsed, and Elin realized the truth. These mirrors weren't just reflections of her past and future. They were choices, each one leading to a different path. As she gazed into the mirrors, one reflection caught her eye, a version of herself standing beside the figure she'd seen in the stream. The lantern in her hands burned brighter than ever, its light illuminating a path that seemed to stretch into infinity. Elin stepped closer to the mirror, her heart pounding. The lantern's flame flickered, and the reflection seemed to come alive, the other version of herself smiling faintly before extending a hand. The whispers of the forest returned, this time forming a single, clear phrase: "Choose wisely, keeper." Elin tightened her grip on the lantern, her resolve steadying. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew one thing for certain: the lantern of eternal night had brought her here for a reason. The mirrors shimmered as if alive, their surfaces rippling like water. Each reflection of Elin seemed to beckon her closer, silently urging her to step into their world. The lantern in her hands pulsed gently, its warmth grounding her amidst the eerie beauty of the chamber. Elin's eyes lingered on the reflection of herself standing beside the cloaked figure. The version of her in the mirror looked at peace, calm, assured, and illuminated by a light that seemed to radiate not just from the lantern, but from within. "What is this place?" she whispered to the quiet. The chronicle stirred again in her satchel. She pulled it out, its pages glowing faintly in the lantern's light. A new inscription had appeared, "The mirror reveals, but the lantern decides." The weight of the words settled in her chest. The lantern wasn't just a guide, it was a judge, a keeper of truths. Elin realized then that the journey she was on wasn't just about the forest or the cloaked figure. It was about her, her choices, her purpose, her path forward. The chamber began to shift, the mirrors rearranging themselves into an archway that framed the reflection she had been drawn to. The cloaked figure in the mirror raised their hand, gesturing for her to follow. Elin hesitated, her fingers tightening around the lantern's handle. She had no idea what lay on the other side, but a quiet voice within her urged her to move forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the archway. The moment she crossed the threshold, the world around her dissolved into light. It was as if she were walking through the stars themselves, each step sending ripples of light across an infinite expanse. The lantern's flame burned brighter, casting long beams that illuminated the space ahead. Gradually, the light began to coalesce, forming a new landscape. Elin found herself standing on a cobblestone path that wound through a vast, moonlit valley. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of jasmine. Above her, the sky was a tapestry of constellations, their brilliance reflected in a tranquil lake that stretched to the horizon, and there, standing at the edge of the lake, was the cloaked figure. Elin approached cautiously, her steps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The figure turned as she neared, their face still obscured by the deep hood of their cloak. But there was no menace in their posture, only quiet patience. "Are you the keeper of the lantern?" Elin asked, her voice steady despite the questions swirling in her mind. The figure shook their head slowly. When they spoke, their voice was like the whisper of wind through leaves. "The lantern belongs to no one, yet it chooses its bearers. It is a light for those who seek and a guide for those who are lost." Elin held up the lantern, its flame flickering softly. "Why did it choose me?" The figure tilted their head slightly, as if considering her question. "The lantern sees what you do not. It sees your heart, your purpose, and the paths you are yet to walk." They gestured toward the lake, its surface shimmering with the same otherworldly light as the lantern. "Look into the waters, Elin. See what lies ahead." She hesitated but stepped closer to the water's edge. The lantern's light reflected on the surface, and as she gazed into it, the ripples stilled, revealing a vision. She saw herself standing at a crossroads, the lantern in her hands casting light on two diverging paths. One path was narrow and winding, shrouded in mist. The other was wide and clear, lined with golden trees that glowed with an inviting warmth, but the vision didn't stop there. The narrower path led to a distant mountain peak, where the cloaked figure waited beside a gate of light. The wider path, though beautiful, faded into a shadowy void. The vision dissolved, leaving Elin staring at her own reflection once more. "The choices you make will shape more than your own fate," the figure said softly. "The lantern reveals the truth, but the path you take is yours to decide." Elin turned to the figure, her resolve hardening. "What happens if I choose the wrong path?" "There is no wrong path," they replied, their voice gentle. "Only the path you are willing to walk." As their words settled over her, the figure raised their hand, and the cobblestone path began to shift once more, forming two distinct trails, one narrow and misty, the other golden and bright. Elin glanced down at the lantern in her hands, its flame steady and unwavering. She took a deep breath. Her heart steady. The moment Elin chose, the world seemed to pause. The lantern's flame flickered brightly, its light intensifying as if acknowledging her decision. The air around her shifted, and for a brief second, it felt as though time itself was holding its breath. She stood at the crossroads, the narrow path veiled in mist, and the golden one stretching out before her, bathed in soft, warm light. There was a quiet calmness in the air, as though the land itself was waiting for her next move. Her fingers tightened around the lantern's handle, the gentle pulse of its light grounding her, helping her focus. Her choice had not been an easy one. The golden path, with its inviting glow, called to her heart. It promised safety, comfort, and peace. But something about it felt too easy. Too straightforward. The misty path, on the other hand, was uncertain. It beckoned with an aura of mystery, wrapping itself in shadows and fog, as if daring her to step forward into the unknown. But there was something deep within her that stirred when she looked at it. She felt an inner strength, an unspoken challenge that whispered to her soul. Her gaze turned to the cloaked figure standing quietly by the edge of the lake, still watching her with those unseen eyes. They had not spoken since her choice, but Elin felt an unspoken understanding pass between them, without another thought. She stepped toward the misty path. The moment her foot touched the cobblestone, the air around her seemed to shimmer, and the fog thickened. The light of the lantern swirled, casting shadows that danced and swayed like figures in a forgotten dream. As she walked further into the mist, the air grew cooler, and the distant sound of flowing water whispered in her ears. The path twisted and turned, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She couldn't see beyond the fog, but she didn't need to. The lantern guided her, its flame unwavering despite the uncertainty of the journey. After a time, the mist parted slightly, revealing a stone archway, its surface covered in ancient symbols that glowed faintly in the lantern's light. The path led through the arch, where beyond it lay a vast, open valley, bathed in the soft light of an unfamiliar moon. Elin paused at the archway, studying the symbols carefully. They seemed to shift and change before her eyes, as though they were alive, speaking to her in a language she could almost understand. The more she stared, the clearer the symbols became, revealing a story of journeys and choices, of paths taken and paths left behind. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool stone. The moment her skin touched the symbols, a warmth surged through her body, and the lantern flared to life, casting brilliant beams of light across the valley beyond. It was then that she understood. The misty path wasn't just about uncertainty, it was about transformation. It was about discovering the strength within herself, even when the way forward was unclear. The lantern wasn't simply a guide, it was a reflection of her inner light, a beacon that would shine through the darkness no matter where her path led. With a deep breath, Elin stepped through the archway, feeling the weight of her decision settle into her bones. The lantern's light illuminated the path ahead, and the valley before her stretched endlessly into the unknown, a world waiting to be explored. And though the journey would not be easy, she knew, deep within her heart, that she had chosen the right path. The path of the lantern, the path of the eternal night, and so, with the lantern held steady in her hands, Elin walked forward, her steps light but resolute, ready to embrace the secrets the valley had yet to reveal. Ellen's journey through the valley felt endless, though each step she took seemed to carry her further into the heart of the unknown. The cool air wrapped around her, whispering faint, elusive words that she could almost understand, like the forgotten languages of stars long faded from memory. The lantern's light illuminated the path ahead, casting a golden glow on the rocks and flowers that lined the way. The valley stretched out endlessly, an expanse of glowing mist and shadowy trees that seemed to sway without a breeze. The silence was thick, almost tangible, broken only by the soft whisper of the lantern's light and the distant murmur of water flowing somewhere beyond the horizon. As she walked, Ellen felt the weight of her choice pressed gently on her shoulders, like a promise made to the universe itself. The golden path had been inviting, but the misty one, this journey, held something deeper. The lantern, now glowing brighter with each passing moment, felt more alive than ever, as though it recognized her strength, guiding her to places she had not yet dared to dream of. After what felt like hours, or perhaps days, she came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a tree, unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was silver, its leaves shimmering like glass, catching the light in ways that seemed to defy the rules of nature. The tree's branches stretched high into the sky, twisting and curling like the arms of some ancient being, their tips reaching for the stars themselves. At the base of the tree, a stone pedestal stood, carved with the same glowing symbols she had seen on the archway earlier. Upon the pedestal rested a small, intricately carved box, its surface covered in dust. The sight of it stirred something deep within her, a feeling she couldn't quite place, but one that felt both familiar and strange. Ellen approached the pedestal slowly, her breath catching in her chest as she neared the box. The lantern's light flickered and shifted, its flame dancing more eagerly now. As she reached out to touch the box, a sudden chill filled the air, and the ground beneath her seemed to tremble. Without warning, the tree's branches began to move, their tips reaching toward the lantern in her hands. The leaves shimmered, catching the light of the flame, and as they did, the world around her began to shift. The stars above seemed to grow brighter, the sky itself bending and swirling as if caught in a cosmic dance. A voice, soft and ancient, filled the air around her, echoing like a whisper in the dark. The lantern chooses its bearers not by chance, but by purpose, it said. What you seek is not always what you find, Ellen. But the truth lies in your heart, and the path you walk will reveal it. Ellen stood frozen for a moment, the weight of the words settling around her like a shroud. Her gaze shifted from the box back to the lantern, its flame flickering softly, as if urging her forward. Carefully, she lifted the box from the pedestal, feeling the coolness of the stone beneath her fingertips. As soon as the box left its resting place, the tree's branches stilled, and the air grew quiet once more. She opened the box slowly, heart pounding in her chest. Inside, there was a small stone, smooth and glowing faintly with an inner light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, dark as midnight, but with the same golden glow that reflected from the lantern's flame. Her fingers brushed against the stone, and as she did, a wave of energy surged through her, coursing from her fingertips into her very soul. The lantern pulsed brighter in response, its light swirling around her, weaving into the stone's glow. The energy was overwhelming, like a force too vast to comprehend, and yet, Ellen felt no fear. There was no darkness here, no shadow that could consume her. Only light, only the steady hum of the lantern's flame and the warmth that enveloped her as the stone's power merged with her own, and then, the stone began to float from her hand, glowing brighter and brighter until it hovered in the air before her, suspended by the lantern's light. The tree's silver branches reached toward it, the shimmering leaves turning silver white, and the ground beneath Elend's feet seemed to hum with energy. A deep rumble filled the air, and the world shifted once again. The mist parted, revealing a vast, glittering city in the distance, a city that seemed to float on the horizon, bathed in an eternal twilight. The voice, softer now, echoed once more. The lantern has chosen, Elend. The city awaits. With a final glance at the box, she closed it gently and returned it to the pedestal. As she did, the mist began to swirl, lifting and parting, guiding her steps toward the city that lay beyond. The stone in her hand pulsed with the rhythm of her heartbeat, and the lantern's light grew even brighter, casting a glow that reached across the valley. Elend took a step forward, her path now clear. The city of eternal twilight awaited her, and the lantern, her guide, would light the way. The city gleamed in the distance, a shimmering oasis under the glow of the twilight sky. Elend's steps grew more determined, as though the lantern itself urged her onward. The stone in her hand pulsed in harmony with her own heartbeat, its soft glow growing brighter with each step. The mist parted before her, guiding her toward the gleaming city, where the faint outline of its towering spires began to take form in the soft light. As she walked, the air around her seemed to shift. The whispers of the valley faded, replaced by a strange, soothing hum that resonated from the very earth beneath her feet. Each step felt lighter, as though the land itself was supporting her, lifting her toward her destination. The path ahead was lined with ancient stones, each one carved with intricate designs, their surfaces worn by time. The designs seemed to glow faintly, matching the rhythm of the lantern's light. Elend couldn't help but feel as though she was walking through a dream, the world around her suspended in time, as if the very fabric of reality had been woven together by the lantern's glow. The city loomed closer, its spires twisting and curling like the branches of the tree in the valley. It was beautiful, but there was something unsettling about it, something timeless, as though the city had existed long before her and would remain long after she was gone. It seemed to exist beyond the realms of time, caught in a moment that never quite arrived and never quite left. Elend's breath quickened as she neared the entrance, a massive archway carved from stone, its surface covered in the same glowing symbols she had seen before. The lantern's light flickered, and the stone in her hand pulsed again, as though it recognized the significance of this moment. The archway seemed to beckon her, drawing her forward, its entrance wide and inviting. As she stepped beneath the arch, the city seemed to come alive. The streets, bathed in a soft, golden glow, stretched out before her like veins in the earth. The buildings rose on either side, their walls adorned with intricate carvings and shimmering crystals that caught the light in ways she had never seen before. The air was thick with a sense of quiet reverence, as though the city held its breath, waiting for her to make her next move. Elend walked slowly through the streets, her footsteps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The silence around her was profound, broken only by the occasional flutter of wings or the distant sound of water flowing through hidden channels beneath the city. She felt as though she had entered a place out of time, a place that held all the secrets of the universe, waiting to be unlocked. As she continued deeper into the city, she noticed that the glow of the lantern was fading, the light dimming with each step she took. The stone in her hand pulsed weakly, as if struggling to keep pace with the lantern's light. She could feel the energy shifting, the balance between the two slowly tilting, as though something was calling to her from within the city itself. The streets began to narrow, the buildings closing in around her, until she reached a small square. In the center of the square stood a fountain, its water flowing silently from a statue of an ancient figure, its features worn by time, but its presence unmistakable. The figure was holding a lantern, identical to the one in Elend's hand, and the water seemed to flow from its very hands, pouring into the basin below. Elend's eyes widened as she approached the fountain, the stone in her hand pulsing again, this time with greater intensity. She felt a strange pull, as though the fountain was calling to her, its waters whispering secrets that only she could understand. The lantern in her hand flickered once more, and Elend felt a surge of energy course through her. The light seemed to grow stronger, brighter, and the stone pulsed with a new rhythm. The water in the fountain began to shimmer, its surface rippling as though something ancient was stirring beneath it. The air around her hummed with energy, and Elend could feel the power of the city flowing through her, connecting her to something vast and eternal. She stepped closer to the fountain, the stone in her hand glowing brightly now, casting a warm light across the square. The fountain's waters rippled once more, and the figure's lantern seemed to come alive, its light merging with the lantern in Elend's hand. The voice that had spoken to her before echoed once more, softer now, as though it were coming from the very stone beneath her feet. Place the lantern in the waters, Elend. Only then will the secret of the city be revealed. Elend hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice had been clear, but the task it had set before her felt immense. What was this secret the voice spoke of? And what would happen when the lantern's light merged with the fountain's waters? With a deep breath, Elend stepped forward, her fingers trembling slightly as she held the lantern above the fountain. She hesitated for just a moment before lowering it into the shimmering waters. As the lantern's base touched the water's surface, a brilliant light erupted from the fountain, enveloping her in its glow. For a moment, Elend was weightless, surrounded by the warm, golden light of the lantern. The world around her seemed to vanish, leaving only the pulse of the light and the whisper of the water. Then, slowly, the light began to fade, and the world returned. But something had changed. The city was no longer silent. A soft melody, like the sound of distant bells, began to ring out from all around her. The buildings seemed to shimmer and shift, as if coming to life before her eyes. The air was filled with a deep sense of peace, and Elend realized, with a quiet shock, that she had unlocked the heart of the city. The lantern in her hand pulsed one final time before it went still, its light dimming to a soft glow. And as Elend gazed out over the city, she realized that the secret of the lantern of eternal night had been revealed to her, not in the form of words or visions, but in the quiet, profound peace that now filled the air around her. The city had awakened, and so had she. Her journey was far from over. But for now, in this moment, she understood. The lantern had not only guided her to this place, but had also shown her the true meaning of light, of silence, and of the eternal night that whispered its secrets to those willing to listen. As the last traces of light from the fountain's glow faded into the night, Elend stood still, her heart racing with the realization that the city's secret had been unlocked. The gentle hum that had filled the air moments before had now softened to a tranquil silence, but there was a depth to it, an underlying pulse that felt almost like a heartbeat. Elin gazed around the square, now bathed in the soft, ambient glow of the lantern she held. The fountain, though still, seemed to hold a life of its own, its water shimmering with the memory of the radiant light it had just released. The stone statue of the ancient figure loomed before her, the lantern in its outstretched hands now dim but still faintly glowing, as though its purpose had been fulfilled. But there was more to this place, more to the city, that Elin had yet to uncover. The air was thick with mystery, and the city itself seemed to stretch out before her, a labyrinth of hidden paths and forgotten corners waiting to be explored. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill her lungs, and stepped forward. With each movement, the ground beneath her seemed to hum in response, guiding her steps toward an unseen path. It was as though the city itself was alive, aware of her presence, and it was inviting her to continue her journey. The streets, once quiet and still, now seemed to pulse with a gentle energy. The buildings that had appeared so distant and grand now felt closer, their intricate carvings more detailed in the soft light of the lantern. The faint glow of distant lanterns appeared on the horizon, scattered like stars in the night sky. They beckoned her forward, like distant beacons guiding her path. Elin felt the pull again, stronger now, urging her to follow the path that lay ahead. The sense of calm she had felt in the square began to settle deep within her, like a warm blanket wrapping around her, providing both comfort and clarity. She knew that the city's secrets were not all contained in the fountain or the statue. There was something more, something hidden deep within the heart of this place. As she wandered through the streets, she passed by an archway of stone, its surface covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change with the light. The lantern's glow flickered gently in her hand, its light responding to the symbols, casting shadows that danced across the stone. She paused for a moment, her gaze lingering on the symbols, their meaning just out of reach. They felt familiar, yet foreign. The language they were written in seemed to speak directly to her, but it was a language she had never encountered before. The symbols seemed to pulse with an energy of their own, beckoning her to understand. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed in the air, as if the city itself were speaking to her. To understand the city, you must first understand its heartbeat, the voice said, its tone gentle and yet firm, like a whisper carried on the wind. Elin's heart skipped a beat. She had not seen anyone, nor had she heard anyone approach. The voice seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath her feet, as though it were coming from the city itself. Follow the path of the lanterns. The voice continued. They will guide you to the heart of the city, to the place where all secrets are kept. Elin nodded slowly, as if she had known this all along. The lantern in her hand seemed to hum in agreement, its light flickering brighter as though it were encouraging her to continue. She stepped forward again, her footsteps light and sure, the symbols on the stone archway shifting and changing as she passed beneath them. The path ahead grew clearer, the lanterns growing brighter, casting a warm glow on the cobblestones. The city was alive, its rhythm matching her own. As she continued deeper into the heart of the city, the buildings began to take on a new form. The stone walls, once solid and unyielding, now seemed to shift and sway, like the branches of the ancient tree she had seen in the valley. They bent and twisted, their shapes bending to the will of the wind, yet they remained steady, holding their ground, Elin felt a deep sense of wonder as she watched the transformation. The city was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, full of secrets and stories waiting to be discovered. And she was the one who had been chosen to uncover them. She turned a corner and found herself in front of a massive door, its surface covered in the same glowing symbols she had seen throughout the city. The door was unlike any she had ever seen, its edges blurred and shifting as though it were not entirely solid. It seemed to hum with energy, the air around it charged with an unseen force. Elin stepped forward, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the door's handle. The moment her fingers brushed against it, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the symbols on the door flared to life. They glowed brightly, casting a warm, golden light that filled the entire street. The door slowly began to open, revealing what lay beyond. Inside, Elin could see a vast chamber, its walls lined with shelves filled with ancient books, scrolls, and artifacts. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and incense, and a soft, ethereal light filled the room, casting long shadows across the floor. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single object, a crystal, glowing faintly with the same light that had emanated from the fountain. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, drawing Elin toward it. As she stepped closer, the voice echoed once more in her mind, clearer now, as though it were speaking directly to her. "Take the crystal, Elin," it said. "It is the final key to unlocking the city's heart. With it, you will learn the true purpose of the lantern." Elin hesitated for only a moment before she reached out and took the crystal in her hands. As soon as she touched it, the entire chamber seemed to come alive, the walls glowing with energy, the air humming with an ancient power. The lantern in her hand flared to life, its light merging with the crystal's soft glow. The two sources of light fused together, and in that moment, Elin understood. The lantern had not just been a guide, it had been a key to unlocking the very soul of the city. And now, as she stood in the heart of this place, she realized that the lantern's light had been leading her to this moment all along. The city was alive, and it was waiting for her to uncover its final secret, and with that, Elin knew her journey was far from over. The lantern's light would guide her still, through the city's mysteries and beyond, into the unknown reaches of the eternal night. Elin stood in the heart of the ancient chamber, the glowing crystal in her hands now radiating with a steady warmth, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. As the crystal's light danced across the walls, shadows twisted and writhed, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. But there was no time to wonder at the beauty of it. The city had revealed its deepest secret, and now the true journey was about to begin. The pedestal from which the crystal had risen remained eerily silent, its stone surface now cold to the touch. Yet, the power of the room, the energy that had enveloped her since her arrival, was still very much alive, and it was beckoning her forward. Elin took a deep breath and approached the center of the room, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. Her eyes locked onto the crystal, which seemed to grow brighter with each step she took. It was as if the very air around her was charged with magic, the weight of centuries of forgotten knowledge pressing down on her, waiting to be unlocked. The voice she had heard before, that soft whisper that seemed to come from the city itself, filled the air once more. It was clearer this time, though still gentle, as if guiding her toward her next action. To fully understand, you must journey deeper. The crystal is only the beginning. The lantern's light has called you here, but the path ahead is one only you can walk." Elin nodded, her fingers tightening around the crystal. Her heart raced, not with fear, but with a growing sense of purpose. She had not come this far only to turn back. The lantern, the city, and now the crystal, it all led to this moment. As if in response to her resolve, the crystal in her hands began to glow even brighter, sending out beams of light that traced patterns along the walls. The room itself seemed to respond, the shelves of books and scrolls beginning to shift, parting to reveal a hidden passageway. The entrance to the passageway was narrow, almost as if it had been concealed for centuries, waiting for the right person to uncover it. The air that flowed from it was cool, filled with the scent of ancient earth and the faintest hint of jasmine. It was as though the passage led into another world entirely, a world hidden deep beneath the city's surface. Without hesitation, Elin moved toward the passage, her lantern flickering once again in her hand. The golden light from the crystal illuminated her way, casting long shadows that seemed to dance along the stone walls. As she stepped into the darkness, she could hear the faintest sound, the whisper of the wind, but somehow more like a sigh. It was as though the city itself was breathing with her, guiding her steps. The passage was winding, its walls adorned with carvings that told stories of old. Elin paused for a moment, her fingers grazing the intricate designs, tracing the patterns of unknown creatures and symbols that seemed to shift and change beneath her touch. It was as if the carvings had been waiting for her to understand them, to bring them back to life. She continued on, her journey growing quieter with each step. The air became thicker, the faint scent of jasmine stronger, and the sense of an unseen presence around her grew more palpable. The further she went, the more she felt as though she were walking through the very bones of the city, its heart pulsing with energy beneath her feet. After what felt like hours, the passage opened up into a vast underground cavern, its walls stretching high into the darkness. The crystal's glow illuminated the cavern, revealing a network of sparkling pools of water that seemed to shimmer with their own light. In the center of the cavern stood a single stone pedestal, much like the one from the chamber above. On the pedestal, however, was something entirely different. A lantern, an ancient, silver lantern, unlike any Elin had seen before. Its surface was covered in runes and symbols, much like the ones she had seen on the walls of the passage. It pulsed with an eerie light, casting long shadows that stretched across the cavern, as if it were reaching out to her. The moment Elin laid her eyes upon the lantern, the room seemed to come alive. The water in the pool shimmered, rising in slow, deliberate waves. The walls of the cavern pulsed with energy, and the air grew thick with an ancient power that vibrated deep within her chest. It was the same power she had felt in the city, but now it was more intense, more real, as if the very earth beneath her was alive with magic. The voice echoed again, its tone now filled with a sense of finality. "You have found it, Elin. The lantern of eternal night. It has been waiting for you." Elin stepped forward, her heart racing. She could feel the pull of the lantern, as though it were calling her by name. She could almost hear its whispers, beckoning her to take it, to carry it into the night. With trembling hands, Elin reached for the lantern. The moment her fingers brushed against its cold, silver surface, a surge of energy coursed through her. The cavern shook, the light from the lantern growing blindingly bright. The ground beneath her feet trembled as if the very foundation of the city was shifting, and then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded. The cavern returned to its serene stillness, and Elin stood alone before the pedestal, holding the lantern of eternal night in her hands. She could feel the power of the lantern coursing through her, an ancient energy that seemed to bind her to the city itself. It was as if the lantern was more than just an object, it was a part of her now, and she, a part of it. The voice spoke once more, softer now, but with a sense of finality. The lantern is yours, Elin. The city's secrets are now yours to keep. But remember, this is only the beginning. The night is long, and the journey ahead is one only you can take. Elin nodded slowly, understanding now that her role in this ancient city was far greater than she had ever imagined. The lantern's light had guided her here, and it would continue to guide her on a path only she could walk. With the lantern in hand, Elin turned toward the exit of the cavern. The path ahead was unclear, but the city's heartbeat was steady, and she could feel it calling her, urging her forward into the unknown. The lantern of eternal night was hers, and with it, the secrets of the city, and perhaps even the very fabric of time itself, awaited her discovery. Elin stood at the edge of the cavern, the lantern of eternal night cradled in her hands. The soft, silver glow illuminated the path ahead, its light now calm and steady, unlike the blinding surge that had filled the cavern moments before. It was as though the lantern, having chosen her, had settled into a rhythm, one that matched her own heartbeat. The air was thick with anticipation as she stepped away from the pedestal, the weight of the lantern now a quiet presence, guiding her as she moved. The voice she had come to know as the city's ancient guide echoed softly in her mind, a quiet murmur that reminded her of her purpose. Go forth, Elin. The path before you is veiled in shadows, but the lantern's light will reveal what lies hidden. You are the keeper of secrets now. It is time to walk the forgotten roads, to awaken that which has slumbered for ages. With the voice still echoing in her thoughts, Elin began her journey through the labyrinthine passageways beneath the city. Each step she took seemed to reverberate through the stone, as if the walls themselves were whispering in ancient tongues, secrets of a time long past. The further she ventured, the more she felt the presence of something greater surrounding her, a quiet, almost protective force that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. As she moved, the lantern's glow seemed to deepen, shifting in hue as if attuned to the very rhythm of the city's pulse. The walls began to shift, revealing more carvings, faded symbols that seemed to come alive as the light touched them. It was as though the city had been waiting for this moment, when Elin would awaken it from its slumber. The deeper she traveled, the more the city seemed to unfold before her. What had once been a labyrinthine maze now felt like a sacred pathway, carved with purpose and intention, guiding her towards something. She passed through a series of chambers, each one more wondrous than the last. In one chamber, towering trees with luminous branches spread their roots across the floor, their leaves rustling as if in conversation with the lantern's light. In another, pools of water shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, reflecting the stars above her in ways that made her feel like she was walking under a night sky even though she was deep beneath the earth. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of wandering through the city's hidden heart, Elin entered a vast hall, a grand chamber with a ceiling so high it seemed to touch the very heavens. The walls were lined with towering shelves, filled with scrolls and books that seemed to hum with life, as if they were waiting to be read once more. At the center of the hall was a great, round stone table, ancient and weathered. In its center, a deep basin sat, its surface reflecting the dim glow of the lantern. As Elin approached, she noticed that the basin seemed to be made of a material unlike anything she had seen before, shifting and changing. Its surface undulating as though alive, she felt a pull, an undeniable connection between the lantern and the basin, as if they were two halves of a whole. The voice spoke again, more clearly this time, resonating through her entire being. Place the lantern upon the stone. Only then will the final secret be revealed. The light must meet the shadow, and the two will merge into one. Elin, heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, stepped forward and placed the lantern of eternal night upon the stone basin. The moment it touched the surface, the room seemed to come alive. A soft hum filled the air, and the lantern's light flickered, sending out beams that illuminated every corner of the vast chamber. The walls around her began to shimmer, the ancient books and scrolls vibrating with life as if they were coming to their senses. One by one, the books fluttered open, their pages turning as though caught in an invisible breeze. The symbols on the walls glowed brighter, and the air thickened with the scent of ancient incense. Then, the basin itself began to glow, its surface rippling like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. From the basin's depths, a soft, melodic voice began to rise, an ethereal sound that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of her soul. It was a language Elin could not understand, yet she felt its meaning deep within her, as though her heart knew what the words were saying. The voice spoke of time, of ages past and those yet to come. It spoke of balance, of light and shadow, of the delicate harmony that held the world together. And, in that moment, Elin realized that the lantern was not merely a source of light. It was a keeper of time itself, a beacon that guided the flow of history, holding in its glow the memories of everything that had been, and everything that would be. As the voice faded, the light from the lantern pulsed one final time. The basin's surface stilled, and the chamber grew quiet once more, as if all that had happened had been a fleeting dream. Elin stepped back, gazing at the basin and the now still lantern. It was no longer just an object. It was a key, unlocking not just the secrets of the city, but of the universe itself. She was its keeper now, and the responsibility weighed heavily upon her shoulders, but in her heart, Elin knew that she had been chosen for this. She was the one to walk the path between light and shadow, the one to protect the balance of all things. The lantern had found her, and she, in turn, had found her purpose. With a deep breath, Elin turned and began the long walk back. The chamber, once filled with secrets, now seemed silent, but she knew that this was not the end. The journey had only just begun, and the lantern's light would guide her wherever she needed to go. In the distance, the city of the eternal night awaited her. Its heart still beating in time with her own, Elin stood at the threshold of the chamber, the lantern of eternal night softly glowing in her hands. The stillness in the air seemed to wrap around her like a blanket, the weight of her responsibility pressing gently against her chest. She had walked deep into the heart of the city, uncovered its secrets, and felt the pulse of the ages flowing through her veins. But now, as she stepped back from the great stone table, she felt a strange pull, a whisper of something beyond the walls of the ancient hall. It was as if the city itself was beckoning her, inviting her to continue her journey, to follow a path unseen by the eyes of the past. The lantern, once a quiet companion, now seemed to hum with energy, a steady rhythm that resonated with her very soul. She knew that she was no longer just a traveler in this forgotten world. She was its guardian, With a deep breath, Elin turned toward the exit, her footsteps echoing softly through the hall. The books and scrolls, once alive with ancient knowledge, now lay still, their secrets securely held within their pages. But the city held more, much more, and she could feel it calling her. The narrow corridor beyond the chamber stretched out before her, bathed in the soft light of the lantern. As she walked, the walls shifted, as though they were adjusting to her presence, guiding her towards something greater. She felt the presence of the city's ancient inhabitants, those whose lives had been woven into the fabric of the city's history. Their whispers lingered in the air, their stories unfolding in the corners of her mind. The path before her grew narrower, and the soft glow of the lantern cast long shadows on the stone walls. She could hear the faint sound of dripping water echoing through the passageways, reminder that the city, though ancient, was alive. The air around her hummed with energy, as if the very stones beneath her feet were alive with memories. As she continued deeper into the maze of passages, she came across a narrow door, hidden behind a veil of vines that had grown over the stone like a curtain. The vines seemed to move in the dim light, their leaves rustling as if they, too, were eager to reveal what lay beyond. With a soft push, the door creaked open, revealing a small chamber that seemed untouched by time. Inside, a large, ornate mirror stood against the far wall, its surface dark and smooth like the surface of a still lake. The frame was intricately carved with symbols Elin did not recognize, their meanings lost to the ages. Yet, there was something familiar about the mirror, something that resonated with her very core. The lantern of eternal night, still glowing softly in her hands, cast a warm light across the room, illuminating the mirror's surface. For a moment, Elin saw only her reflection, tired eyes, her face illuminated by the lantern's glow. But then, as she stared deeper into the mirror, the image began to shift, the reflection blurring like ripples on a pond. She blinked, and before her, the surface of the mirror revealed something else, a vision. It was a landscape, but not one she recognized. Rolling hills under a sky filled with shifting clouds. The land was bathed in the soft, ethereal light of a rising moon, and in the distance, she could see a towering figure. It was cloaked in shadow, its features hidden, but its presence was unmistakable. The figure raised its hand, and Elin felt a pull in her chest, as though the very essence of the figure was reaching out to her. The vision grew clearer, and she saw a great tree, its roots sprawling deep into the earth, its branches stretching toward the heavens. The tree pulsed with energy, its light flickering like the stars in the night sky, and then, in an instant, the vision vanished, leaving Elin staring at her own reflection once more. She stood frozen in front of the mirror, heart pounding, the echo of the vision still reverberating in her mind. The voice of the city, the ancient guide, returned to her once more. The tree you saw, Elin, is the heart of this world. It is the source of the balance that sustains all life, all light and shadow. The lantern's light is but a fraction of its power, yet it holds the key to restoring the balance should it ever falter. Elin's breath caught in her throat as she absorbed the weight of the words. The figure she had seen, was it the guardian of the tree, or something else? And what did the vision mean for her, for the path she had chosen? The time has come for you to make a choice, the voice continued, now clearer, more urgent. The lantern's light will guide you, but only you can decide where to take it. The path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, but your strength will shape the future of this world. The tree awaits, but so does the darkness that seeks to devour it." With those final words, the voice fell silent, and the room grew still once more. Elin felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her. She was no longer just a keeper of secrets, a wanderer in the forgotten city. She was the guardian of the balance, the one who would determine the fate of the lantern, the city, and the very fabric of the world itself. Her gaze returned to the mirror, and for a moment, she wondered if it would show her another vision, another clue. But the mirror remained dark, the surface calm and still. It seemed that the next step was hers to take. With a quiet sigh, Elin turned away from the mirror, the lantern's light gently illuminating the path ahead. She was ready. Whatever lay beyond this moment, she would face it with the strength of the city behind her and the lantern in her hands. The stone beneath Elin's feet grew colder as she ventured deeper into the heart of the city. The vision from the mirror had left a lingering sense of purpose within her, but with that purpose came an overwhelming weight, the knowledge that the very balance of the world rested on her shoulders. The mysterious figure in the vision, the tree, and the dark force threatening to consume it all had ignited a spark of determination in her, yet a quiet fear settled within her chest. The lantern in her hand glowed brighter now, the soft light pushing back the encroaching darkness that threatened to swallow the narrow path. As the flickering shadows danced against the stone walls, she could hear a distant echo, almost like a whisper, calling her name. It was faint, but it grew stronger with every step she took. "Elin." She paused. The voice was familiar, yet distant, like a memory almost forgotten. It was a voice from her past, from a time when she had not known the weight of the world's secrets, when her days were filled with simpler concerns. The voice of her mother. Elin's heart tightened in her chest, the familiar pang of longing and loss rising within her. Her mother had always spoken of light and darkness, of the eternal dance between the two forces. She had warned Elin that the balance of the world was fragile and that there would come a time when Elin herself would be tested. As Elin moved forward, she remembered her mother's teachings, her gentle hand on Elin's shoulder, and the stories of ancient guardians who had walked this path long before her. The lantern had been passed down through the generations, each bearer entrusted with its light, its power, and its duty. Elin was the latest in a long line, but unlike the others, she could feel that her journey was destined to be different. The voice seemed to be guiding her now, not from memory, but from the very walls of the city, as though the stones themselves whispered the echoes of the past. Her footsteps led her to a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows, its walls carved with intricate symbols of forgotten lore. The air inside was thick, almost tangible, and Elin felt a shiver run down her spine. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, its stone surface covered in dust and cobwebs. On it, nestled in the center, was an object that caught Elin's eye. The lantern of eternal night, her lantern, was casting its light over an ancient stone tablet. The glow from the lantern seemed to pulse in rhythm with the energy of the chamber, as though it recognized the significance of this place. She stepped closer, her heart racing. As she approached the pedestal, the air around her seemed to vibrate with a quiet hum, a resonance that made her feel both at ease and unsettled all at once. She gently placed the lantern next to the tablet, and as she did, the symbols etched into the stone began to glow faintly, one by one. It was a map. Elin's eyes widened as the glowing symbols formed a detailed map of the city. But this was unlike any map she had ever seen. It shifted and moved, as if alive, and as she studied it, she realized it was not just a map of her current surroundings, but of a hidden path, one that led far beyond the city's borders. The path was long and winding, shrouded in mystery, but one thing was clear: it led to the great tree from her vision. The map seemed to call to her, the light from the lantern guiding her hand as she traced the path with her finger. As she did, the symbols around the map began to pulse more brightly, their energy intensifying. "Elin," the voice whispered again, this time more urgently. "The path is before you. You must follow it, for the lantern's light will not guide you forever. The darkness is drawing near, and only the heart of the tree can restore what is threatened." Her heart pounded in her chest as she understood the gravity of the situation. The journey would not be easy, and there would be countless challenges ahead, but there was no turning back now. The city had chosen her. The lantern had chosen her. With a steady breath, Elin turned away from the pedestal and looked at the path before her, both physical and spiritual. She could feel the weight of the lantern in her hand, its light now flickering with an intensity she had never felt before. It was time to step forward. The map had revealed the path, but now it was up to her to walk it, and so, with her gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, Elin stepped into the unknown, the lantern's light her only guide through the thickening darkness. Elin's journey into the unknown was slow but deliberate, as the path revealed by the glowing map in the chamber unfolded before her. With each step, the weight of the lantern seemed to grow, as if it was both a gift and a burden, a beacon of hope and a reminder of the stakes that lay ahead. The map had not just shown the path, it had shown her the cost of failure, the looming darkness that threatened to engulf the world. As she ventured deeper into the dense forest outside the city, the air grew thicker, more oppressive. The once familiar warmth of the lantern now felt cold in her hands. The gentle light flickering in the growing darkness that surrounded her. She could hear the rustling of leaves, but there were no sounds of life, no birds, no insects, nothing but the eerie stillness that pressed in from every direction. The trees towered above her, their twisted branches reaching like skeletal fingers toward the sky. They seemed ancient, their bark cracked and worn, with markings that appeared almost like runes, symbols of old magic, of secrets long buried. As Elin walked, she felt their presence, as if they were watching her, waiting, and yet, despite the growing sense of unease, there was something comforting about the path ahead. The lantern's light, though faint, seemed to push back the darkness just enough for her to continue. She could feel its warmth spread through her chest, the connection between them growing stronger with each step. This was her purpose. The lantern was not merely a tool, it was a part of her, and she, a part of it. As she moved forward, the air shifted. It grew colder, and the faint hum of distant winds grew quieter. Then, in the distance, Elin saw a soft glow through the trees. It wasn't the same as her lantern's light, it was a pale, otherworldly glow, far too bright to be natural. Her heart quickened as she approached, her steps growing faster with each passing moment. The light led her to a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal an ancient stone archway. Its surface was smooth and glimmered faintly in the lantern's light, though it seemed to hold an energy of its own. The archway was adorned with symbols, much like the runes on the trees, and a strange energy hummed through the air, vibrating against Elin's skin. She hesitated at the threshold. This was no ordinary passageway, it was a portal, a gateway to somewhere beyond. She could feel the pull of it, a sense of urgency rising in her chest. The path was clear now. The tree, the heart of the world, was beyond this portal, and it was waiting for her. Her hand trembled slightly as she raised the lantern. The glow grew stronger, its flame dancing in the soft breeze that had begun to stir around her. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the world seemed to shift. The air around her grew heavier, and the glow of the portal intensified, swirling around her like a living thing. The ground beneath her feet no longer felt solid. There was a sense of floating, of being caught between two worlds. She could hear a voice again. This time, it wasn't the whisper of her mother. It was deeper, more resonant, as if the land itself was speaking to her. Elin. The voice called, not in words, but in the very essence of her being. You are the light in this world's darkness. But remember, even light can be consumed. The path ahead will test you. Will you have the strength to face what lies in wait? Elin closed her eyes for a moment, the weight of the voice pressing down on her. She felt it in her heart, deep in her soul. The lantern was her strength, but it could only guide her so far. She would have to rely on herself, her will, her resolve. The darkness was not an external force, it was a part of her, of the world, of the very fabric of existence. It would try to consume her, but Elin had something it could not take. She had hope. With a steadying breath, Elin opened her eyes and stepped forward, into the swirling energy of the portal. As she did, the world around her dissolved into a blur of light and shadow, the trees, the archway, the very ground beneath her feet all fading into nothingness. For a moment, she felt weightless, as though she were falling, yet there was no sense of panic. Instead, she felt as though she were being drawn toward something. It was as if the lantern was pulling her, guiding her deeper into the heart of the world. She could sense the tree now, feel its ancient presence calling her, and then, with a sudden jolt, she landed on solid ground. She opened her eyes, and before her stood the great tree, the heart of the world. Its trunk was vast, towering high into the sky, its roots sprawling deep into the earth. The branches spread outward like the arms of an ancient guardian, each one adorned with shimmering leaves that glowed with an inner light. But as Elin gazed at the tree, she saw something else, something darker. A shadow was creeping across its bark, spreading like a stain, its tendrils winding upward, threatening to consume everything in its path. The lantern in Elin's hands flickered in response, its light flaring brightly. The shadows recoiled, but they did not retreat. They were strong, stronger than anything she had faced before. Elin stepped forward, the weight of her purpose heavier now than ever before. The darkness had come. But so, too, had the light. Elin stood before the great tree, the heart of the world, her lantern's light flickering fiercely against the encroaching shadow. The air was thick with tension, as if the very earth itself held its breath. The shadows, dark and sinister, stretched across the tree's bark, their black tendrils reaching for the shimmering leaves that had once glowed with vitality. The light of the lantern seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, its flame dancing with determination. The voice, deep and resonant, filled her mind again. You've come, Elin. But do you truly understand the weight of your mission? The shadows whispered in response, their movement a dark symphony. winding around the ancient tree as if it were their prey. Elin felt the cold fingers of doubt brush against her heart, but she pushed them away. She had come too far, faced too many trials. To falter now, the tree, once vibrant and full of life, seemed to groan beneath the weight of the darkness. Its leaves had begun to wither, the once golden light now a pale, sickly hue. The shadows seemed to feed on its life force, growing stronger with each passing moment. Elin could feel it, the connection between the lantern and the tree, pulsing in the air around her. The tree was suffering, and the lantern's light was the only hope of salvation. The voice spoke again, softer this time, a hint of sorrow in its tone. The darkness that consumes this tree is not of your world. It is the same shadow that once threatened to tear the very fabric of the universe apart. And it has returned. Elin's grip tightened on the lantern. She could feel the weight of its power growing heavier, but she knew that it was not enough. The light of the lantern alone could not banish the darkness, it was only a tool. The true power lay within her will to fight, to protect, to restore. She took a step forward, her breath steady, her gaze unwavering. The shadows hissed, recoiling from the light, but they quickly regrouped, swelling like a tide that refused to retreat. The air grew colder, and Elin's heart pounded in her chest as she realized that this was no ordinary battle. The shadows were not mere creatures of the dark, they were a force, an ancient presence, born from the very fabric of the night itself. "You cannot defeat me," the shadows whispered, their voices a chorus of countless whispers, each one filled with malice and contempt. "You are but a flicker in the endless night. You cannot hope to banish what has always existed." Elin's eyes narrowed, the lantern's light flaring brighter in response. She could feel the presence of the tree deep in her heart now, the pulse of its life force intertwined with her own. The darkness might have existed before her, but she was not alone in this fight. She was not just a flicker, she was a flame. With a determined breath, Elin lifted the lantern high, its light casting long shadows across the ground. The air around her seemed to shimmer with power, and the very earth beneath her feet trembled. The lantern's flame grew, burning brighter, its light now blinding in its intensity. The darkness hissed and writhed, struggling against the light, but it was not enough. The shadows were pushed back, retreating just a little, their grip on the tree loosening, but Elin knew this was only the beginning. The darkness had no intention of leaving so easily. The tree groaned again, its ancient voice calling out in a soft, mournful whisper. "Help me." Elin stepped closer, her feet light on the ground, as if she were moving in tune with the very heart of the earth. Her hand trembled, but her resolve was unshakable. The lantern's light was hers to command. And it was time to reclaim the life that had been stolen. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering the light within her, feeling the warmth of the lantern spread through her chest. This was not just about the tree, nor was it just about the lantern. It was about the balance between light and darkness, the eternal dance of opposites that kept the world in harmony. Elin whispered a prayer, a soft plea to the forces that govern the world. "By the light of the lantern, I call upon the heart of the earth. By the will of those who came before me, I call upon the strength of this world. May the shadows retreat, may the light return." The lantern's light flared once more, expanding outward in a blinding burst of energy. The darkness shrieked, recoiling in pain as the light pushed it back, slowly but surely. The air was thick with power, the very essence of life itself coursing through Ellen's veins. She felt the pulse of the tree, the rhythm of its life, and she knew that she was not alone in this fight. As the light spread, the shadows began to fade, their form dissipating like smoke in the wind. The tree's leaves slowly began to glow once more, the golden light returning, stronger than before. The roots of the tree, once withered and weak, began to stir, reaching deep into the earth, drawing strength from the land itself. Ellen's breath was steady, but her heart raced as the final remnants of the darkness were consumed by the light. The shadows shrieked one last time, their voices fading into silence as the tree's glow grew brighter, enveloping everything around her. And then, all was still. The tree stood tall and vibrant once more, its bark glowing with life, its branches stretching high into the sky. The lantern's light flickered once, and then faded to a soft, steady glow. Ellen lowered it, her hands trembling with exhaustion, but her heart was full. The battle was won. Ellen stood in the midst of the tranquil clearing, the weight of the moment settling over her like a heavy cloak. The air around her was still, almost serene, and the soft hum of the earth's heartbeat filled the silence. The tree, now restored, radiated with golden light, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The lantern, its purpose fulfilled, glowed faintly in her hands, its flame steady but no longer burning with the intensity of before. She felt the presence of the ancient tree all around her, its roots deep within the earth, its branches stretching toward the sky. The connection between them was palpable, a silent bond that pulsed with life. The shadows had been pushed back. For now, but Ellen knew that the battle for balance was far from over. The voice, once deep and foreboding, spoke again. "You have done what many thought impossible, Ellen. The darkness that threatened this world has been banished, but do not be fooled. The lantern of eternal night holds a greater secret, one that even you are yet to understand." Ellen closed her eyes for a moment, taking in the quiet peace that surrounded her. She could still feel the echoes of the darkness, faint and lingering, but they were now distant. She had won, but there was a price to pay. The voice's words lingered in her mind, a reminder that the journey was not over. The lantern, the voice continued, is more than just a tool of light. It is a key, one that opens the doors to a deeper, more ancient power. A power that must be wielded with great care, for it is not only the light that resides within it. Darkness, too, is bound to it, and as long as the lantern exists, so too will the shadows. Ellen's heart quickened at the mention of darkness. She had known, deep within her, that the light she held was not without its counterpart. It had always been a part of the world, as much a part of her as the air she breathed. The lantern was more than she had ever realized. "What do you mean?" Ellen asked, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. The tree seemed to pulse in response, its branches swaying more vigorously as if urging her to listen. "There is a realm beyond the veil of this world," the voice whispered, a tremor of ancient sorrow in its tone. "A realm where shadows dwell, where the eternal night is not just an absence of light, but a force of its own. It is there that the lantern's true power lies, and it is there that its next test awaits." Ellen's grip on the lantern tightened. She could feel the weight of its secrets pressing against her, a burden she had never fully understood. But now, Standing in the presence of the restored tree, its golden light bathing the clearing in a soft glow, Elin felt an undeniable pull toward whatever lay beyond. The shadows were retreating for now, but they would return. And when they did, she had to be ready. She took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She could feel the lantern's call, soft, insistent, like a whisper in the back of her mind. It was time to uncover the truth of its power, to understand what lay beyond the shadows. The voice spoke again, its tone gentler now, almost tender. You have the strength within you, Elin. The lantern has chosen you. But you must be cautious. For in the realm beyond, the light you carry may be both your greatest strength and your most dangerous weakness. Elin nodded, understanding that her journey had only just begun. The shadows were not gone, they were waiting, biding their time. The lantern's flame was steady, but it could easily be snuffed out by the very darkness it had banished. She had to learn how to harness its power, to walk the fine line between light and shadow. She took one last look at the tree, its golden glow now a beacon of hope in the distance. The battle had been won, but the war was far from over. The lantern was both her gift and her burden, a light that would guide her but also test her resolve. With a steadying breath, Elin turned away from the tree and began her journey toward the unknown. The lantern's light flickered softly, a constant reminder that she was not alone on this path. The road ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: she would face it with the strength of the light in her hands. And the shadows at her back, the silent whisper of the tree seemed to follow her, its voice a quiet promise: go, Elin. The world awaits you. And so does the darkness. And with that, she took her first step into the unknown, the lantern's light flickering like a steady heartbeat in the stillness of the night. The wind had begun to stir as Elin journeyed deeper into the darkened forest. The once gentle breeze now carried a chill, wrapping around her like the fingers of a forgotten memory. Her footsteps, soft on the moss-covered ground, were the only sound that broke the quiet of the night. The lantern in her hand flickered, casting long shadows that stretched and shifted with the movement of the wind. Though the world around her seemed peaceful at first glance, there was an underlying tension in the air, an energy that pulsed and whispered in the trees, as though something unseen was watching, waiting. The path she walked was narrow, barely a trail, winding between ancient trees that seemed to groan with age. Their gnarled branches reached out like fingers, their leaves whispering in a language she couldn't understand. Elin's mind wandered back to the voice, the mysterious presence she had encountered in the clearing. Its words echoed in her thoughts, persistent and troubling. In the realm beyond, the light you carry may be both your greatest strength and your most dangerous weakness. What did that mean? She had thought the lantern was a source of hope, a tool to bring light where there was none. But now, with every step she took toward the unknown, doubt crept in. She could feel the shadows growing stronger, darker than before. The lantern flickered again, its flame steady but muted. The path ahead seemed endless, winding ever deeper into the heart of the forest. Elin quickened her pace, the weight of the lantern heavy in her hand, its warmth offering little comfort against the growing cold. The further she walked, the more the forest seemed to close in around her. The trees appeared to grow taller and thicker, their trunks twisted into strange shapes. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting eerie shadows that danced at the edges of her vision. At last, the path opened into a clearing, a circular space surrounded by towering trees whose branches intertwined to form a canopy above, blocking out the sky. In the center of the clearing stood a stone archway, ancient and weathered, its surface covered in vines and moss. It seemed to hum with an energy that Elin could feel deep within her bones. The lantern's flame flickered once more, almost as if responding to the presence of the archway. Elin approached cautiously, her heartbeat quickening with every step. As she neared the arch, she felt a coldness in the air, an unnatural chill that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The archway seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the shadows within it deeper than the night itself. She hesitated, her fingers tightening around the lantern's handle. The voice from the tree echoed in her mind again. The lantern is a key. It will guide you, but it will also test you. The realm beyond the veil is not a place for the unprepared. Elin took a deep breath. She had come too far to turn back now. The archway called to her, its darkness beckoning with the promise of answers. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest, and as she did, the lantern's flame brightened, casting a warm, golden glow that pushed back the shadows in front of her. The air around her shimmered like a veil lifting, and with each step, the world around her seemed to change. The trees, the sky, the ground beneath her feet, all seemed to blur, shifting between realms as though she was crossing into another world altogether, and then, with a final step, she was through the archway. Elin blinked as her surroundings settled into focus. She was no longer in the forest. Instead, she stood in a vast, empty expanse of nothingness, an endless void, where the sky was a swirling mix of deep purples and blacks, and the ground beneath her was a smooth, black stone that seemed to stretch into infinity. The only source of light in this dark realm was the lantern in her hand, its flame now burning brighter than ever. But somehow, it didn't feel like enough. The shadows around her were not like the ones she had known. They were alive, swirling in the distance, like mist that moved and breathed. They seemed to watch her, waiting, as though they knew exactly who she was and why she had come. Elin's heart raced. She could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in on her, pushing against her, but she refused to let it break her. She had the lantern, the light, and with it, she would face whatever lay ahead, but something was different here, something beyond the shadows. In the distance, she could make out faint shapes, figures moving just beyond the edge of her vision. Were they shadows, or something else? Were they the guardians of this realm, or something far more dangerous? Elin took a step forward, her gaze fixed on the figures. Her voice, when it came, was a whisper in the heavy air. What is this place? The shadows stirred, as though responding to her words, and in that moment, she understood. This was no ordinary place. It was the heart of the darkness, the very source of the power that the lantern had been created to contain. And now, it was calling to her. The lantern's flame flickered once more, and Elin felt a surge of energy rise within her, a power that felt both ancient and raw. The shadows recoiled for a moment, as if startled by the sudden surge of light, but they quickly gathered again, more intense than before. Elin held the lantern before her, her grip firm. She had come this far, and she would not falter now. The lantern's light was the key, but it was also the challenge. The darkness was not just an enemy to defeat, it was a force to understand, to control, to coexist with. the realm of eternal night awaited her. And Elin, lantern in hand, would walk its path to uncover the secrets it held. Elin stood at the edge of the void, the lantern's light flickering in the unyielding darkness. The swirling shadows around her had grown more intense, but they now seemed to pulse with a strange rhythm, as if they were responding to her presence. The air itself felt thick, heavy with the weight of forgotten memories and lost time. Each breath she took seemed to carry the scent of something ancient, something far older than the forest from which she had come. The figures in the distance, which had once been mere shapes, now became clearer. They were not entirely human, not entirely shadow either. Their forms were fluid, shifting between the substance of darkness and the faintest outline of flesh, their eyes gleaming like distant stars. They seemed to float, hovering just above the ground, their movements slow and deliberate. Elin tightened her grip on the lantern. She could feel its warmth in her palm, a steady beacon in the cold emptiness of this realm. The light felt like an old friend, reliable and constant, but she knew it was not the only thing she would need here. This place, this endless expanse of twilight, was more than just a test of endurance. It was a place of choice, a place of decision. She had passed through the archway, but she didn't know what awaited her on the other side. The shadows, these strange beings, were no longer just lurking in the distance. They had noticed her, and they were coming closer, drifting toward her with an unnatural grace. Elin could feel her pulse quicken as the distance between them closed. Her first instinct was to retreat, to run back through the archway, but she knew it was no use. The archway was gone now. There was no going back. This was her path, the one she had chosen, and the lantern's light was the only thing that could guide her forward. As the figures neared, Elin spoke, her voice steady but filled with uncertainty. "What are you?" she asked, her words echoing in the stillness of the void. The shadows paused, as if considering her question. Then, one of the figures stepped forward, its form flickering like a dying flame. It spoke, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves in an autumn breeze. "We are the keepers," it said, its voice both soft and cold. "The guardians of the path that leads to the heart of the night. We are the ones who watch, who wait. The ones who judge." Elin's heart sank. She had suspected as much. This place was not just a realm of darkness. It was a realm of power, a place where choices were made and actions were weighed. She had not simply crossed into a new world. She had crossed into a place where the essence of everything, light, dark, life, and death, was balanced and tested. "I did not come here to be judged," Elin said, her voice gaining strength. "I came to find the truth. To understand why the lantern was created." The keeper's form shifted again, swirling in and out of existence like a mist in the wind. "The truth is a thing of shadows," it whispered. "It hides behind layers of time, waiting for those who are brave enough to seek it. But be warned, seeker, truth here does not come without cost." The others, still floating at the edges of the clearing, watched her intently, their eyes gleaming with an almost predatory curiosity. Elin could feel their gazes on her, their silent judgment pressing down, but she stood tall. She had made her choice long before she had crossed through the archway. There was no turning back now. "What is the cost?" she asked, her voice steady despite the unease curling in her stomach. the keeper did not answer immediately. Instead, it drifted closer, the air around it shimmering as though reality itself was bending. The shadows seemed to grow darker still, swallowing the faint light of the lantern as it came nearer. "The cost," the keeper said, its voice now a whisper that seemed to resonate deep within her bones, "is not always what you expect. The truth you seek, it may not be the truth you wish to find. The lantern you carry is not merely a light. It is a key to something far older, far deeper. And those who seek it must face what lies beneath." Ellen's mind raced. Beneath? Beneath what? What did it mean? She had thought she understood the lantern, thought she knew its purpose, but now she was not so sure. The keeper's words gnawed at her, unsettling her like a puzzle that could not be solved. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why was I chosen?" The keeper's form flickered, shifting like the wind. "The lantern chooses those who are ready," it said. "Those whose hearts carry the weight of both light and darkness. You have crossed paths with shadows before, child. And now you must walk the path of truth." Ellen's hand tightened around the lantern's handle. The air was thick with anticipation, the silence between her and the keeper stretching long and heavy. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing on her chest. She had always known that there was something more to her journey. Something greater than simply finding the lantern and walking away. But what was it? And could she truly face whatever lay beyond the shadows? The keeper's voice broke through her thoughts, sharp and cold. "You have come far, but you have not yet seen the heart of the night. Only by passing through the veils of truth will you unlock the power within the lantern. But remember, truth is not given freely. It must be earned." Ellen swallowed hard, trying to steady her breath. She could feel the eyes of the keepers upon her, waiting for her next move. The lantern's light flickered once more, casting an eerie glow on the shifting shadows that surrounded her. She was no longer just a seeker. She was now part of the story, a piece in the grand design of light and dark, truth and deception. And the only way forward was through the heart of the night itself. With a steadying breath, Ellen took her first step into the deeper shadows, the lantern's glow cutting through the darkness before her. She did not know what lay ahead, but one thing was certain: she was ready to face whatever came next. Ellen's heart beat like a drum in the depths of the void, each step she took sending ripples through the dense air. The shadows parted and swirled around her, moving with a mind of their own, as though the very fabric of this world was alive, testing her resolve. The keeper's words echoed in her mind: "Truth must be earned." What truth? And what was the price of that truth? She could feel it, deep within her bones, a pull, a gravitational force drawing her deeper into the unknown. As she walked, the lantern's light dimmed and flickered, as if it too was uncertain of its path. The shadows, once mere figures, now seemed to grow in stature, and the figures within them began to change. No longer just formless beings, they now took shapes, faces half remembered from the corners of her mind, memories long buried under years of forgotten pain. Some were fleeting glimpses, others lingered, their eyes hollow and accusing, as if they too sought something from her. "Do you remember us?" One whispered, a voice barely more than a breath, yet it felt like it came from everywhere at once. Ellen stopped, the cold shiver of fear crawling up her spine. She had not been prepared for this. The shadows were not just guardians of the night, they were the echoes of the past, and they seemed to recognize her. But how? She lifted the lantern higher, its light shining in her palm like a fragile star, casting long, trembling shadows across the ground. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice sounding thin, distant in the heavy air. Another whisper answered, "We are your past, your forgotten self." The words chilled her to the bone. Forgotten. She had no memory of these shadows, no recollection of them ever being a part of her life. Yet the flickers of recognition in the faces of the figures around her felt undeniable. One figure stepped forward, more distinct now, a woman, her face pale, her eyes wide with sorrow. Elin could see the familiar curve of her jaw, the shape of her features, though they were distorted, as though viewed through a fog. "You've come to seek the truth," the woman's voice trembled. "But are you prepared for what you will find?" Elin took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. "What do you mean?" "You have forgotten," the woman continued, her voice both tender and sorrowful, "but the truth of the lantern is bound to you. It is tied to everything you have ever been, everything you have lost." The shadows around Elin seemed to close in tighter, their whispers louder now, as if the very air itself was pressing in on her. The lantern's light flickered again, weak and wavering, as if it too was afraid to reveal what lay ahead. "You must face the heart of the night," the woman said, her image shifting and blurring, as if caught in a storm. "Only then will you understand why you were chosen." Elin's throat tightened, the weight of her past crashing into her like a wave. She had not come here to confront her past, to dig up forgotten memories and old wounds. She had come for answers, for the truth of the lantern and its purpose. But now, standing in the midst of these haunting figures, she realized that the lantern's true power was not just in its light, it was in what it revealed. As if sensing her turmoil, the shadows around her shifted again, parting to reveal a path ahead. It was narrow, winding, and dark, utterly consuming. And at its end, something flickered in the distance, a faint, glowing light. The woman's voice echoed once more, "You must walk this path alone. There is no going back. Only through will you find the truth that waits." Elin felt the weight of the lantern in her hand, the steady pulse of its light matching the beating of her heart. She had no choice but to move forward, though the fear gnawed at her insides. Every step forward felt like an unraveling, a revelation she was not sure she was ready for. But the lantern would guide her. She had to trust it. With a deep breath, she took her first step onto the path, the shadows swirling around her as she moved deeper into the dark. The world around her seemed to breathe, alive with the weight of forgotten things. The air grew heavier, the darkness more palpable, as if it was both a blanket and a prison. A place where memories lived, and where secrets were kept. The farther she went, the more the whispers surrounded her, until they became a chorus, filling her ears with voices from every corner of her life. Elin. The voices spoke her name, echoing like a call from the past. She could hear them, distant at first, then closer, pressing in on her, surrounding her. They were not just memories, they were pieces of herself that she had left behind. Pieces she had tried to forget. The path narrowed, the shadows growing darker, more oppressive. The lantern's light flickered again, casting long, haunting shadows that stretched out before her. As she moved, she could feel the weight of something heavy in the air, something ancient and powerful. As though the very fabric of reality itself was stretching thin, revealing glimpses of what lay beyond. At the end of the path, the light grew brighter, and Elend's breath caught in her throat. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a figure, its form both familiar and alien, as though it were made of light and shadow woven together. The figure's face was obscured, its features hidden beneath a veil of darkness. The figure spoke, its voice like the sound of wind through dry leaves. "You have come far, Elend. But the hardest choice is yet to come." Elend stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. The lantern's light flickered once more, casting shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. The figure before her was no longer just a shape. It was a reflection of herself, of everything she had been, everything she had become. The lantern's light dimmed once again, and Elend understood. To move forward, she would have to face what she had buried within herself. The truth of the lantern was not just a revelation of the world, it was a revelation of who she truly was. The path ahead was dark, but it was the only way forward. With a deep breath, Elend stepped forward once more, ready to face whatever awaited her in the heart of the night. The moment Elend stepped forward, the world seemed to shift. The ground beneath her feet trembled as the darkness around her began to pulse with an energy that was both unsettling and strangely familiar. Her heart thudded in her chest, the rhythm echoing through the silence of the night. The figure before her, a reflection of herself, stood still, its shadowy form flickering like a flame caught in the wind. As she advanced, the shadows that had once been distant whispers now seemed to coalesce into figures, some vaguely familiar, others strange and twisted. Faces from her past, from moments she had long forgotten, appeared in the darkness, their eyes fixed on her with expressions that were both questioning and knowing. They seemed to be waiting for her, as though they had always known she would return to this moment, this place. Elend took a deep breath, the air thick with the weight of unspoken truths. The lantern's light flickered and swirled, casting long, wavering shadows that danced across the ground, as if alive. The whispers from the figures grew louder, overlapping each other, their voices rising in a soft crescendo. "Do you understand now?" one voice called, a faint, mournful tone. "You've always known." Elend's throat tightened. She had always felt something inside her, something that had never quite fit, like a puzzle missing a piece. And now, as she stood in the Elend continued her journey, the lantern's soft glow dancing with each step she took. The world around her was quiet, still, yet alive in its own way. The path wound through silent forests where the trees whispered in the wind, over hills where the grasses swayed like waves on the ocean, and beside streams that mirrored the stars above. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something, or perhaps someone, to awaken it once more. She had learned much in her time with the lantern. The weight it held was not a burden, but a gift, one that allowed her to see the world through new eyes. Where once she had seen only shadows and fear, she now saw the delicate interplay of light and dark. The intricate dance of opposites that formed the fabric of life itself. But as she walked, a nagging thought tugged at her mind. The woman who had spoken to her, was she real, or was she just a reflection of her own growing awareness? And what of the world that awaited her? How could one person bring light to a place so vast, so filled with shadow? It was in the midst of these thoughts that she found herself standing at the edge of a wide, shimmering lake. The water, though still, seemed to pulse with an inner life, as though it held secrets beneath its surface. The moonlight reflected off its surface, turning it into a mirror of the sky, and for a moment, Elin stood in awe, captivated by its beauty. And then, from the water, a soft voice called to her. "Elin," it whispered, gentle as a breeze. She turned, her heart racing. The voice was familiar, yet strange. It felt like a call from the depths of her own soul, a voice that had always been there, waiting to be heard. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady but filled with wonder. A figure appeared at the water's edge, emerging from the mist that clung to the lake. It was a woman, her features delicate and familiar, yet more ethereal than any form Elin had seen before. Her hair shimmered like the stars, and her eyes held a deep, knowing sadness, as though she had witnessed the passing of countless ages. "I am the keeper of the waters," the woman said, her voice soft yet resonant. "I have watched over this lake for eons, guarding its secrets and its stories. And now, I have come to offer you a gift." Elin stepped closer, her curiosity growing. "A gift?" she asked, her heart beating faster with each word. The keeper nodded, her gaze gentle. "The lantern you carry holds great power, Elin. But it is not the only light in the world. There are many lights, some hidden, some forgotten, but all important. It is time for you to see them. Time for you to understand that you are not the only one who can bring light to the darkness." With a graceful movement, the keeper reached into the water, her hands moving with an elegance that seemed to disturb the surface only slightly. She drew out a small, glowing orb, its light flickering like a heartbeat. The orb was a deep, radiant blue, and as it glowed, Elin could feel its warmth, its presence, as though it was alive. "This orb is a part of the same light you carry, Elin," the keeper explained. "It is the light of understanding, of knowledge. It will show you things that the lantern cannot. Where your lantern guides others, this orb will guide you, deep into the heart of the world, into the hidden places where light and shadow converge. It will show you the secrets of the earth, the ancient truths that have long been forgotten. With this, you will learn the deeper purpose of your journey." Elin gazed at the orb, her fingers itching to touch it. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and she could feel its power calling to her, just as the lantern had. But she hesitated. "What will I see with this?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You will see the hidden paths," the keeper said softly. "The ones that lie beneath the surface, the ones that only those with open hearts and clear minds can perceive. You will see the world in its true form, alive with magic, with wonder, and with the shadows that must always accompany the light." Elin looked down at the lantern in her hand, the soft glow of its flame casting a golden light around her. She had learned so much from it, but now she felt as though something was missing, a piece of the puzzle that was still out of reach. Could this orb hold the answer she had been searching for? With a deep breath, Elin reached out and took the orb. The moment her fingers touched it, a rush of energy coursed through her, filling her with warmth and a sense of clarity. The world around her shifted, the air becoming heavier, charged with an ancient energy. She felt as though she could see the very fabric of the universe, each thread woven together in a delicate balance, both beautiful and fragile. The keeper smiled, a look of understanding in her eyes. Now, you are ready to see the truth, Elin. To understand the nature of your journey, and the light that lies within you, Elin held the orb close to her chest, feeling its warmth spread through her. And for the first time, she felt truly whole. The lantern, the orb, they were both a part of her now, guiding her forward into the unknown. With a final glance at the keeper, Elin turned and stepped into the shimmering waters of the lake, the orb glowing brightly in her hand, casting light into the depths of the night. Elin's footsteps in the water rippled across the lake's surface, each step resonating with the light of the orb. As the soft glow from the lantern and the orb intertwined, they illuminated the world around her in a way she had never seen before. The quiet mist that had clung to the water's edge seemed to part, revealing a hidden path leading deeper into the heart of the forest. She followed the path, the lantern's light flickering as if whispering to her, while the orb in her hand pulsed gently, like the rhythm of a distant heartbeat. The trees that had once seemed foreboding now appeared less threatening, their trunks thick with ancient wisdom, their branches reaching out as if to offer their shelter. The forest itself felt alive, its heartbeat synchronized with the glow in Elin's hand. With each step, the air grew warmer, charged with the energy of a forgotten world. She could feel the light of the orb pulling her forward, urging her to see the hidden beauty of this place, the mysteries that lay buried beneath layers of time and shadow. The path curved, taking her further into the woods, until she reached a clearing. The moonlight bathed the ground in silver, and at its center was an ancient stone structure, half hidden by moss and vines. It was a circle of stones, standing tall and proud despite the passage of countless years. Each stone was etched with symbols she didn't recognize, yet they seemed to hum with a strange resonance, as if they had once held great power. Elin's heart raced as she approached, the orb pulsing in her hands. She could sense that this was a place of great significance, a place where the threads of light and shadow wove together to create something beyond the world she had known. Stepping into the center of the stone circle, she felt a surge of energy rise from the earth beneath her feet. The orb's glow intensified, bathing the clearing in a brilliant light, and for a moment, everything was still, frozen in time. Elin closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the light envelop her, feeling a deep sense of peace, as if she had come home to a place she had long forgotten. When she opened her eyes again, the clearing had transformed. The stones, once weathered and old, now shone with a brilliant, ethereal light. The air hummed with an ancient power, and she could see faint images flickering in the air around her, visions of a time long past. She saw the trees, not as they were now, but as they had once been, full of life. Their branches stretching high into the sky, their leaves dancing in the breeze. She saw creatures that no longer roamed the earth, their forms shimmering like ghosts, their movements graceful and fluid, and then, as if summoned by her presence, a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing. A tall, regal woman, draped in a cloak of silver and gold, her face hidden by a veil. Elin could feel the power of this figure, an ancient being, a guardian of the forest, of the light. "You have come," the woman's voice echoed in the stillness, her words carrying the weight of ages. "I have watched over this land for countless centuries, waiting for one who would carry the light. And now, you are here." Elin's breath caught in her chest, but she didn't speak. The woman continued, "The lantern you carry is not just a source of light. It is a key to unlock the forgotten paths, the ones hidden deep within the heart of the world. But you cannot walk these paths alone. The orb you now hold is the light of understanding, the bridge between the seen and unseen, the tangible and the ethereal. Together, they will guide you through the darkness, and show you the truth that lies beyond. Elin felt a weight settle upon her chest. The words of the woman resonated deeply within her, stirring something deep inside. She understood, in a way she had never understood before, that her journey was not just about finding light, it was about unlocking something ancient. Something buried deep within the earth and the sky. You must go beyond the boundaries of this forest, the woman continued. You must find the places where the threads of light have been severed. There are forces at work, forces that seek to keep the darkness hidden, to keep the truth from being seen. But with the lantern and the orb, you can bring the light where it is most needed. You can heal the fractures in the world. Elin's heart swelled with determination. She had always known her journey was about more than just the lantern. Now, the weight of her purpose felt clearer. She wasn't just a traveler in search of answers, she was a bearer of light, a healer of ancient wounds. "Where must I go?" she asked, her voice steady, filled with newfound resolve. The woman stepped forward, her veil lifting to reveal her face, a face both young and ancient, full of wisdom and sorrow. Her eyes shone with a deep, knowing light. "Follow the path that calls to you," she said. "The lantern and the orb will show you the way. Trust in them, and trust in yourself." With that, the woman faded into the air, leaving behind only the soft echo of her words. Elin stood alone in the center of the stone circle, the glow of the lantern and the orb warming her hands, her heart full of purpose. The path ahead was still unclear, but Elin knew that she was ready. With the light of the lantern and the orb, she would uncover the secrets of the world, heal its fractures, and bring light to places long forgotten. The first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, casting golden beams of light across the stone circle. Elin stood still, feeling the weight of the woman's words settle within her, a guiding force urging her forward. The orb in her hand hummed gently, a soft pulse that seemed to sync with the rhythm of her own heart. The lantern, now resting against her side, radiated an almost comforting warmth, though its glow had dimmed since she had arrived. It was as if the lantern too had understood the gravity of the task ahead, and it whispered to her, a quiet murmur she could almost understand. For a long moment, Elin simply stood, taking in the peaceful clearing, letting the calm wash over her. She could feel the energy in the earth beneath her, ancient and steady. It reminded her that she was not alone on this journey. The forest, with all its hidden wisdom, seemed to watch over her, silently offering its support. She turned away from the stone circle, the orb still pulsing gently in her hands, and began walking back along the path she had taken earlier. The way felt different now, as if the trees were more welcoming, their branches less oppressive, more like guides lighting the path before her. Her mind swirled with questions about the lantern, the orb, the woman from the forest, and the mysterious force she had spoken of. Who were the ones that sought to keep the light hidden? And what fractures in the world had they caused? Elin felt the weight of these questions pressing against her chest, but she also felt the lantern's gentle glow urging her forward. She wasn't meant to have all the answers yet. The journey would reveal them, piece by piece, as the lantern and the orb guided her. The path grew narrower as she ventured deeper into the forest. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the rustling of leaves. She moved with purpose, following the pull of the orb, which seemed to grow brighter with each step. The forest was alive with sounds, chirping birds, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, the distant hum of a brook. Yet, in the midst of all this life, there was a quiet stillness that she couldn't ignore. After a while, the trees began to thin, and Elin found herself standing before a large, weathered stone archway, hidden among thick vines and ferns. The archway seemed to belong to another time, its intricate carvings faded by centuries of rain and wind. She could sense something here, something waiting, and the orb pulsed more insistently in her hands, its light brighter now. Elin stepped forward, her breath catching as she crossed the threshold of the archway. Instantly, the world around her seemed to change. The trees that had once stood tall and proud seemed to bend toward her, as if guiding her through a forgotten passageway. The air grew warmer, and the ground beneath her feet felt softer, as though the earth itself was welcoming her deeper into its embrace. She walked on, her footsteps light, the lantern's glow casting flickering shadows on the path. As she ventured deeper, she could feel a growing sense of anticipation, as if something awaited her at the heart of this strange, hidden place. Ahead, the path began to widen, leading to a large clearing. In the center of the clearing was a pool of water so clear it seemed to mirror the sky above. The surface was calm, untouched by even the slightest ripple. Around the pool, ancient trees stood like sentinels, their twisted roots weaving in and out of the earth, their branches reaching high toward the heavens. Elin approached the edge of the pool, kneeling to look at her reflection in the still water. For a moment, she saw nothing but the orb in her hand, its light rippling across the surface like a heartbeat. But then, as her gaze deepened, something shifted in the water. The reflection before her began to change, and Elin saw herself, but not as she was now. She saw a younger version of herself, standing in a place she didn't recognize. The figure in the water was holding a lantern, not the one she had now, but an older version, worn and weathered by time. Her hand trembled as she reached out. The reflection of herself in the water doing the same. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence, soft and soothing like a breeze. "You've come to see, haven't you?" the voice asked. "The lantern has been passed down for generations, each bearer seeking to find what has been lost. But what you see is not just the past. It is the path you are destined to follow. The lantern is your guide, and it will show you the way to the truth." Elin's heart raced as she gazed deeper into the water. The vision of herself in the reflection began to move, walking toward a distant mountain shrouded in mist. There, hidden within the mist, stood a massive tree, its roots burrowing deep into the earth, its branches reaching out to the sky. The tree seemed ancient, older than anything Elin had ever known. She could sense its power, a force that bound the world together. "You must find the tree," the voice continued. "It holds the key to the balance of light and shadow. Only when you unlock its secret will you truly understand the power of the lantern." Elin's mind raced as the vision faded, and the water's surface returned to stillness. She felt a deep sense of certainty settle over her. The tree. The place where everything began. She stood, her heart filled with purpose, the lantern's light glowing brightly now. It was time to move forward, to follow the path that had been laid before her. The orb in her hand pulsed gently, urging her onward. With a steady breath, Elin turned away from the pool, ready to face whatever awaited her. The lantern, the orb, and the secrets of the world were calling to her, and she was determined to uncover the truth hidden within the shadows. Elin walked deeper into the heart of the forest, the orb still glowing steadily in her hands, casting soft light over the winding path. Her thoughts lingered on the vision she had seen in the pool. The ancient tree with its vast, sprawling roots and towering branches, hidden in mist, seemed to beckon her. It was not just a tree, it was a symbol, a place where everything began and where everything would end. The lantern's glow pulsed gently, as if in sync with her heartbeat, guiding her step by step toward the unknown. The forest around her was still and quiet, as though it too awaited the unfolding of events. The air grew cooler, the shadows longer, and the light from the orb now seemed more vibrant, cutting through the gathering dusk. The path ahead was overgrown with moss and vines, and the trees seemed to grow taller and more ancient, their gnarled roots twisting through the earth like the threads of forgotten stories. Ahead, Elin spotted a narrow bridge, made of weathered wood and stone, stretching across a small stream. The bridge seemed to invite her, its edges worn smooth by centuries of travelers. The lantern's glow flickered in the soft breeze, casting a warm light on the weathered stones. As she stepped onto the bridge, the sound of the flowing water below seemed to grow louder, as if it, too, was speaking to her. When she reached the other side, the path began to incline, leading her toward the mountains in the distance. She could feel a change in the atmosphere. The air was thicker here, charged with an ancient energy. Her steps quickened, driven by an inner pull, as though the forest itself were urging her onward. The sky above had darkened now, the stars beginning to emerge, twinkling faintly. The lantern's light grew brighter in response, illuminating the path ahead with a steady, comforting glow. Elin's thoughts turned to the mountain she had seen in the vision, where the tree stood waiting for her. She felt a sense of urgency now, knowing that she was nearing the point where everything would become clear. As she reached the base of the mountain, the trees thinned out, and she found herself standing at the edge of a vast clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the mountain, its silhouette sharp against the night sky, bathed in the soft light of the moon. The mist was thick here, swirling at the base of the mountain like a living thing, obscuring her view of what lay beyond. Elin hesitated for a moment, the weight of the moment pressing on her. The orb in her hand pulsed once more, its light steady, as if reassuring her that she was on the right path. She stepped forward, her footfalls muffled by the soft ground beneath her. The mist parted just enough to reveal a narrow path leading up the mountain, winding its way through ancient stones. The path was steep and jagged, but Elin felt a surge of determination. She had come too far to turn back now. Every step she took brought her closer to the truth, closer to the tree she had seen in the vision. The climb was difficult, but the lantern's light never wavered, casting a comforting glow on the rocks beneath her feet. The wind began to pick up as she ascended, carrying with it a strange melody, a soft, haunting tune that seemed to echo through the mist. It sounded like whispers, like voices from another time, guiding her, urging her to press on. Elin's heart beat faster with each step, her breath steady and calm, as if the very mountain was breathing with her. The path grew steeper still, but she refused to stop. She was no longer just climbing a mountain, she was moving toward something far greater than herself. The lantern in her hand held more than just light. It held the answers to questions that had plagued the world for centuries. The mist thickened as she climbed higher, obscuring her view of the world below. It was as though the mountain itself was guarding its secrets, allowing only those who were truly meant to find them to pass through. The whispers in the wind grew louder now, more urgent, their meaning slipping just beyond her reach. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Elin reached the top. She stepped onto a plateau, her heart racing, and the mist parted before her, revealing what lay hidden in the heart of the mountain. There, standing in the center of a vast stone circle, was the ancient tree. Its massive roots stretched deep into the earth, while its branches reached high into the night sky, disappearing into the stars. The tree was alive with energy, its bark shimmering with a faint silver glow, and its leaves whispered in a language she could almost understand. Elin stood before the tree, her breath catching in her chest. This was the tree from her vision, the place where everything began, where everything would end. The lantern in her hands flickered, its light casting long shadows across the stone circle, as if the very air was waiting for something to happen. She stepped forward, her hand outstretched, and as if responding to her touch, the tree began to stir. The ground beneath her feet rumbled softly, and the branches of the tree swayed, as though welcoming her. She could feel the energy of the tree pulsing through the earth, its ancient wisdom calling to her. The lantern's light flickered one last time, and then, as if it had been waiting for this moment, it surged with a brilliant, blinding glow. Elin closed her eyes, feeling the light wash over her like a wave, and in that moment, everything became clear. The tree was not just a tree, it was a gateway, a bridge between worlds, between light and shadow. The lantern, the orb, and everything she had encountered on her journey had led her here, to this moment, to this truth. She was the keeper of the lantern, the one chosen to restore balance, to heal the fractures in the world. Elin stood in the heart of the stone circle, the tree's energy surrounding her, the lantern's light illuminating the way forward. The whispers in the wind faded, replaced by a deep, resonant silence, as if the world itself was holding its breath. She was ready. The journey had led her here, and now, with the lantern of eternal night in her hands, Elin would uncover the secrets that had been hidden for so long, and in doing so, restore the balance between light and shadow once more. Elin stood still, her heart beating in harmony with the ancient rhythm of the world around her. The energy of the tree pulsed gently, its roots deep in the earth, its branches brushing the very edge of the stars. She held the lantern before her, the glow now brighter than ever, its light mingling with the silver shimmer of the tree. It was as if time itself had slowed, as if every moment, every breath, was woven into a singular, eternal thread. The whispers of the wind had faded completely, leaving only a profound silence. For a long time, Elin simply stood, feeling the weight of the moment, feeling the connection between herself, the tree, and the lantern. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something, perhaps for her to act, or perhaps for the world to unfold its secrets at last. The tree before her, with its towering presence, seemed to reach beyond the limits of the mountain, its essence stretching into realms she could not fully comprehend. Yet, she felt an understanding, a knowing that she had always been destined to come here, to stand before this great power. Gently, she placed the lantern at the base of the tree. The glow from the orb in her hands illuminated the roots. And as she did, the light began to seep into the bark of the tree. The tree trembled as though awakening from a long slumber, its branches shivering with life. The lantern's glow enveloped the roots, and suddenly, the air around her began to hum with energy. A soft, melodic voice filled her mind, a voice that was both ancient and timeless, yet filled with warmth and wisdom. It was the voice of the tree. "You have come, Elin," it said, its tone resonating deeply within her. "You have journeyed far, and now you are the keeper of the lantern, the bearer of light and shadow. The balance you seek can only be restored through understanding and acceptance of both forces. For in the dark, there is light, and in the light, there is darkness." Elin closed her eyes, feeling the weight of those words. She had always believed that light and dark were opposites, separate, even opposing forces. But now, standing before the tree, she understood that they were two halves of the same whole, intertwined, inseparable. Without one, the other could not exist. You have been chosen, not because of your strength, but because of your ability to embrace the unknown, to walk the path between worlds, the tree continued. You must carry the lantern to the places where darkness has taken hold, and through the light, restore balance. But remember, Elin, light without understanding leads to arrogance. And darkness without compassion leads to despair. Her breath caught in her chest as the gravity of the task ahead began to sink in. She had always been a seeker of answers, but now she realized that the answers would not always be clear. The lantern was not just a tool, it was a symbol, a guide, a challenge. It represented the light within her, but also the shadows she must face and understand. The tree's voice softened, its tone filled with gentle guidance. To restore the balance, you must return to the places that have been forgotten, to the hearts of those who have lost their way. Let the lantern be a beacon, not only for others but for yourself. You must walk the path, not as a conqueror, but as a student of the world's mysteries. Elin nodded, a quiet resolve filling her heart. She had already come so far, and though the journey ahead was uncertain, she knew that it was the only way forward. She was the keeper now, the one who would carry the lantern through the realms of light and shadow, healing the fractures that had torn the world apart. The tree's branches swayed gently, as if to bid her farewell, and the ground beneath her feet rumbled softly once more. The path forward had opened, and Elin stepped away from the tree, the lantern's glow casting long shadows on the stone circle. The mountain, the mist, and the stars seemed to shift in response to her movement. As though the very world was shifting with her, she turned her back on the tree, but not with regret. The tree had shown her the truth, and now it was time for her to take that truth and carry it into the world. As she made her way down the mountain, the path now clear before her, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. The whispers of the wind had returned, but this time, they were no longer a riddle to be solved. They were the breath of the world, the song of the earth, guiding her forward. Elin was ready. The lantern would light her way, and the balance would be restored, one step at a time. And so, with the lantern of eternal night in her hands, Elin began her journey anew, into the heart of the world. Into the realms of light and shadow, carrying the light of the lantern for all to see. The end was not yet written, but Elin knew that it was only the beginning.